Natal, Brazil, known as the City of Sun, is the closest city connecting Brazil to Europe. And as it so happens, in the coming days, both of these regions will determine who their final few playoff contenders will be, and who will have a direct path to the Montreal Major. Welcome to Playday 7 of the Brazil League, everybody. Alongside Gabriel Laxing Miralez, I'm Jonas Willinger. Laxing, we go again, baby. Playday 7. We talked a lot about playoff implications last weekend, but I mean, this is it. We have 2 days left. Now we really get down to it.
It's do or die for some of these teams, and for others, they really got to clench this spot and do the best they can to put themselves higher so they can feel a little safer going into playoffs.
Well, we have quite a day ahead. As always, we're bringing you a 5-game slate of best of ones. As we said, playoffs on the line for every single one of these teams. Mathematically speaking, only 2 teams out of the 10 we have here in this region have guaranteed themselves a playoff position. That is E1 and Team Liquid. Black Dragons eliminated. Every single match has playoff implications heavily involved for at least one of these teams, starting with W7M Keyed Stars. That is a heck of a way to kick the day off, Laxing.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this match specifically. There was little questions, I think, on both ends that you could come from an angle. But for E1, I mean, I barely got to catch their game. But I thought that game against FaZe, it was going to be a close, but they just dominated them with a 7-2. And then mibr FaZe down the line, and then NIP, Black Dragons. That's the one game that there's really not a lot of pressure on Black Dragons at this point, where there is all the pressure again for NIP. And then Liquid Fluxo, that should be an interesting one because Fluxo keeps bringing it to these top echelon teams, but Liquid have already secured their spot. So at this point, it's just to keep racking up those points and secure a first or second place seed.
But every single match, as we said, one of these teams, something is absolutely on the line, whether that is top 2 spots, whether that is playoff implications, whether that is simply staying alive to fight for a little longer. All of these teams have something to play for today. But 7 play days into stage 2, we've learned quite a few lessons about what to expect from, yes, the standings, but also how the removal of Oregon would shake up the meta, shake up the map pool a little bit. We've seen Bank, Chalet, Club, and Labs emerge as those top maps of choice so far. But one map we've seen with increasing frequency across all regions has been Lair. What has this meant for Brazil, you ask? Here's Ike with a bit more.
What's up everyone, Ike here, your analyst from the Brazilian channels. Today we're going to use some data to better understand the current map pool in our competitive scene, focusing on the old Oregon and on the new map, Lair. For those who don't know, Oregon was removed from the map pool the second half of the year. It's been with us since the game launched in late 2015, even though it got a rework in 2020 with Operation Void Edge. And everyone knows that Oregon has always been one of the favorite maps for Brazilians. Just to give you an idea, even being an old map, it was among the top 3 most picked maps in the first round of Brazil League this year, only behind Bank. Moreover, if we combine the first split with the first 4 play days of Stage 2, Oregon would still be in second place with 11 picks, one more than Clubhouse. This might explain why some of the top players in Brazil League didn't like the removal of this classic map from our competitive scene. Cyber, for example, didn't hide his disappointment.
Bom, a saída do Oregon, mano, o cara que tem essa ideia bateu a cabeça, provavelmente. Acho que o cara não tá meio leleca da cuca aí. Tem outros mapas que são mais repetitivos que o Oregon, poderia ter saído, principalmente um Clubhouse. Acrescentar Lair é um mapa que eu já imaginei que poderia entrar. Um mapa diferente que você pode testar várias possibilidades, né? Então vai ser uma coisa muito legal, assim, de ver. Um mapa novo no jogo em si, né? Não um mapa com rework.
Acho que tinha mapas melhores pra entrar, como Parque, Vila, poder voltar. Ia ser muito interessante ser jogado no meta que tá sendo jogado hoje em dia. Mas infelizmente só enfiaram com o Vila aí no meio. Bom, não sei quem é que é o responsável por isso, mas parabéns.
Não sei se o Covil vai ser um mapa bom, a galera não vai jogar tanto, mas é aquilo, é bom pra mudar o ambiente, mas eu acho que não devia ser o Oregon que saísse não, minha opinião, acho que tinha que sair outros mapas aí. Mas é aquilo, né? Tipo, era um mapa muito padrão também, Oregon, do jogo. Acaba que é bom uma mudança uma hora ou outra, né? Mas não sei se o Covil vai ser pique não, hein?
Ah yes, that's a great question from Fantasy. After all, is Lair being picked by our players? But first, let's talk a bit about this new map. Lair was released at the end of 2023 in Operation Deep Freeze and is located in Portugal. It has 3 floors, is spacious, and has many entry points, requiring attackers to be quite vertical. But in the main Siege Championships, considering only the first 4 play days of the second round, Lair hasn't been very successful. There were 3 picks in Europe, 2 in Brazil, and no picks in NA League. And everything seems to indicate that the new map favors defense. In Europe, defense won in 59% of matches, while here in Brazil, defenders did well 64% of the time. In any case, it's still too early for a thorough analysis of the map, but it wasn't just the removal of Oregon that caused outrage, as the introduction of Lair also has its critics.
Cara, a respeito aí do novo mapa, né, o Lair, né, ou Covil, é muito ruim. Eu não sei quem deu nota boa pra esse mapa entrar no competitivo. Meu analista eu sei que foi um deles, o Lagones eu sei que foi outro. Mas sério, mano, me desculpa, esse mapa é ruim demais, mano. Não vai ser nada agradável pro telespectador e nada agradável jogar ele, assim, mano. Quer dizer, vai ser divertido porque vai ser uma trocação, assim, muito TDM, então talvez seja bom até de assistir, mas taticamente, mano, eu ainda não consegui encontrar um conceito tático pra se pôr nesse mapa, velho.
Como todo mapa novo que entra, ele tem que ser muito estudado ainda, né? Que a gente tá dando uma geral no mapa, estamos vendo como que ele vai ser jogado, vamos ver como os times aqui no Brasil, lá fora vão jogar, qual que vai ser o meta pra ele. Mas eu acredito que ele seja um mapa parecido com o Leve, assim, como quando entrou, mapa muito grande, muitos termaitáveis pra fora do mapa, mas com o tempo ele vai entrar de boa no meta.
Cara, eu gostei do Covil, eu gostei do mapa, achei legal. Mas é que o mapa é muito grande, então como muitos times aí são meio vagabundos, eles não gostam de trabalhar, né? E quando tem coisa nova, eles vão ficar empurrando com a barriga, né? Então, não sei se vão ter times que vão jogar Covil não, né?
Well, Fantasy at least seems not to be afraid of this new map. Is he alone in this? Tell me, should Oregon have been removed from the map pool? Which map would be a better replacement? Well, let us know in the chat. Thanks everyone, see you next time.
Well, a fantastic opportunity to hear some unfiltered takes from the Brazil League players about how they feel about Oregon going out of the pool, Lair being introduced. I mean, it's been played 3 times so far here in Brazil Laxing, so safe to say the jury is still out on this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny when you look at that 35%. Obviously, that's low, but that 35% is definitely coming off of E1 alone when they had the successful half and made it look flawless. And then even just playing it just recently, a few days ago, then they were practically flawless on defense. So I really got to give that 30% to E1.
They've been incredibly strong on this map. It was 7-2 over FaZe just last Playday, 7-1 over NIP on Playday 4. 2 very one-sided affairs on Lair. We saw one more competitive version of Lair, which was back and forth the whole way. That was FaZe and Keyed Stars on Playday 4. But the question remains if any of these teams will continue to go to this map as, again, we get down to the wire with more playoff implications on the line. Do you really want to turn to a very TDM-focused matchup or map when you really have to fight for it all?
And that's the thing, though. You know, you talk about removing Oregon. That's exactly what the map that Oregon is. It was a TDM map, and that's kind of what Clubhouse has now turned into that TDM. And Brazil, as we've known for a long time, they continue to keep this sort of place out. They like gunfights. They like being able to bring it to their opponent. And some of these players, like Fantasy or Palu or Nesk, Maya, any of these players, they like this sort of style. So I would like to see a little more layer, see how it's played out so far. E1 has looked the absolute best on both the attacking and the defensive halves. But again, it's still an undecided map. I just did NAL. I think it was played 2 times yesterday, and it was back-to-back. Well, there was a day prior and then the most recent day, but it was still like kind of undecided of what side really was looking stronger over the other.
Well, one of those teams who's played it so far in Brazil, we'll have a chance to showcase them in our first matchup, and maybe they will go to that map. We'll find out in just a few minutes, but of course it is W7M against Keyd Stars to open things up. These two teams, which are both still fighting for that playoff spot, but this one matters a little bit more for Keyd Stars right now, considering they find themselves on the bubble, that 6th and final playoff spot.
Yeah, and you know, we say it's on Keyd Stars because it really is, and this head-to-head doesn't really do this justice, because when you compare these two players and their last 2 matches, Keyd Stars got 7-1 on Bank by NIP, and Stimp was the MVP only because he was holding his own at 9 kills, where the highest kill underneath him that game was 2. And then when you look at Volps' side, that was a close game against Fluxo, which that's scary, because had Volps not dropped 20 kills and 5 deaths, going plus 15, and the highest underneath him then was 11. It's a scary task going into this game, because Fluxo, we've talked about them. They're at the bottom of the barrel, but they are making it competitive. But if Volps had not had that pop-off performance, it would have been even more crucial for going into this day if they hadn't got a win, hadn't got any points, hadn't got the 3 points that they got from that game. So it's still a big, tall task for both these teams. But the beauty of it is both players here are performing. They are being consistent. Volps is just a little better in that department so far, but it is going to come down to the whole team dynamic from what we're seeing lacking from both ends from the yesterday or a few days ago's performance.
Well, as you said, a 20 kill performance is quite a way to get your team into that 3rd place spot for W7M. They've been looking better every single week, it feels like, and you're having players like Volps, like Dodez, like Loban. Everyone is stepping up and contributing where they need to. Now today against Keyd Stars, what's important for them is that they just play the game they know they can. They're in a pretty good position, 14 points. They are not the ones concerned with what sneaks up behind them on the bottom of the leaderboard. Keyd Stars are the one concerned with that. As far as they know, they cannot make the playoffs with 10 points. mibr, they play Fluxo in tomorrow. This is very important for Keyd Stars to get it off that 10-point mark and get a little more cushion to lock themselves in.
Yeah, and realistically, I mean, this has been an ongoing thing for Keyd Stars. Their attacking half is what is hindering this team's performance from finding any bit of success. So it doesn't really matter, truthfully, what map we fall on, where this is going to end up going. We need to see Keyd Stars be able to put something out on attack, make it competitive, end on a 3-3 half, and then switch to the defenses. Because at the end of the day, like, sure, you might qualify for playoffs, you might make it all the way to Montreal, but you're going to be going against the best of the best there. And I can almost guarantee you, majority of these teams will have some sort of control over their attacking halves, whereas Keyd Stars, again, we have not seen any performance upgrade since the start of the league up until now.
Well, as we said, Keyd Stars, one of the teams willing to play Labs. W7M, on the other hand, they've been favoring, Lair. W7M, they've been favoring Labs and Chalet thus far. We'll find out where we're going here today. As we said, Keyd Stars looking for some points today. If they can't get them here, they'll look to get them from Black Dragons tomorrow. But it looks like with Labs off the board, we're going to get all the way down to Chalet, a map that we have seen W7M play 3 times, a 1-2 record on it. And on the other hand, we've only seen 1 instance of Chalet from Keyd Stars.
So, nice thing for Keyd Stars is they do have the most recent VOD of W7M on this map. They have 3 VODs, and realistically, I wouldn't say W7M in any single of these matches has looked very strong or competitive on it. So that is a little scary for W7M that you're this confident to go back to it, given that you only had 1 good result, and it was against Fluxo. But for Keyd Stars, again, They had a good success on it, but a horrible attack half. They solely relied on their defensive half, which did carry them. They got 6 rounds straight, and sometimes that's all you need. All you need is one attacking round. But I do expect this to be a little more back and forth if they can continue to keep their streak going on their defensive half. So on both ends, I'm going to need W7M to be performing a lot better and not putting all the weight on everything on top of Volp's shoulders. But again, for Keystars, just doing something more on attack here where then you can feel a little more comfortable getting onto your defense, where again, I assume W7M is going to have something prepped for their defenses to not give them the leg up whenever that half is being played.
Well, going to Chalet, we'll welcome in Ace and Dez, who'll be bringing all of the action from the casting booth today. Gents, good morning. How you guys doing? Dez, good to see you again. I'm not seeing a cat held up, which is kind of a bummer. But I can ask you a little bit about this map before we get into it, because it feels like we've ended up on a map that neither team seemed to be truly happy on, truly comfortable on. It was a rough performance, albeit a win from Keystars, and then 3 rough performances from W7M, only one of which, thanks to a 20 kill from Volps, they were able to get a win there. Ace, let's go to you here. I don't know if we heard Dez there, unfortunately, on the broadcast, but Ace, why don't you share your insight on this map instead? We go here, as we said, playoff implications, very significant, especially for a team like Keystars who sit right on the bubble.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me too much. You kind of get these in map bans. You kind of end up in a map that both teams really like, or maybe they end up banning those away because the other team's kind of good at them as well. And I think when it comes down to playoff spots, that's kind of what's happened here. It's like neither team wants to give the other one a good map, so we'll go to a map that we can tolerate to maybe because we think they're worse on it. But either way, there's a lot to play for, and I think it's a great map for it as well.
Well, a great way to start the morning. Dez, seems like we've got that sorted, so we're going to send things over to you to get the day started. Have fun, guys.
No worries. Thank you very much. I was kind of saying when it comes to a best of one, Tim, that the teams that end up being the last ones, when it comes down to the final pick, it's always that sort of mid-ground map for both teams, and that's what it feels like this is going to bleed into. But the thing that really makes me interested, Keystars still remain the worst attacking team in the division, just a 27% attacking win rate. Chalet feels like a map where they could maybe increase that a little bit, and my God, do they need that win given where they currently sit in the standings.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's not the end of the world, isn't a poor attacking rate overall coming into Chalet, because you're kind of going to get that Chalet attack boost. You know, the attackers don't have the worst time of it, which is kind of strange when you think about Chalet, really. It's one of the few maps we've got that's got 4 very viable sites. Every site is definitely playable for the defense. So it's kind of weird, really, that we still look at it and say, yeah, but the attackers have a good time there. You'd expect maybe some of the sites to feel a bit more difficult, but that's just how it plays out. But yeah, I think we're definitely in for a good one today. And like you say, it might be a good opportunity just to pad those attacking stats a little bit.
Indeed. Well, we should be getting this game in just a minute as well. As you've heard, we are pretty much there at the time of starting, but obviously on the land side of things, we wait to see exactly how things go over there for them to get into game. The thing that really excites me, Tim, and we were speaking about this before the broadcast as well, it feels like every game has got massive potential implications on which teams can make it, not just the playoffs, but also into the top 2. You see teams like Fluxo or Black Dragons, they pick up a single point in any of their games over these next 2 play days. That can affect who's in playoffs and who's not by a massive margin.
Yeah, huge. Like you say, we were talking about it before coming in. Today could go so differently. There's the one extreme that everybody could basically still be in it tomorrow, including Fluxo. Apart from Black Dragons, they're the only ones who can't be at this point. Everybody could still be in the mix tomorrow for a playoff spot. Or alternatively, it could be completely sewn up. If mibr, Furia and Fluxo all lose and NIP and Keyd win their matches, that's it. We've got our top 6. It's just going to be about standings from that point. So you've literally got one extreme to the other. We will almost certainly, probably, land somewhere in the middle today. You know, there'll be a couple of wins in those bottom 3. There might be a loss in the playoff spots, and we'll end up with a mixture of the two, and it'll all be hanging in the balance coming into tomorrow. But what an exciting day it is.
It is. Well, let's take a look at our lineups then. W7M first and foremost. If you are relatively new into Siege or maybe haven't watched for a short amount of time, then you'll be looking at this and thinking, wait, who are these guys? And just a reminder that the old W7M team went over towards Furia. It was over half a year ago now, the Last Dance as it was called back then. And these guys have got big shoes to fill, big expectations. You know, the name W7M now carries quite a bit of weight with it. And these boys, they're starting to punch up. Currently set in third place, fighting their way forwards, very much made up of that old lost roster team.
Yeah, very much. It's, you know, some names in there that have been around Brazilian Siege for the longest time. Volp's kind of, you know, leading the way at the minute, I think, as one of those players that we're looking towards to really do some work for W7M, along with Lobin, of course. We know, you know, how capable he can be. So some big names.
Norris on the
very.
left. He's having a nap. Pre-game nap.
Get a lie down. I might go for one, Des.
We'll need one. Today could prove to be a long day, again, given that all the things we spoke about, the teams that are on the, or the things that are on the line for these two teams. Of course, we'll take a look at our second team in this game in just a moment as well. But again, W7M, lots of expectation here. They get a win. They basically cement themselves into playoffs and have a good shot at it. Keystars, though, they know that they're fighting out from the bottom here. They don't win here. They open that door wide open for mibr, for Furia. In some crazy world, even Fluxo can potentially take this spot off them. That's highly unlikely, but teams want their spot. They need to get points from this game, else their last Playday starts to look incredibly shaky.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the biggest matches that they have of the entire stage, no doubt about it. Looking at, you know, who should you be looking at as individuals? Lender is head and shoulders ahead in terms of performance for this team at the minute. If he doesn't show up, they could be in trouble. They're going to need some people to step up. Miracle, who is, you know, for the European crowd watching, is going to be a name that you're familiar with. Been a little bit quiet so far. They might need a bit more from him.
Indeed, and just looking at the stats as well, this doesn't become a big surprise. Again, W7M, a very storied roster. Vivo Keystars really starting to work their way up. Comes as no big surprise that over time, at the very least, W7M have come out on top. But different situations, different metas that we find ourselves in, that can always spin these things completely upside down. As a question, Tim, whenever I see Vivo Keystars logo, I always think of Maestro. Is it just me?
No, it is. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's very, very similar, yeah.
It always catches me. I'm always just like, oh yeah, Maestro. I mean, it's relevant, I guess, given it's the game of Siege, but hopefully they've got a little bit of fortitude behind them here and can get themselves in.
Yeah, as you said, two teams then ready to go head to head. And I think just before we head on into the game, we can have a little look at what they had to say about each other.
VKS, famosa viu treinos traz. Joga muito treinos, cara. E VKS é um time que manda muito bem nos treinos ali, todo dia você aprende algo novo. Sei lá, vai ser um jogo interessante ali. Se eles conseguirem mostrar a potência deles que eles têm no treino, vai ser um jogo difícil, acredito.
Cara, o jogo contra esse time vai ser um jogo bem truncado. Eles estão melhorando como elenco. A gente vai vir aí pra ganhar deles de novo no BR6.
Fica de olho no Dafo e no Mirim ali. Os dois suportes ali jogam bem. São jogadores versáteis que sabem fazer umas 2, 3 funções ali. Vai ser chato jogar contra eles.
Acho que tem que ficar de olho no W7, acho que é no D10, né? O cara mata muito com o tornado bizarro.
VKS, né? Um recadinho pra vocês é que vocês têm que jogar 10% do que vocês jogam no treino pra ganhar da gente. E aí, é isso. Se não jogar, perdemos.
E do D10, ganhou da gente no Copa do Brasil, mas no BR6 sabe como que é, né?
All right, then. Game is pretty much ready. Here we go with Chalet, our first game of this 5-game Playday, and the penultimate one in the overall Brazilian stage. It's why I've been talking a lot about the implications that the games today have on playoffs. We've already spoken a lot about this one. W7M get the win. They can challenge for top 2. Vivo Keystars need 3 points, else Furia and mibr will be clawing them out of that playoff spot. First ban to come on through, though, Tim. Barely ever see this ban happening. It's the Ram.
Yeah, reasonable bit of value on Chalet. I can get on board with that. You know, particularly for dining, kitchen, for attacking into games and bar. A lot of verticality there. Reasonable bit of verticality down into basement as well. So I think, you know, that definitely some value. You know, the ram off and the boogie drone thrown from mezzanine onto fireplace floor and just opens up all above the site can make things really difficult, and it's pretty safe to do it. So Brava and Azami will be our next two coming along, with the fourth one being picked out pretty quickly by Vivo Keydstars there on the defense. And it's going to be, interestingly, a Castle. We don't see too many Castle bans. A few more since he got his ACOG, but still not too many.
Quite spicy overall in terms of the bans, I think, actually. The Brava, you normally see in that band away if you want to play something like an Echo or a Maestro. We were speaking about a lot about how the logo of Vivo Keydstars looks that way. So I wouldn't be shocked if going into a couple of sites, we see that picked up by the team that's banded away. And equally, I think on the Ram and the Castle, it probably stands as, it sounds weird to say, probably my favourite operator in the game, not strictly to play, but more the impact that he has on rounds. He's in the same category as mibr, Azami, can really transform the way that certain sites are played, because with those castle barricades can open up different safe routes back towards site or rotations around the map that otherwise wouldn't be available due to massive open windows or double doorways that get opened up. And it also means the other side has to have a way to get through those barricades. So brings a lot to the game, and not always in a way that teams 100% expect. I think that's more trying to take the variability off the board there for Vivo Keydstars as well. Don't want to have any funny business out of W7M in that second half. And again, for W7M, I do expect on their defensive side, we might see some Maestro play come into the fore.
Kicking things off then, we're going to head down to the basement to begin with. Nothing too wild in terms of the picks. Tubarao being brought along is always an interesting one. Can work hand in hand with the Kaid, of course, to try and secure, you know, the Kaid trick. It's a little bit more difficult with the electricals because the fuse is slightly longer than getting a bandit battery down, not quite as responsive. So the Tubarao will certainly help, especially when it comes to dealing with an Ace and a Hibana as well. They give a decent bit of opportunity for that tricking because their gadgets do take that little bit longer than an exothermic.
I do indeed, but for now it's going to be that worry about the roam, about what's going on around the map, what may be impeding W7M as they start thinking about the site. That's why you got things like the Nomad on side. And obviously here there's a full 3-story extension coming out. Down in the basement is the defensive point. Also got the first floor held down. Had someone sat inside a library. So really looking to play across all 3 floors here and really drag W7M into this slow grind that might lead to a bit of frustration in the dying 30 seconds when they haven't had enough time to yet look at the basement, because they'll have spent the majority of the round dealing with the other 2 floors. A minute's gone by. They've forced the player off top floor, so an okay start. But it's just that, Tim. It's a minute gone in pursuit of that.
Yeah, I think W7M are still okay at the minute. They've got themselves the top floor control now. We saw them in numbers jumping into that top floor. I think they're fairly confident in this mid floor as well. They're going to start working their way across there. So it's going to give them over half of the round to really start working towards site, get any breaches they want. They're likely going to want to get control, I would imagine, of West Main side. You know, get that angle into wine from refrigerator, get the angle from trench through from boiler, and just try and soften up wine as much as possible. That's generally going to be your default plant spot more often than not. That said, they do have Ace Round at the front, so could well look to get this open as well. Whether they work from here or not is another question. It may just be a bit of phantom pressure. It may well be that they choose to go and put the diffuser down there.
Absolutely. Well, like you say, they've got in pretty good fashion here. A lot going on all at once. Got hatches being opened up. I've also started on the main breach as well, so have the ability to look for a hatch drop in towards connector from one player. They've got trench opened up as well. Not fully cleared out, but at least opened up. So there are options building up for them. I just worry that now we're coming into this last 45, and as you can see, certain things may yet still be able to sting them. They're not 100% set up here for what could be a nice, clean, easy execute.
No, it's maybe going to be a little bit of a rush when it comes down to it because they haven't got the kills that they needed to give themselves the advantage. This is not one to push into that Warden shotgun. He plays it smart, but no! Doda somehow manages to find Lender, and that's a big blow. If you remember, I said Keyd have been so reliant on Lender and his performances. Volps managed to find Neskin. Dodes with a second. That leaves us now 4 versus 1 as Dash finds Stamp. It's over. Volps, he manages to pick up the final kill. They don't need to think about a diffuser plant. W7M get it done down in the basement with a good attack.
They'll be fuming as well. 2 shotgun fights they came into and didn't manage to down the player on the other side. What was crazy about the one on main stairs was it wasn't like an instant headshot there to make sure he won the fight. He put him down to 3 HP, and I was just like, mate, that is some obscene luck that you've walked away with there, not to take more damage at that range, given the length of some shotgun kills that we've seen throughout the week so far on this stage. But ultimately, a really good attack, I think, coming out there from the attacking side of W7M. Just very good in flooding different sides of the sites all at the same time, leaving the comms on the other side in complete and utter confusion as to what was going on, and they walk away the winner. Really good stuff.
I don't mean to be too critical of Lender. I don't mean it to come across as that. But looking back on that situation with him at bottom main, he was just a little bit too passive. If he goes the first time, we saw him edge. He saw the gun barrel and he kind of went and then he pulled back. If he goes at that point, he gets that kill. Simple as that, because he's about 4 feet away with the shotgun. But as it is, the Hibana just had that opportunity to back up about 5 or 6 steps, probably about another, 2 meters or so. And it was just that range, I think, that's then kept him alive. So, these are the fine margins that we're playing to. Like I say, it's not a criticism of Lender there. He's made his choice and it could have worked out. It maybe didn't, but it's a tough one. It's just such a small difference, but it can have, a big impact on the outcome.
Massively so. I mean, that's the first round down, and showing that W7M, even when they've got a format to clear and things can be a little bit chaotic, they still walk away on top. Just a little bit of a pause here before we get into our next game. I think that's a tech pause, obviously, we've got in play. So while the players are not allowed to talk to each other, it's why their microphones are up. See, the players aren't there, the coach isn't communicating either. So waiting for that to get rectified. I swear to God, if it's that right-hand PC on this side again, on the right-hand side, we've got to get that replaced, man. It's been a problem all stage long.
We've certainly seen attention paid to it once or twice. That much is fair to say. Yeah, I think it's not necessarily a great time for W7M really to have the tech pause. They've just got a really good first attack. I liked it. Like I said, they got themselves into top floor within the first sort of 40 seconds. Got those roamers cleared super quick. They used their time well. You commented on it, Des. There was 4 or 5 things. Everybody was doing something all at once. It was, they were very, very busy in that middle of the round, getting themselves set up. They found a couple of nice kills, and then just that was their execute point. It was like, right, we're 5 versus 3 win condition now. Is just go and get the kills, just push side, just flood. And that's exactly what they did, and it worked out brilliantly for them. But yeah, this breaking momentum's not going to be ideal for them.
But obviously, like you say, very good for the other side as well. A chance for them to sort of just pause in their own thoughts. Of course, they can't talk to each other during that time and just be asking, right, what has gone wrong there? Why has everything collapsed? And the beauty is that Siege is a game of fine margins at the best of times. Look at those 2 shotgun fights they took and lost. They win those kills on main stairs and remove all that pressure. There is no guarantee that W7M get a trade from elsewhere at that point, because they've been pushing in different places. They're all trying to do their own thing. And those that won their fights then went on to help others. And I think that's part of the battle. Is it comes down to a matter of a few hit points at the end of the day. And unfortunately for Keyed Stars, they were the ones on the losing end of those exchanges.
They were, and I'm sure there are going to be, rounds that will come where it may be the reverse of that, and we'll see, Vivo Kid Stars just have a little bit more joy. But looking at those overall stats coming in, you picked up on it, Des. Keyed struggled on attack a little bit so far this stage. It's fair to say quite a low attacking win rate for them. So if they don't get a good start on the defense, which wouldn't normally be the end of the world for Chalet, what it does is it piles that pressure on that second half for them coming out onto the attack. I think in some ways they might have been better coming into this game and starting on the attack, really getting it done out of the way, just come in fresh. Right, it's a good attacking map. Let's try and improve that percentage a little bit. Whereas if they find themselves 4-2 down, 5-1 down, say at the half, and attack is the side that they have to do it on, I'm not sure that I back that, to be honest, given how they've performed there. Even on Chalet, where we've said there's a little bit of a boost for the attackers, where they do tend to perform quite well. I just don't know that coming in with such low numbers to this matchup with so much riding on it, that I'd really back that team to be coming into it. So I feel like Keyed need to be getting going sooner rather than later. Definitely.
Oh, well, the looks of it, it's not that far right, PC. So we've got that blessing at least. That clearly has been rectified previously. Maybe it's something more backside here, observer PC, whatever else it might be. And once that's sorted, of course, we'll get straight back into it. I do wish that we as casters had that wonderful big start game button. Sad to report that we do not. That would be far too much power in our tiny little hands. But the dream is there. And as soon as we hear anything, we'll update you guys on what's going on.
we'd probably just end up playing 3v5 Des, because we'd just be like whacking the button going, no, come on, let's get going. And people just wouldn't, people wouldn't be ready. There's still tech issues, and we'd be like, yeah, go on, get back in. Let's just get it going.
The dream. And by the looks of it, microphones are going down, which means we're pretty much game on. Did you press the button, Tim? Were you given a button?
Press the button, Des.
Casters start.
Ready or not? God. Ready or not? Here we go.
Well, looks like hopefully they are already. A little bit of uncertainty, maybe we're not that we are, but I looks it back in just a moment, which would be good. It's going to be an interesting play day because we were speaking as well. We're doing Japan tomorrow morning. We have to be, I think first game is 7 a.m. our time. This is expected to end about 11:30 p.m. our time. So it's going to be an interesting close to the day.
A lot of Siege in 24 hours we are doing. Yeah. Siege doing a tour of the world.
We'll be delirious by the end of Japan tomorrow. It'll be fantastic.
It'll definitely be one to watch, I'm sure. W7M then take the first round. Leaders into round 2 after that short tech pause. Vivo Keystars, they're going to be looking to get this lockdown. We're going to see them going to bar and game for their next site. So they're going to need to hold on to that top floor a lot better than they did last time. In round 1, they did try to hold on to it. It's pretty weak hold, really. As soon as they were pressured, they dropped back down towards site. I'm sure that was the game plan. It didn't really pay off for them. But ultimately, this time, they don't have that such luxury. You can't give away the top floor, whether Ram's off the board or not. It's not going to matter. You cannot give away that top floor as easily. They're going to have to keep hold of it, particularly library, mezzanine, blue stairs. We know the 3 areas. We know the triangle that they need to try and keep a hold of. Keyd are likely to get themselves into master bedroom and office quite quickly, work their way across, take control of Ivy, and then try to pressure those positions. And it's just the big question for this round is how well can Keyd stand up to that and hold on to that top corner of the map?
And the answer is we'll see. See where the push comes from, see what the focus is going to be on the attacking side. But I do largely agree that triangle is, quintessential to this site for the defenders, especially playing inside a library, at least initially on, to drag a bunch of utility away from the attacking side, whether it be flashes. If you've got a Capitao on side, you'd normally see things like the firebolts being used to force that player out of the corner of library. For now, though, they're going to have to also worry about the fact that there could be roamers off towards the top side, because on this attack, you tend to get 2 areas where you tend to push in, either from the top side, solar down, or you put all your focus on towards library, and your main focus then comes in from the library hall window as the sort of pinch player to come in on the backside and try and get the shield player at the top of library stairs. So a few options to work with, but we did just see the red outlines of a couple of players on Vivo Keystars who have got all their movement going on currently out towards office. But look at this, the Nut might be able to get a freebie here, and there's his man. He's watching completely the wrong spot, finds 1, finds 2, and Volps has absolutely destroyed the back line of this Vivo Keystars side. Their roamers are now threatened. They have not got mezzanine control. Essentially, their rotation back to site is cut off.
That kill from Stemp is really, really big there, because otherwise the round, I was just about to come in and say the round is done at this point, it's over, but Stemp has maybe just given them a little bit of a lifeline there. But interestingly, whilst that was going on, whilst Volps picked up that double kill, I did just check the defensive win rate for this site in Brazil. Stemp's going big again. Defensive win rate for this site in Brazil, 36%, so only 1 in 3 rounds are being won by the defenders here. W7M need to make sure that they live up to that attacking prowess that teams have shown on this site. They came in, Volps gave them a big start, 5 versus 3. If they don't win this now, Volps is probably going to be quite rightly a little bit fed up, because what more can he do?
I honestly feel part of the mistake here that's been made by W7M is then trying to pinch onto this player. Now, thank God they win that. Otherwise, that's the 3rd 1v1 they lose to Stem. But at this point, you know that there's one roamer out there that you can afford to leave 1 player to watch. Volps has killed 2 players. You guarantee at the very least a 4v2 on site if you have 1 player sat watching out for Stem's retreat back towards site. You don't have to go and hunt him down in 1v1s and burn time and drones and utility and lives in this case doing that. They lost 2 back in response. They could have had a 4v2 on site, but committed towards trying to hunt him down. Not sure that was the best play. They have still got plenty of time to work because Volts made that play relatively early on, and they've now got a numbers advantage after picking Stemp off. But my God, was that costly and very risky.
Especially when one of the players that died was Demostes, an operator literally designed to hunt players down. You know, they should have been playing with ping information, really. Stemp was on the Thorn, so they don't even need to scan him with a drone. All they need to do is just ping one of the, one of the Thorn gadgets, and it's going to do the job. The diffuser does go down, but Miracle and Lender managed to pick up 1 apiece. I said that we needed more from Miracle from a Keyd perspective, and he's starting to deliver in this game. Are they going to be able to hold on, though? That's the question. Lobin does have the high ground, but he's not checking his main stairs. And it's Miracle. I said they needed more. He starts delivering. He gets the kill. Gets onto the diffuser as well. And that is a bag fumbled from W7M after what was a fantastic start by Volps.
That's what's really weird, right? Like, they had a really good first round. They come into this round and get 2 kills out of the gate. It's like, 5v3. This is done. You can win this with your arms tied behind your back and a blindfold on. No problem at all. But then they spend so much time sending players 1v1 to try and get rid of Stemp and pay the price for it. I'll come back to that earlier question. You know, round 1, they had the Nomad on side to deal with potential roamers around the map. That was dropped in this round in favor of, say, the Lion. And as we all saw, they absolutely paid the price for that. This kill here was the critical one from Lender. The fact that he gets 2, he's almost lucky, or unlucky, sorry, not to get the planter before the diffuser hits the ground and is fully committed. But he gets a 2k, and that suddenly spins things back on its head. So a 2k for Stemp and a 2k for Lender. Both of those moments being mistaked by W7M. They lost that round arguably quite deservedly, but I am with you. That was a bag fumbled.
Oh, 100%. Like you say, Stemp's played it really well, but, you know, as I was explaining, there's no reason that they shouldn't have had Stemp identified. All you need to do is Z-ping a razor bloom somewhere in the map with a drone. You don't even have to expose it to the operator itself to get the scan or anything. And Deimos can then just run that scan and hunt him down. You've got the exact position. You've got 2 of them pushing in together. It's, like you say, it's almost unforgivable that Stemp gets away with a double kill there and brings Vivo Keydstars back into it. But this is what pressure does as well. You know, we've spoken about how much is riding on this game and all the games tomorrow as well. You know, there's so much on these for these teams. Like you said, W7M, they're in a position of looking to, you know, really lock themselves in, know that it's job done, and push forward to tomorrow with a bit more comfort. And these things do weigh on your mind.
They do. Again, both teams have got a lot riding on it. W7M a spot in the top 2, guaranteeing you avoid that first round chaos of playoffs. Vivo Keydstars fighting for a life in playoffs. They lose this game, you open the door for Furia and mibr, as we've already said. A need to get something from this game, and ideally all 3 points. Call coming in here from the Dokkaebi. Capitan are getting to work as well, but a C4 finds Dash from Lender. Starting well in this game.
Yeah, Lender's been a real talisman for this side so far throughout the stage, and certainly taking up where he left off. Volps continues as well in the same vein, managing to take down Stemp. His damage this round is going to be limited, and I'm sure W7M, whether consciously or not, have just collectively breathed a sigh of relief after Stemp's disappeared after the damage that he did last time around. How about this, though? Lender manages to pick up Volps, whilst Dores just misses an opportunity on one of the players inside a Master, but Lobin, I think, manages to finish that off. Dots manages to pick up Lender as well. And all of a sudden, W7M, they are circling the site.
Back in control, but gave 2 kills over towards Lender, which makes this a big risk again. Let's not forget, they were in a 3v2 previously. The benefit here, they still had a Dokkaebi call on side. That's now been used. They've this time around got the Nomad back like round 1 that they can make use of if they want to. They can afford to play these longer angles, and just like that, 2 kills come out. They get the round secured. Much better from W7M.
Yeah, much better. No, the last 2 rounds, I think coming away with 1-1, if you just look at the last 2 rounds, is not actually too bad for Keyd, because they're the 2 lowest defensive win rates on this map, is Top Floor and Bar, in terms of Brazil at least. So coming away with a 50-50 on that is not too bad for them. It gives them an opportunity now in these remaining 3. They'll take basement again, I would imagine, but also dining and kitchen, which are the 2 that are 60% plus defensive win rates. So there's an opportunity here for Vivo to get these 2 done now, get kitchen 1, get basement 1, get themselves 3-2 up. You've guaranteed at least a 3-3 split. And then, like I say earlier on, after round 1, you start removing that pressure of going on to the attack with a deficit. And so, not a bad result, 1-1 over the last 2 rounds for Vivo Keydstars.
Alrighty, let's see how round 4 goes into our second quarter of the game. A bit to repeat, I imagine, for the most part in terms of what we'll see. Obviously, this foresight being brought out most definitely going to bring a bit of a change of a flavour, bit of variety coming in, but I expect we'll see W7M largely stick towards similar things they've played before. The Nomad, I think, has been that one thing they've really missed in round 2, which really could have helped. I spoke about it before, but having one player locking down Stemp and his potential retreats back towards the site, being able to have them watch him in the distance with the air jabs would have been more than enough for them, but paid the price not having it. Otherwise, every single round since then, and back in the first one, they've had a Nomad on side, and I imagine we'll see it stay present throughout the majority of this half.
We've seen W7M act quite quickly and aggressively so far in terms of getting into the map and taking territory. We'll see whether that continues from them or not. Last time around, they were circling that site at about the halfway mark, so I'm sure they're going to be doing similar. Volps goes in straight away, has diffuser in hand, so just needs to be a little bit cautious. Doesn't want to be getting too aggressive. He does have one with him supporting him, so Dodez is likely just going to be there in case anything should happen. He can recover that case nice and easily, and they are going to be coming up to a fight because there is at least one Keystars player inside of office.
I think looking at the team as well, they knew the Legion was the most likely candidate to be a roamer, so him being hunted down and confirming he's back on site makes it a little bit more comfortable to get that control of the southwest side of the map. Library's yours, bar and gaming is yours, lobby is mostly yours, but now they've got to deal with their very expected hold up on that top floor. But at least for now, not worrying too much about it. I've got it opened upstairs, want to open up on the downstairs, but we'll need someone at some point to be able to challenge inside of office to stop someone sitting on those verticals and preventing the plant going down.
Just looking at the defensive lineup whilst W7M continue to push here, and there's a couple of operators particularly who support really good defensive win rates. Fenrir and Legion particularly, both at around 60%. So again, a really strong lineup for this defense, and that's W7M almost paying for the fact that they are yet to deal with this player inside of office. They can't realistically go for a plant until they've got him, and Miracle, he's holding on. I said they needed a big game, and he's starting to deliver. 4 versus 3 after him and Lender do the work again. Now then, are they going to get caught out with this roamer in the basement? Volps, he's searching.
I mean, the main comment there is that, to be fair to him, Lobin has got massive balls. Making him run like that across an open breach, knowing that there is a frost constantly looking your way. Not sure what he was thinking, but ultimately has to drop away too. Lender, again, going massive. Another 2K coming out from him. Might be a kill going back elsewhere, but it's a 3v1 for Vivo Keystars, and W7M, they are falling apart on this attack, Tim.
Yeah, they really are. Vivo Keystars holding on really, really well. Close it out with Lender. As I said, Kitchen Dining has been the best site in Brazil in terms of defense, and it continues to be so. And now Keyd have got a really good opportunity. They can get themselves down to basement. They lost it in round 1, but I think have a little bit more aggression on that top floor if you Vivo Keystars. Don't give it up so early. Don't give W7M so much time. Now that they've got themselves into things, they've had a couple of gunfights, they've had some big moments, get Stemp up there again. Let him make another problem for W7M and really try and hold on to a bit of that ground.
I feel it's really weird because W7M, I feel, have definitely controlled the pace of the game overall. There's been no big moves coming out from Vivo Keystars here, like largely, okay, sure, they've set themselves up on top floor. W7M have just completely failed to pinch that guy at the same time. I'm not sure what Lobin was trying to do when his teammate pushed him for the breach to try and challenge on towards the frost, but it was really messy in terms of team coordination. And the same back in that second round that we touched on, when they just left Stemp out there and went for the 1v1 challenges rather than locking him down. I largely feel like the rounds that they lose are off their own mistakes than so much massive plays off Vivo Keystars. Not that Keystars aren't doing well. They've got to win the gunfights. They've got to be willing to hold aggressively parts of the map to challenge against W7M. But it does feel like it's W7M doing more harm to themselves rather than reverse right now. They're the ones who've got to tighten this up, I feel. They really want this 3-3 split. But with how consistent the rounds have been, very likely you see Vivo Keystars get this one to a 4-2 if they carry on this way.
Very possible. Very, very possible. They're going to have to win one of those tougher sites in order to do it. But like I said, once they've secured that 3-3 split, which if they win this round, it will do, it just takes that pressure off a little bit. And then maybe they can get a better result, a better outcome than they've already had in bar and gaming. So Neskin, he's going to be up there in solo. Knows that there's a little bit of pressure. The upside down rappel is there. Drone comes in. Just checking the stairs. A little bit conscious of a potential run out as well. Don't think that's going to be the case, but the air jabs are being used on the inside of the map rather than to secure any of those spaces outside. But I like this from Vivo Keystars. I said they need to try and hold on to this top floor a little bit more. Commit to it. Don't just give it up straight away. Dodez does manage to find Lender. So this is now the point for Vivo Keystars where they need to be careful. It's unfortunate losing that first man because it is going to mean that they have to dip away. Dodez has punished them. Neskin's got caught out. And it's just not really gone as they wanted it to on that top floor.
It has not, and it's only keep on getting worse with the way things have been building up here for sure. Like, this is much better from W7M again. where they've now got themselves, touch wood, into a very, very winnable situation. They're 5 versus 3. Yeah. My natural hesitation comes from where they've let themselves slip away from a similar position before. You've got the main man in Lender off the field, which is the most important piece, but they cannot be letting this slip through their fingers now. This should be theirs for the taking, especially now they're 5 versus 2.
Yeah, and I think it will be. The pressure will come now. W7M have shown that once they've got that numbers advantage, they're happy to push forward and get aggressive. They're not rushing it. They're not going crazy. They're still doing the due diligence. They're going to open up the long angle, for example, coming down from West Main so that they can hold that. They can force the player away from Pillar. If Miracle does remain here, once Trench Wall gets opened, he's choosing to play his entire life there. Warden is going to be able to continue fighting, at least as Stemp manages to find Odez. But this is what I was talking about. Look at the angles now. Miracle is under pressure from every side, and there is no escape for him as Dots manages to find the kill. It leaves it all up to Stemp. 1 versus 4 becomes 1 versus 3. Diffuser's going down. He's got the red pings, but that's all he's got, Dez, as Lobin manages to find the kill. And that's going to be a good basement attack again from W7M. Vivo Keystars, they need to go back to the drawing board for that defense.
See, when they are in control and when they play as a team and when they play things sensibly, W7M look nigh on unstoppable. Imagine if that had been the first round in this game, you'd be like, oh yeah, it's very clear that W7M are just so much better than Vivo Keystars. It's why, like I said earlier, I feel like so many of the rounds are being given away by W7M of their own errors rather than Vivo Keystars really taking charge. And maybe part of that is the map, maybe it's part of comfort, whatever it might be. It is on W7M to not give away this last round. That one was really convincing. We've had a couple of those across the half. 3-2 then. Last round. It's also Vivo Keystars' last chance to get things even at 3-3.
And it is going to be Baron Gaming. It was a tough one for them to try and hold on to last time, mainly because Volps wandered up and got the 2 kills at the top of stairs. There was still, Stemp did some great work there, got them back into the round, and they were, certainly able to make the most of the round. But they need to make sure that they're not giving away any easy entries like that. Knock has changed recently, as we know, not on the board this time, but just that sort of process is what they need to be aware of, not just walking in. Don't have to worry about the cameras. This time it could be the blitz. I don't have to worry about being seen because I've got a shield in front of my face. I'm just going to aggressively get into a position where they don't expect me. And that's Vivo Keystars, key here really, is make sure that you're alert, you're focused on wherever the pressure could come from. Make sure you've got that cover there. Make sure cameras are being watched. It's a lot to do, but they've got to do it to make sure they're not falling to a big disadvantage.
Lobin working his way at the backside. Of course, they'll be expecting this given there are smokes being dropped there to stop any swings coming out early on. Dots no doubt going to be a big part of the round as well. As soon as you see a blitz on side, you know what the story is. But he's got a diffuser in back pocket, even more so. A lot of what happens in this round will be using him as a spearhead. Of course, others will look to capitalize on the chaos that he introduces, but keep a very close eye on that because for me, he's the one who's really going to set out how this round plays. Global's coming in here, already had the call come on through as well, being tagged out on their way fours, and here we go. Trying to break his way in towards split, sees one, can't quite find his man. Plant is going on down. He's very much a distraction force here, but also finds the kill. In behind the smoke to a C4 misses. Vivo Keystars have tried to stop this one, Tim, but it hasn't worked out.
Yeah, Dots has done a great job there. He's recognised the one potential point where they could lose that plant was that man in the connector. Just went in and just caused an absolute ruckus in and around there. Made it very difficult for him. Now he's free to just go chasing down those kills, which is exactly what the Blitz loves doing. He manages to find Daffodil Neskin, gets one of his own onto Dores, but he's going to be chased down now. It's the Wardens, so the flash isn't going to work the same necessarily. But 2v1, 10 seconds left to go. This race is run as Dash manages to find that final kill, and that again was a really nice attack from W7M. There's a little bit in there that I'm going to complain about, Des, and it's very critical. They won the round, but why is the Blitz running into a Capcan trap on that door? They've got a Twitch on side. They've got the ability to take those traps out. They've got to have a drone in there. They know Capcan's being played. They've got to be checking those doorways because that's the one thing that's going to absolutely derail that blitz. If that Capcan trap had been a double or a triple and he's on the ground, he's down but not out, all of a sudden your planter's being challenged. So that was potentially a critical error, but they got away with it.
Certainly didn't. I was going to say maybe it's what led to losing him out in that 3v1, but it was a headshot anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered. But I do agree. It's one of those small things where a little bit of prep work, a little bit more time might help. Clearly thought it was worth the risk on their side for the potential reward of catching the other side completely off guard. Plus, there was probably a very good chance that they heard, oh, this player's stuck here, like, we have a 3v1 on site, just push now, let's go. And they didn't mind so much the risk as said, but obviously in a better universe, they have the ability to clean those things up and it doesn't come back to bite them. Great heart for W7M though. I think again, being up 4-2, really good. And it shows, I think, in the scoreline that Vivo Keydstars didn't really have too much control over that half.
No, not at all. Especially, you know, Baron Gaming. I know they managed to win it once, lose it once, but the win that they got was down to the two players being thrown at Stemp, you know, in 1v1s essentially, that he was able to win. So yeah, a few defensive questions for me there. For a side that has struggled on the attack, it's not looking good overall for him, if I'm being honest.
You know, a little tech pause coming in again here, as you can see, but probably feels quite apt given that we're at the halfway mark. No doubt Vivo Keystars feeling a lot worse about their prospects here than they did at the very start of the match, given how things have gone so far. But one of my favorite lines, Tim, say every single game, 2 halves to a game of Siege. We could see a very different story in the second half. The only thing that makes me nervous about it is, again, talking about Vivo Keystars' attacking stats. 27% attacking win rate here in Brazil is the worst of any team. Even more so than Black Dragons, which sounds dead weird to say, given they sit right at the bottom with a single point to their name. That is how much work and how much a gap Vivo Keystars have got to overcome here if they're going to find themselves having any form of success.
Given what they've shown us so far on attack, I've got a big feeling that W7M probably run away with this one now. 4-2. I think they come in and get their first choice site done on defense, leaves them 5-2 up, and all of a sudden you've got an absolute mountain to climb for Vivo Keystars. So, you know, I think round 7 is particularly important for them. Come in, put a marker down, get themselves a nice attack, get around on the board and keep this scoreline tight, because it's one of those games that's going to run away from them quickly, to be honest with you. And W7M, there's a lot to play for, as we said. And also, that scenario that I spoke about at the beginning of the day, where we could have all the playoffs sewn up by the end of this one, is looking less and less likely. As I said, it was, you know, generally, I wouldn't have expected it to happen. But Keyd was one of the wins that we would have needed. Keyd and NIP both needed to win, with Fluxo, mibr and Furia all losing. And they are all in separate matches today, all 5 of those teams, so it was possible for that to happen. But at the minute, it doesn't look like Keyd are going to play their part, and if they start even dropping points here, then it's going to mean those other teams can catch them up today or tomorrow and take that playoff spot away.
Yeah, the blessing for Vivo Keystars is they play Black Dragons on the last Playday.
Yes.
Now, nothing is guaranteed in Siege, but 3 points from Black Dragons kind of feels like it's the thing that you can probably guarantee, given how they've been playing so far this stage. The difficulty is, again, that there are other teams, mibr and Furia, that if they get enough points today to jump over Vivo Keystars, and they do as good as Vivo Keystars do on the last day, Vivo Keystars miss out. They aren't in playoffs, and that'll be a real stinger for them. So even getting something like a point or 2 here in overtime could be massive for them. We'll see how this half starts out. As said, 2 halves to a game of Siege. You could see a very, very different game playing out from here onwards. We're just a little bit nervous about it, given what the previous stats point to. W7M on the attack, that's why on the defense, and we'll see what their defensive game looks like here, given how good their attacking prowess was.
Yeah, they've been very, very solid so far. They've definitely looked good for the scoreline, for the rounds they've won. Like I say, coming in to their first defensive round, the first choice site, I would expect them to get this locked down. They just need to get this one done, give themselves, you know, the advantage going forward. Look at the amount of utility that they're just investing as well in actually keeping hold of Master Bedroom side, and really not, it screams to me that we're not going to let Vivo Keystars have anything for free here. Normally, it's a bar game in sight, so you'd see people, as we've talked about, library, mezzanine, top blue stairs. That's not really the case here. W7M have got further out into the map. They've got the Banshee, they've got the Shield, they've got everything to try and even stop Vivo Keystars getting themselves established in Piano and Office and then pressuring those positions. So I like to see it from W7M. Whether it will pay off or not, time will tell. It is a little bit of a roll of the dice. With that extra aggression comes extra risk, but I think 4-2 up on the scoreboard. Now's the time to try and notch it up a gear. Try and put the pressure on.
I don't hate it because they haven't pushed too far as well, right? They're not playing inside Master or Bathroom. It's why you got the barricade up. It's why you got the double reinforcements down. They know where their line sits, and by playing up towards this top side of the map, you give a lot of contestation on towards Mez, and you can see the impact of it as well. It's forcing the attackers to have to go and clear this side of the map. And that's okay. It's a pretty common thing to see teams either attack all around Library or they attack from the solar side down, and that's completely fine. But it does mean there are more things to work through. Yes, it's a bit of a risk for W7M, but again, I'd wager, given the game plan they've got here and knowing how poor Vivo Keystars have been on the attacking sides of most of their games, this is a great way of really giving them more problems to solve than they're able to inside 3 minutes. Like, look at now. We've got half the round to go, and they still haven't been able to force away any of these top players.
No, it's been good so far. The nade is going to get rid of that shield. It's just going to force Lobin to take a couple of steps back there at the top of Blue Stairs. But still, we're at a minute 10, and Vivo Keystars don't have any control over the top floor yet. They are not able to push into sight because they'll just get absolutely peppered from above. Miracle, he does start the ball rolling, manages to find Volps. I'm not sure if that was actually one down in the basement, so it doesn't necessarily help them top floor yet, but it's at least something for Vivo Keystars to start building on.
That was down on first floor, I think, where Miracle found that kill. So already he's starting to kind of unnerve W7M. At some point, these 3 players upstairs will have to drop back in towards site. Dashfine and Daffodil, not bad at all. The book removed away a lot of their vertical power, and like that, a second kill comes on through. That's really what they need. They found a potential opportunity to get a player there, but it has completely fallen away. Why is there a single player inside a library running headfirst into a 1v2, and there is basically no response? We said Lender had started well, but he's got to do it all here, Tim. And against 4 players with 15 seconds to go, no chance. W7M have stalled this out perfectly.
That's it, walking into library because you think you've got a free kill there. Again, it's just a big attacking mistake because you're never going to have one unless you've got 2 or 3 kills in the round. I'd be amazed if you're going to have a free kill in library in that position. There's still 4 of them left alive. There's going to be at least 2 of them top floor. You should know that. And he gets caught out for it, as do Vivo Keystars overall. As I suggested coming in, W7M locking out their primary site choice really well. I think you said it, you know, perfectly, Des. They've read into the fact that Vivo Keystars have struggled on the attack so far. So what did W7M do? We saw a number of occasions where they were really taking the fight to them. The challenge on Ivy Window, I didn't mention it at the time, but the Frost, I think it was Dash, was just taking that fight onto the rooftop. It's a terrible angle to be trying to fight, but what it was doing was sending a message to Vivo Keystars. You're not coming in the map. You're not getting anything easily. And they didn't. It was really well played from W7M. Nice aggression, right time, and it gets them 5-2.
Not really tons here, I feel, for Norris to say, to be fair for them. Coach of W7M.
Get more kills.
Great. They're playing, yeah, get more kills, guys. Just
get more kills.
Faster.
Click on the heads.
Dinner time. Let's go. Oh, lunch over there, won't it? But either way, I think on the other side of things, when you're looking at how things are set up, Rix has got a bit of a task on his hand.
Yeah, he
these
does.
boys are not looking like it right now. Sure, they got the entry, but everything crumbled from that point forwards. They really need to find a way into this one, because at this point, a single 1 round more for W7M, you've got a mountain to climb to even think about getting towards overtime and taking any points from this game. Otherwise, the results and outcome of this stage are no longer in your hands. Furia and mibr have a chance to jump over you and only have to match or better your result on the last play day to make sure that you stay down there in the red away from playoff contention.
Big round coming up as well. W7M, I spoke about the defensive win rates for the sites in Brazil on Chalet. And W7M have come out and taken the 2 worst defensive sites in Brazil. The Game and Barring, followed by Master, are the 2 lowest win rates, down in the 30%. So if they can come away with 2 rounds here and match point, they've then got the 2 best sites to choose from to close it out. They can give Basement a try. If it doesn't work out, they can give Kitchen and Dining a try, or vice versa. It doesn't really matter. So I really see this round as absolutely crucial for Vivo Keystars. If W7M get onto match point here, I'll be amazed if Vivo Keystars are able to then turn it around, especially given the site rotation W7M have used and where they've got available.
Me too. Again, the theme for the last 7 rounds has just been that really this game feels like it's being run and controlled by W7M. Normally it's the attackers that dictate the pace of a round when things happen. And maybe that's because we've seen 6 rounds of W7M on the attack that it feels that way. But I say even in that last round, it never really felt like Vivo Keystars had control. They did the right motions of opening up walls that were extended, for example, up towards Master and Office, but that was really all they had going for them. And outside of that, We saw it. It was a 4 versus 1 at the end of the round. Things were cooked from there. At least starting out here, not too bad, though. It's Daffodil getting rid of Dots, who had a pretty good time last time around. Dodes balances things back out. Volp's maybe not quite ideal here. I mean, this is going back and forth between the two. It's down to a 2v2 in no time at all. Dodes the one again really being the puppet master and taking control. And look at this, the aggression they've got here, trying to push on through. Thought for a second we see the kills going the way back at W7M, but no, they get over the line and they stave off that match point that little bit longer.
Yep, really critical round there for Vivo Keystars. As I said, coming in, they couldn't allow W7M to get themselves onto map point, given the site choices that they had ahead of them. So Vivo Keystars at least getting one of those poor defensive sites locked in for themselves, gives them a good first attack, and they can now push on from there. They're going to be going to a more difficult site now. They're going to have to attack kitchen and dining. So it's going to be, again, top floor control, which they actually did really well last time. Just got in nice aggressively into site, took gunfights and won them. So not a bad turnaround for them, but they need to now keep that momentum going. Looking at the entry coming in, Vivo Keystars are actually doing okay on the entry. So coming into today, they were actually nowhere near as good as W7M. W7M generally had much better entry stats. They were +6 on entry with W7M coming into today. So the fact that we're 4 for 4 at the minute in those 8 rounds that we've had, it's actually really good for Vivo Keystars. They've managed to keep themselves on top of things, and they're at least, you know, breaking even, and they're not playing at a man disadvantage all the time, which was one thing I expected potentially, was W7M to be, you know, giving themselves that best foot forward every time, or at least the majority of rounds. So that's something for Vivo Keystars to focus on. I think they need to get that opening kill here and then give themselves that advantage again, push forward on the entry and get that top floor control.
And obviously it's the most atrocious sample size ever, but attacking win rate 50%, guys. Well done. You've almost doubled your previous stat line. Well done. It feels like it's not going to carry on that way forever, Tim, but at least celebrate the small things, hey? Looking at this round, we've got that combo that I spoke about a few weeks ago that I love seeing, the Deimos alongside the Dokkaebi. Just stupidly oppressive, really good at forcing roamers back and taking map control quite quickly. Zero on side for a little bit of information, Grim for the execute. It feels like roamers are going to get punished really hard here as long as Vivo Keystars work as a team. That's the key thing that has got to come together.
Going to have the zero cams deployed, just try and get a bit of intel, something that certainly won't hurt Vivo Keystars. They could have done with a little bit more. Volps gets a double, and you just feel that he's probably cut this round in half for Vivo Keystars. How do they push forward now? They've lost another. Volps on a 3. Lobin finds Daffodil, and just as I suggested, after those first 2 kills, it starts falling apart. It's all down to Miracle. 1v5. It's going to need to be the rarest of beasts, Des. It's going to need to be that ace clutch.
Yeah. I mean, you're a Dokkaebi, which is a nice starting point to have, but too much to ask, I feel. It just looks miserable. This is one of those moments that, you know, it's 100% ending up on Twitter as like a when Siege goes horribly wrong moments, because it feels like if it went against W7M at this point, that's exactly how they describe it. In no world should they be losing this round. But that looked so effortless, I think, from Volts, and you looked how he played around Piano as well. He knew the push was going to come in. He knew there'd be an attempted trade coming in, but just seemed completely unfazed and unbothered by it overall. So, again, another one of those rounds where I think Vivo Keystars have got the right sort of idea, but it's just completely gone against it. The player on Piano didn't even know he was being pushed really by Volps and absolutely crumbled there, folded up like a deck chair. And what more can you say? It was dominant coming out from W7M.
Yeah, W7M, you know, as I said, coming into a much stronger defensive site there, and I think that's shown. They've just, you know, held on to it so much better. Vivo Keystars, again, tried to get into the map quickly. I can't fault them for that. Deimos straight into Piano, but this time, unfortunately, didn't really have the support that he needed, nor the intel, because he didn't know that he was going to be pushed. And that's something for me, for a Deimos there. I feel like if you're going into... Oh, it's just beautiful, weren't it? I feel like if you're going into an area like that, there just needs to be a little bit of droning. You recognize, you know, whoever it might be that's there, whichever operator, and you get the scan on before you start going in. Because you're then going in with a massive advantage. You can't be found out in the middle of Piano just sat hoping to see somebody as a Deimos. You have that information utility at your fingertips. You got to be using it. You got to be going in with a purpose, looking for somebody specifically, not just trying to hold a position and just getting gunned down by Volps as he comes around the corner.
All right, last chance saloon, boys. Otherwise, the rest of your stage starts to feel incredibly miserable. 3 rounds in a row Vivo Keystars need to win. They've only won 1 of the 3 so far in this half. I think you can do the basic maths there and figure out which way this half is likely to go. Gonna drop away from the Deimos here, stick on the Dokkaebi. Again, ludicrously powerful as an operator. Most teams around the world have got her in their top 3 most played, and then when she isn't in there, it's often because she's fanned away against them. I think on BDS, the interesting stat line that I love was that 3 of their players have Dokkaebi in their top 3. So if one of the best teams in the world is spamming the living hell out of that operator, it's probably a good sign she's pretty damn good.
Dots was just lining up a horrible C4 there, one that you can try in your own ranked games if you haven't before. You can lie down just underneath that default cam, get an angle where it goes up and through the window. You just wait for the rappel sound. Woo! Out it goes. And if you get your detonation right, you'll get yourself an absolute freebie. It wasn't the case for Dots. He held his patience for a little while, but nobody has pushed that side of the map. So Vivo Keystars get away with it.
I don't think they'll get away with this one though, Tim. I do not think they'll be getting away with it any longer. Have to work their way through what feels like the majority of the map here. I know that feels weird to say, given it's a very small site set up top, but look at how much vertical destruction there is across into towards library. Look at the fact that we've got vaults down in basement. There is a lot of map they're going to have to clear out here. And the one thing that we've seen both teams, I think, somewhat hurt by, has been by having the entire map to work through. It chews away at the clock far too often. They're waiting for the call here that someone is on the rappel. That's what they're looking for the run out for. Can't see anyone through the outlines, at least that someone is up there for now. And there he goes, out to try and find what he can, but no one is to be found. Had the right sort of idea, because Stemp was up on this roof to be caught out from that run out, but no sweet joy coming from it, unfortunately.
Dots just taking a bit of damage on piano window there. I don't know that there's too much requirement to really be peeking out of that window. They're really looking to... They kind of just, they want to prevent Vivo Keystars getting on into the map here and getting established, but you've wasted 2 minutes already. Now's the time to start thinking about, where's the site push going to come from? You don't want to be sticking your head in a window and giving another kill away when you're 4 versus 5, but given that they've got the spare round...
Oh my, Dots.
You were going to try and correct me then, Des, but this is what happens, you see. Stemp wheels 180, gives him the turn and burn, finds the kill, and that's going to be a tough one now for W7M, 3 versus 5.
The big thing for me, again, is that the game feels like it's being controlled by W7M.
Oh,
that's ridiculous.
There's definitely a strong wind blowing through Chalet, Des.
Again, W7M are the ones trying to make these plays. They're not working out for them most of the time. Hello! Back down to a 2v2 and now a 2 versus 1. How does it keep happening? They've tried run-outs, they've messed up jump-outs, they've got everything wrong there, W7M. Yet Vivo Keystars could not pull it over the finish line. A very dominant performance by W7M, who now have a chance at shooting for one of those top 2 spots and skipping the first round of playoffs.
Yeah, a good win for them, locking it down. I think they got a little bit fortunate after that jump out, to be honest. 3 versus 5, but then more shots were missed in that last round than were actually hit. I think there was some definite whiffs going on there.
That was just... I said it throughout the game, but from start to finish, that was a W7M controlled game, right? Like, every single round, attack or defense, it didn't matter. They were the ones trying to make things happen. And Vivo Keystars, it just felt like they were there for the ride. They were there for the experience, Tim. They've paid their $20. They've turned up. They've had a terrible time. And they're going home to leave a 1-star review on TripAdvisor. Not a pretty outcome for them. And as said, that now opens the door for Furia and mibr to take that spot away from them.
Yeah, it does. That's the thing now for Keyd. They can just sit back and they have to watch everybody else fight over that spot and try to come for them. They've got to look towards tomorrow. Like you said, Black Dragons, they're going to be looking at that one thinking that there's a better chance for them. But to be honest with you, Des, overall, apart from a few moments from maybe, Lender and Miracle, Stemp had 1 or 2, I just don't feel like Vivo Keystars were really at the races today.
No. For me, again, I've spoken about it a lot, but for the rounds that they won there, I don't really feel like it was of their own design. It was of the designs of W7M. Them getting things horribly wrong, or them, maybe you give a little bit over towards Stemp, for example, and the one round they did win here back on screen now, round 2. But for me, again, that was really on W7M, sending individual players to go and take 1v1s, and my God, were they lucky the 3rd 1v1 worked out. But a more coordinated team would look to pinch onto him together. You rightly said, they had the Deimos on side. Why was he not tracking down Stemp there and feeding information across, or at the very least, looking to be the first person in that 1 versus 1? So outside of a couple of mistakes there, W7M could have easily 7-0'd this game, in my opinion. It's good the Vivo Keystars got at least something on the board, but you can see why they're a third place team and now knocking on the doors of both Liquid and a V1, who currently hold our top 2 spots.
Yeah, that's it. It's great for the rest of the day. It's great for the rest of the weekend as well, because it starts putting that pressure on those top teams. And then maybe you start seeing mistakes coming in. They're both playing, you know, of course, later on today. We'll see. Does it affect them? Does it not? Now that W7M are breathing down the neck, you know, who knows where it'll go.
I can see a few asking actually as well in chat. Yeah, E1 are that team right now. They are the team to beat. 2 at the top, Liquid and E1 both sat on the same number of points, but the round advantage currently sits with E1. So if you're looking at the numbers, they are the best team. And as said, W7M, I think, sit now in a very, very close third. I think they now sit on 17 points. Those top 2 teams are both on 1 point each. And I would argue it's going to be hard to take them down from there. I know Liquid have got a pretty decent run in their last couple of games, so it's not going to be too pretty for them. But again, the main focus here is going to be the danger that Vivo Keystars have now put themselves in. And W7M, I'm 90% sure with this win, have now secured themselves a spot in playoffs. They cannot be knocked out of it because I think the next team below them is 7, or team in 6th is 7 points below them. They can only possibly get 6 across their next 2 games. So W7M, spot not 100% secure in 3rd, 1st, or 2nd, but at the very least, they will be in playoffs.
Yeah, they know that they're going there. We just... Oh, I feel bad for the players leaving those in the highlights package at the end there. They're important kills, so we needed to see them, but don't do them like that. Oh, it was a little bit of a rough finish, but W7M, they won't mind how they get it over the line. Like you say, it just secures them in that top 6. It's going to mean that they definitely get to fight for a spot at the Montreal Major, so a big result for them.
Which would be a blessing as well, given W7M were not present at our last major. Things are looking up for the boys. Of course, we'll see how they do on their final play day when it comes round, but for now, we'll throw over to the desk, who've no doubt got more to say about that game.
Thank you, Des. Thank you, Ace. Wow, Laxing, quite a game that now locks in W7M into playoff position. We don't know the seeding just yet, but they will be in the playoffs and have a chance to go directly to the major.
I mean, I was hoping for a little more back and forth. I mean, sure, they may have got a couple rounds on that attacking half where we've talked about they are the worst rated attacking team. But once they went down 4-2, and I think Des said it best throughout that game, W7M just looked like they had complete control. It was more so mistakes on their end that even gave them that half to not be flawless. But it just goes to show, I mean, you have to leave everything out on the table. You have to leave everything out on the battlefield here. And if you still can't be performing at the place that you need to be, it sucks because you worked so hard in the beginning and now you're falling short in the very end. It's tough to see that from Vivo Keystars.
Yeah, the timing is really tough here because they need to get some points. 10 points, while right now keeps them in that 6th place position. It will not stay the same because mibr, they have a game against Fluxo. You expect mibrs coming out on top in that one. Furia still have 2 games yet to play. Both of these teams sitting right below Keystars, and it feels like not for much longer.
It's like I said, it's unfortunate, but it's good for W7M. Like I said, I wanted to see them bounce back after how close the game was yesterday. And again, the fact that they look completely in control of the game, they went back to the map now for a 4th time. Now they have success 2 times out of the 4. So, I mean, it's a good omen for W7M that they can, you know, come back here and they got these points. And because they got these points in the way that they did it, they have secured playoffs. Sure, that doesn't guarantee 1st or 2nd, but the fact that you can just now know you can take it a little easy, not to say that you're going to let your foot off the gas, but there isn't as much pressure on you now going into tomorrow.
Right, you have a chance to kind of regroup, take the day off, so to speak, and really just focus on the playoffs, focusing on the future. We do have a chance to talk with one of our victors, though. We'll welcome in Loban here for a quick interview as W7M have taken yet another victory. Loban, this is 4 wins in a row after going 2-2 to start the stage. You guys have now won games in your last 4 play days. Talk to me a little bit about this turnaround. What's this new W7M that we're seeing?
I think it's the same W7M that showed up in WC, that showed up in the start of the season. So I think, well, like I said earlier in the last week, that we had just 2 bad days against mibr, against Liquid. It wasn't our team in those days, and then we come back to the next weeks and just made the adjustments that were need to be made. And yeah, and just, you know, the game is FPS, so I think one of the things that made the most problem for us was like our individual skills wasn't so good in those days. We weren't feeling comfortable. So yeah, I think on those last 4 games we are pretty confident. we are really confident and we're not putting a lot of pressure on ourselves. I think we were putting a lot of pressure, and that wasn't good, especially when you lose some rounds that you shouldn't lose, and then you get a little angry. But like today, we had like 2 rounds on attack that we should have won, and we were laughing, you know. So I think that's the best energy you can have.
Well, congratulations. It's good you talk about that mental resurgency, that you guys can have that strong mental fortitude going forward. Now that you guys have clinched playoffs, Loban, are you guys going to, you know, do anything differently? Are you just going to finish out the stage, not show anything? Or are you still going to try to hit the ground running and accumulate and try to get that first and second spot so you get that bye going into playoffs?
Yeah, I think we're going to do the same. We still went the top 2. I know it's hard because we have to cheer, I think, for Furia today, or either Fluxo, I think is Liquid. And then we have to win against E1 tomorrow. So that top 2 is always good because you get the chance to lose twice in playoffs, and you can only play 1 game and qualify. So it's always better. But if not, it doesn't matter. At least we are in a good position to the playoffs. We are like in the top 3, so it's fine. The focus is going to the playoffs and make it a major. That's the real objective.
Amazing. Well, Loban, thank you so much. Congratulations on the victory. And yeah, well, good luck against E1 tomorrow.
Thank you, and remember to buy the Double 7 skin. It's out in the store.
Hey, he's on it. He's on it.
Thank you, Loban. Amazing. Well, what a game to start the day. As expected, W7M coming in as the favorites, and they close things out relatively dominant. I think we heard it from Loban himself. Even in those rounds that W7M weren't winning, they were feeling good. They were still playing loose, playing confident. That was the team, Laxing, that looked like the team we know they can be.
Absolutely, and that's the tempo I want them to be setting for each and every single game going forward, and they do have a hard opponent going into tomorrow. But I mean, a huge resurgence from the team. Volp's obviously dropping 20 yesterday, didn't have to take as much of that front engagements and that overall game performance. Everyone across the board stepped up today and really made this a showing of how strong W7 really is when they can all be playing at a fundamental level together, because like he said, they threw away 2 rounds before their mental. Prior to this, they would have got mad. They would have got upset. Maybe that would have thrown a little more rounds, but they kept their composure. They laughed about it. And sure enough, they closed it out here 7-3 and clinched playoffs.
I feel like we've seen this a handful of times now. Dodez being the one to step up immediately after it was somebody else. The week before, as you said, it was Volps a few days ago. It's Dodez now, the MVP of the match for W7M. This is that winning formula that we talk about. A team that is capable of so much if all of their players continue to perform this well. With that victory, they move themselves up to that 3rd place spot. They lock it in even further. They were sitting at 14, just above FaZe. Now they sit at 17, really trying to lock that in. As Loban said, it's not necessarily certain that they're going to have a chance to get into that top 1 or 2 spots. If E1 and Liquid can win both of their games today, then the match tomorrow won't matter all that much, a win or otherwise. W7M will not be able to claim that 1 and 2 spot, but what they have done here, Laxing, is that they've guaranteed themselves a spot in the playoffs, and that number 6 spot still occupied by Keyed Stars. They still have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, Keyed Stars, you got to be praying right now with some of these games that are coming up, because you only got 1 day tomorrow, and if your performance is going to keep up the way it is, then we're going to probably most likely see you out of contention for that playoff spot, and you're going to have to be playing through an open or a loser qualifier. But again, even for W7M, I mean, the fact, again, you know, they had a huge bounce back. The team is performing better. This is the team that we want to see coming from that we saw back in EWC, and I have no doubt they can continue that going. But again, they do have a strong opponent of E1 tomorrow, and E1 has been looking really good throughout the stage so far.
Yes, they have. But between our 4 teams in the middle right now, that is NIP, Keyed Stars, Furia, and mibr, you could say the biggest surprise to be out of playoff contention is Furia right now. Can Felipox, Herds, JV92, KZ, and Nade finally make it happen for Furia like we've seen from them in the past? We'll find out in just a few minutes, where they take on E1 on the other side of this break.
Jogador à esquerda, ele ainda não viu, vai tentando esperar para ver se vai rolar o plant. Mitrix consegue pegar o Wizard. Já conseguiu marcar para tentar finalizar pela Smoke. Olha o que a Solis faz. Hash pega boas eliminações. Lukid também junto. Muzi e Psycho tentam diminuir, mas estão com poucos segundos. O Psycho vai ter que arranjar um lugar para plantar. E o lugar agora foi lá do outro lado na sala de ventilação. O Muzi já ainda conseguiu surpreender. Pode ter marcação em cima do jogador. Tá muito longe o Mitrix. Ninjas em pijamas ainda garante. Muzi com a terceira dele. Mitrix vai tentando fazer o clutch. Psycho, animal! Destemido, sem medo de ser finalizado, ele encara na trocação e leva mais um round.
Did you like it? Then buy it.
agora o Guto. Tá dando cada bala absurda. Triple kill pra ele. Sobe rapidamente o Cyber pra recuperar o desativador. Ainda tem a vantagem. Vamos ver como é que fica agora na descida. É um ponto muito difícil. Pro Cyber fazer com esse tantinho de vida, Retalha. Ele achou já o primeiro jogador, hein? Ele viu, sabe que tá na escada. Vai tentando ver se consegue ver por baixo. Errou a flash. Vai descer de qualquer maneira. E é finalizado! Guto com um 4K!
Well, a look over the botanical gardens of Curitiba, Brazil, a beautiful city where once again the hopes of many of these players lie at casting their eye towards, well, the grass on the other side. The place where they all want to get to, of course, the Montreal Major. To do it, you start by getting yourself into the playoffs. Your best hopes of going directly to the Major, the top 3 teams out of the playoffs in this region will go straight there. E1 already locked in. Furia just outside the top 6, only 1 point from putting themselves in a playoff position.
Yeah, the pressure is definitely on Furia going into this, because if you want to compare these two teams, I mean, it's a night and day difference in terms of comparison. E1 have been looking almost flawless outside of obviously just losing to mibr not that long ago. Whereas Furia has really been going back and forth with every single team for the most part. They really haven't had a dominant performance. So I'm not really expecting a dominant performance. Even if we do see a win coming out of Furia, I certainly don't expect it to be a completely one-sided affair coming out of them. Whereas again, for E1, the pressure isn't on them. It's more so just to keep proving that they are the better team, that they are the best in the region, and continuing to do so. And I don't think they're going to switch up how they're playing overall.
Right, with Furia, a game against E1 today, a game against NIP tomorrow. One of them needs to be a victory, if not both. They need something special here. Now, as we just saw, Keyed Stars losing that matchup really opens the door for Furia. If they can get 2 or 3 points out of this matchup, yes, it'll be an uphill battle, but it will be a playoff position, at least held temporarily by them. I mean, you look at this team, you see these names, you see these faces laxing, and again, it's surprising to see them in such a precarious position at this point in Stage 2.
It is, and when you look at their last opponent of Black Dragons at the bottom of the standings, it went 8-7, went the distance. But what really sticks out to me here is when you're looking at the KDs from everyone across the board. Phillypox was 6-10, and then Nade sitting at the lowest at 3-10, and then everyone else above was relatively close to one another, and Herds being in the middle of the pack. But we really need to see the backline and the support coming out of Furia in this game, especially going against E1, and how versatile all 5 of the players are on E1, because everyone is versatile on Furia, not to take anything away from them. But if we're comparing performances throughout this stage, E1 has been doing it far better in almost literally every single aspect across the board.
Well, you're right. You look at their team, you look at their record, you look at individual performance as well. E1, I mean, their worst player is about the same rating as the 3rd best player on Furia right now. I mean, that's the kind of situation you're dealing with. It has been a rather one-sided affair all stage long. When you look at Furia, for example, their only victories over mibr, over Fluxo, and over Black Dragons, those 3 teams are the 3 teams below them on the standings. Furia have not proven that they are one of these teams capable at being that X factor, providing that upset victory. I feel like we've seen so many close back and forth games in Brazil with results that you just cannot expect. Furia is surprisingly the only team who hasn't had one of those big upset results.
And what's even scarier is, when we're doing team comparisons, when you look at E1, we've highlighted Flashery, we've highlighted everyone on the team, but Flashery had the worst performance probably of his stage so far, going 4-9 last game. But when you look at their last game, they 7-2'd FaZe. And I gave so much praise throughout this stage, talking up FaZe, how well they are to quick to adapt. And E1 just completely shut them out, with Flashery not even really being on the board or being present all that much in the lobby. So it just goes to show, like, this is a scary team to be going up against. And again, we're going back to Phillypox and Nade. We need that backline of Furia to be here today, because if not, E1 is going to expose that.
There's no doubt that this is possible, but is it probable for Furia? Definitely not yet. We're going to have to see something special for them. What we talked about at the start of the show was E1's ability to destroy teams on layer. You got to think that is going to be the first ban for Furia, and it will. That is a very reasonable choice, all things considered, which means after Bank and Clubhouse are taken off the board, we end up on Night Haven Labs.
I actually don't mind this map with Furia grabbing this map, only for the sole fact E1 has played it twice. And the 2 times they have played it against the weaker teams of Black Dragons and Fluxo, where those games went really close. And they didn't look necessarily super strong on one half over the other. But where you look at Furia, they also did play it early in the stage. They played against W7M, losing 7-5. I think this is a very equal playing field for both of them. But what it's really going to boil down to is the attacks here.
All right, you look at a map like this and you see that it is going to be defensive sided, at least leaning that way on the stage, 54 to 46%. And when you look at a map that is generally favoring the defense, I mean, Laxing, we talk about this all the time, it is the attack where the difference is made. It does come down to which team is able to just get one extra round here, one extra round there, especially on that attacking side.
And again, sometimes that's literally all it takes. What we're seeing in this meta is if you can get 2 attack rounds and you just have a solid defensive half, sometimes that's literally all it takes. So I'm really expecting this map to come down to these attacks specifically, and then the other team to just close it out on the defense. But again, that really comes down to the IGLs, whereas everyone has been firing on all cylinders across the board of E1, which again, that's already scary. And then you're already looking at Furia that had a very close game yesterday, didn't have that much of a dominant performance, and then 2 of your backlines, which are your IGLs, which are your support players that are going to help you push into things, open things up, and they're struggling. That is a scary recipe for disaster.
All right, well, a recipe for a fantastic matchup ahead is, of course, going to be casted by Dez and Ace. We'll bring them back in here to have a quick chat before we dive into the game. Once again, gents, good to see you. Ace, when we get into this one here and we look at the record that E1 have had, obviously, dominance is one word to say, but another one is maybe surprising lack of dominance against the bottom of the barrel teams. Like why do you think their closest matchups have been against mibr, Black Dragons, and Fluxo?
Yeah, I think it's something that we just see sometimes. I don't know if there's a bit of a mentality element to it. You're coming in maybe expecting an easier game, so maybe you're not quite putting it all on the line like you would against one of the big teams. You're keeping it in a lower gear. I don't know, but I'd still expect E1 to have a good day today. Furia have been really struggling so far. 3 wins, 3 losses, including those overtime results, and I don't think it's going to get any easier.
Well, Des, we don't typically do this, but I'll just straight up throw you the question. Do Furia have a chance?
Yes. You don't win SI in the same calendar year and then go on to say they don't have a chance about beating any team in the world, right? I think their problem is form is way down compared to what expectations exist as, whereas E1 are, would many say, overperforming to some level? Maybe no, this is their new standard. I don't know. Of course, we'll find out as the days wear on, as we get towards the major, for example. But I think they've got a chance. Is it a good chance right now? No.
All right, well, a chance, maybe not the best one, but still a chance to get themselves in a playoff position. As we said, Keedstars, their loss opens the door a crack. Can Furia burst on through? Well, it's up to you guys to take us through to find that out. Have fun.
Shall do. Thank you very much. Yes, and Labs, we get a lovely map for it as well, Tim. One of my favorites to cast at the moment. And it's between 2 very exciting teams. The top team versus a team that many would say is still up there as one of the best teams in the world, just not quite delivering yet.
Yeah, we love a bit of Labs. I'd certainly put it up there in a top map bracket, probably along with maybe Chalet and Clubhouse for me personally. We're going to have a I love a bit of Chalet, you know that, playing and watching. We're going to have a look through this E1 roster then, names that are becoming much more household as the weeks go by. Des, Live and Flashtree particularly going really well at the minute, but honestly, I could have used all 5 names. Every one of these players has had their moments across the stage so far. Really, really impressive stuff from this team.
Absolutely. They are the team to beat. And I think many were surprised when they were the team that made it across, of course, of the Manchester Major. Didn't have the best showing there, but I think at the very least showed the capability, the potential, and that has only become realised as this stage has worn on. Can Furia be the team to bring them down? If anyone's going to, it's going to be the standing and reigning world champions, but they haven't really been performing, as we've all said, the expectations that we have for them, despite the names on this team, Tim, being amongst the best in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think they're suffering a little bit with the same as what NIP did. And I remember Julio talking about it at the time when he was on NIP, you know, saying you come out of, you know, winning SI, how are you losing these sort of regional matches? And there is a theory that, you know, the more you win, the more difficult it gets, because players, teams have seen so much of your footage. They've seen so many of your games. You can't keep anything under wraps. Everybody prepares for your style, because that's kind of like the new benchmark, so it becomes more and more difficult to pick up results.
It does. Well, of course, these two teams had a few words to say about each of them before we were looking and get into this game, so let's go over and take a look at what they had to say now.
Cara, o jogo contra a Fúria é sempre muito difícil, né? Os caras foram campeões de tudo, assim, são um time bem agressivo, então a gente tem que saber lidar bastante com a agressividade deles. É um time bem difícil, a gente sabe, reconhece isso, mas é aquele bagulho. O jogo é jogado, dia de jogo, a gente treina contra os caras, a gente sabe como é que eles jogam, a gente também sabe como a gente joga.
E1 tem uma mentalidade que eu gosto, assim, dá pra ver que eles tryhardam bastante e tudo mais, só que também é um time que costuma, tipo, bater na trave. Historicamente já é um time que a gente é mais confortável de enfrentar, normalmente a gente sai com a vitória.
Case ali, que é um jogador muito bom, muito impactante nas trocas, e o Ares, ele é um cara que vê muito bem as brechas. São os caras que a gente tem que ficar de olho, e ainda, né, ainda tem as âncoras do time ali. JV que brilhou contra a gente no Qualify da Arábia também.
Vou falar meu mano Liveco. É um cara que eu gosto bastante, acho que ele joga bem, assim, sei que tá jogando de demos e tudo mais. Vamos botar Jamie no pé, pai, não vai ver ninguém.
Aí, Kizão, quero ver tu dar a bala igual no treino de exame, hein, véi?
Não adianta usar o demos, não adianta usar o buck. Isso aí tudo nós vai counterar. Se tu for bucar, nós vai saber onde você vai bucar. Se for usar o demos, nós vai botar Jamie. A não ser que vocês banem merch, aí parabéns, aí jogaram muito.
Furia feel they've got an answer there, Tim. A lot of mutes, but not let the book really do its thing and shut down the Deimos with said mute, unless they ban the mute away. Not too sure we'll see that coming out as a ban, but in good time, we will see. Into the ban phase we go.
It's always good to have a plan, Des. It's always good to have a plan. Those plans work right up into the point where you get punched in the face. And
Maverick has won, okay. Like it.
We will see whether E1 do any face punching today or not. They certainly have so far, going very well, sitting top of the table at the minute, of course, wanting to lock out one of those top two spots. It guarantees you a qualification match for the major. The way that works, of course, you go into the playoff super bracket semi-final. The worst case scenario is you lose that and you drop down into the lower bracket, which is a qualification match anyway. So you get at least one shot at getting into the major. There's the Deimos ban coming through. E1 having absolutely none of it.
What I love is this E1 banning that away, whereas it was Furia the ones being sat there saying, if you play the Deimos, we'll just pop down the mute and you are going to be useless. But they banned it away themselves. Obviously, a bit of respect being paid over towards Furia and their ability to play that operator as well. Tubra are going to follow through. The Maverick, I think, looking more towards things like IT. But I think with that coming in as a ban here alongside the Maverick, obviously you can see that Waldenal is going to be a pretty big focus throughout these bans from those two here. Will invite some very interesting play to come off the back of it. And Azami, I think he's going to surprise no one. Still stands up there as the most banned operator in the game.
Let's get into it then now, Taven Labs. As I said, coming into this, one of my favourite maps to watch at the minute as well as play. So much possibility. I think we've still got a lot to learn about this map. It's got itself into quite a well-established little, you know, sort of regular routine, regular pattern that we see played now. But those mid-floor sites particularly, I look at it like I looked at Villa. It's a really big map, you know, and we've seen Villa over time with sort of kitchen dining, for example, has had its spells of coming through popularity. And I think we will see that from those mid-floor sites potentially a little bit as time goes on. But for the time being, it's going to be top floor, it's going to be basement, and then those two middle floor sites, storage and kitchen, they're going to be your third choice sites. So we're going to kick things off on the top floor. Now, teams have struggled a little bit to defend this recently, Des, and the reason for that is the lack of possibility for roamers. You can play a little bit with players underneath, but it's very difficult to have any major impact because nobody's going to be inside until the absolute moment of execution, realistically, when attacking this site. There's going to be a lot of presence in this room, in electrical, they're going to be in IT, they're going to be on warehouse catwalk, they're going to be potentially over by Aqua and Connector, and it's only about 50-50 as to whether you can actually do anything from below into those rooms. Pretty much IT and Connector being the only two that you can really do anything with. So defensively, you're a little bit limited on the top floor, and you're kind of stuck to playing it, largely turtle.
What I love is the stats also echo that, right? Downstairs has about a 70% win rate here in Brazil. Top floor has a 45% defensive win rate. Teams obviously have a lot of comfort upstairs, but there will always be questions about, is it the best site to base your defense on? To start things off there and to get the momentum of the game building, at least the stats say absolutely not. In case you're curious, actually, first floor storage and control also sit in the mid-60s in terms of win percentage, higher than the top floor. So, but quite a way, that is the reason why this map has a below 60% defensive win rate, is because of the top floor entirely. Great C4 out and over, finding absolutely no one. Herds ready and waiting here. Two players ready to push into him on this one as well. We'll manage to get the broken out there, so they won't be able to sit on the IT wall. It guarantees that it opens up, but it's still been a good 75 seconds there of keeping that wall closed up.
Yeah, not a bad job, but a really good job done by E1. Bring in Sophia so they don't have to go right up to the window. They can do it at range. They've got the concussives. Again, we've seen great teamwork from E1 throughout the stage, and it continues here. Everybody in the right position. They've got the support to challenge underneath if needs be in storage. Just really nicely done from them to get the RT wall open. Time is now the factor. 1 minute 15 left to go. They need to get moving and start taking some ground, and that is going to include clearing Herds out, because right now they can't use warehouse at all whilst he's in that position.
There we go. Perez skulking around on the Nook. I spoke about it quite a bit in our last couple of weeks that she's had some changes where as long as you aren't running or vaulting or doing any particularly flamboyant action, should we say, you won't see that charge go down. So basically permanently able to be invisible from utility is an incredibly powerful spot for that operator to be in, and there has managed to slip through a bunch of default cams and find a freebie. Still, the time is beginning to wear down here. We're down to our last 40 seconds. We've still got 9 players alive in the server. That, if nothing else, screams that this is going to be a chaotic end to the round, Tim.
I think the Bandit was just a little bit late on the battery. It was maybe on the wrong reinforcement there, but we are going to see. If it only pulled the trigger, KZ would have had one, but it doesn't matter. Finds it anyway with a nice double. However, the pressure starts to mount inside a site, and he gets killed coming back as Passetto is right place, right time. STK did find one, but will be traded out by Nade. 10 seconds left to go. It's now or never for E1. JV92, who else? Holding on for Furia, bringing it back to a 1v1. And we've got the scramble on now as Passetto just has to throw this case down, and surely JV92 wins it out. Passetto is not going to give him the pleasure.
Absolutely not. KD say boo, boo. It's all about the stats. However, I think that round was a really interesting round overall. The ending of it, especially, of course, KZ on Aqua, was the big thing that worked for them there. The reason why it felt like there was a little bit of a missed timing where there were 2 players at bottom is, one, really, those should be able to guarantee a trade between them. Casey's played it very well. You only saw that 3rd player coming into top Aqua, coming out from the balcony, because their focus was going to be out towards mezzanine and putting pressure there instead. Once they've realized they lost Aqua, though, that's when things had to change, and they had to move a 3rd player over to try and fight for that. Of course, they come away with the kill, but all I can really say there is Furia played it very, very well and disrupted the end of round plans from E1, even if E1's command for the first 2.5 minutes of that round was excellent. So really good back and forth stuff.
Yeah, KC won the round for them there, I think. A little bit of fortune falling into his lap, getting the both of them down at the bottom there. But yeah, it just really did break the back of that E1 attack, because if KZ doesn't win that, there's an awful lot more pressure coming through to site, and JV92 probably struggles to hold on to that now. Interestingly, we've got Herds on Skopos up on the top floor. So there's kind of 3 ways, if you've not seen Skopos played in professional play yet, there's kind of 3 ways that we see this Skopos Scorpos being used. So if you're unaware, new operator, it's got 2 robots that are out in the map. Only one can be actively controlled at any one time. The other one, as you've just seen it there, will be sort of knelt down behind its shield, and it acts as a camera behind a bulletproof shield. So it looks like it's being used as that sort of utility option, which is one of the choices. Leave it in sight in a good position. It acts as a bulletproof camera and as a deployable shield as well. So you get some really good value. Scorpos can also bring something like prox alarms, for example. So you're getting a lot of value out of the operator. Alternatively, you use it to essentially teleport or transport around the map. So you can have Scorpos out on the roam, and he can very quickly then just fall back and get to site within 2 or 3 seconds by just switching which shell is operational to the one in sight. Or alternatively, you could go and hide that shell off in the map and try and activate it later in the round to hit them on the flank unexpectedly. But it's dangerous. If it gets a claymore put on it, for example, you activate, bang, you're dead. So those are the 3 main ways that we see it used. I think it's from the utility perspective here. It's just facing up towards the breach. Just going to be there for somebody to play behind, bit of cover, provide that intel as well.
Sure. And on play days like this, I do like keeping an eye on chat and see what people are asking, what they're talking about. And Hades Monster asked, you know, he would have been half dead in that previous round a second later, so why not save the KD? Simple answer being that in most cases, it's not guaranteed that you know where a player is planting. You look the wrong way for half a second, that can be enough time for the diffuser to go down and for someone to spin and collect that closing kill that wins the round. In that round, forgiven a little bit, he had a red ping on him, they knew exactly where he was. But this is normally why it's best not to come off the plan, even when you know you're very likely going to die. Because the 1 in 20 times that you don't die because they look the wrong way or overlook you because of their gun barrel or something, you do end up getting away with the round win. Either way, focusing on this round, the pressure is starting to build. Furia at least have found 2, and Perez and Live bring it straight back to a 3v3. All that smack talk against Live, clearly, at least here, has managed to get the round stabilized once again, and they can start thinking about the downstairs. There are only 50 seconds to play with. They've done a lot of work already, as you can see with the Ram, for example. So he went on in a bad spot here, though it did look absolutely disastrous for them about 15 seconds ago.
Little mistakes maybe being made by E1 though. You know, they've got the Dokkaebi on side, but Flashtree has been killed out now. They're standing underneath default cams that maybe they're not too happy about being there, so then take them out. But the intel's already being given away. But Perez, he manages to take full epochs down from those verticals. The Ram is doing some great work there. KZ and Nade, 20 seconds left to hold on inside a site. They're going to be pushed from Exoskeleton. KZ manages to get the kill onto Passetto. 2 versus 2. This is winnable for Furia, Des.
It's winnable for either side, it feels, but it's all going to come down to what this next kill looks like, I think, because that will be where the advantage comes from. One has hit a goo mine. Do they know that he's rounding in behind them? I'm not too sure they do. Perez finds one more, but they've got him behind him. KZ finds the final man, the one holding the diffuser, and gets the round over to their side. Just when Perez probably thought that finding that triple kill, he'd done enough to secure the round for his team.
Yeah, really nice movement there from KZ. Just shows, use your time in those situations. You know, you see a lot of people maybe panic and they've got to run and got to get the kill quickly. KZ knows that he doesn't. So long as he takes down the man that's planting, he's used his head. I know where they're going to plant. It's a default spot. I can come around here from Expo. Just really, really nice movement. Gets himself into a winning position and closes out the round. Really cool, calm and collected. You love to see it. Well played, KZ, and well played, Furia. 2-0, and Laxing, he made the point before we came in on the desk, and he's being proven right here. E1 have been to this map twice. It's been closer than it probably should have been against teams that are now towards the bottom of the table, and maybe they don't have that much to offer here, and Furia are certainly starting to prove that it's a struggle for them on the attack.
It is. The thing that I love is both rounds have come really close. They've both come down to 2 players being left alive at the very end. Obviously, Diffuser was going down in the process in both of those as well. One after we'd hit that 0-0, the player being killed just before that point to stop it going down. But it just shows how tight some games can be. And I point over towards the European League, actually, because we heard Kangaroo Kenny, the coach of ITB, come on, and there are a lot of questions about, hey, you guys have only got 4 points. You know, you've frankly looked not good this stage. Like, what's going on? And he made the point of, you know, we've lost 7-5 against the top 3 teams in the competition. We played well. They were close games. The only game that we sucked in was the one against VP where they didn't have such a close result. But you take away those results, and actually ITB are still a good team, and they're now going into their final Playdate against Enter, one of the weaker teams in the competition. It is highly likely they make it into playoffs, because one of the teams they're fighting off against, or sorry, the two of VP and Wild, are playing each other. So they will make it despite how appearances might be. And I'll say a similar sort of story here is, yeah, sometimes it can be deceiving when you look at the score of a game, or potentially how a team is currently sat in the standings, and one different game, 1 or 2 rounds going a different way, in some cases a single 1v1 going a different way can be the difference between making it to playoffs and not. So 2 very close rounds so far. Love what I'm seeing, and I hope it stays this close throughout. Oh my, he's dead to rights. Surely.
He has to be.
If he gets the reverse, I will scream. I swear to God, if he gets the reverse,
the thing is,
I will actually scream.
It's now 20 seconds that he's been in behind this position, and that is all time wasted. Smoke canister going out, just preventing them getting into IT. Let's not forget, it's not top floor that E1 are attacking onto here. It's storage that E1 are attacking onto. So they desperately want to get control of IT, of warehouse, of server. They want to be able to use those verticals, but right now they can't move anywhere because of the smoke, who's been sat there for nearly a minute with them aware of it.
He's still got a smoke to play with as well. This is absolutely ludicrous how much time he's wasting. They're trying to get it from a different angle, but there's 2 players supporting him in close proximity as well. This is miserable. Don't Give Me Cool comes on through to try and assist as well, but there's goo mines they're running into. Even the Cool running out, there's reinforcements they've got to try and peek round. Flashy doesn't want to give this freebie away, but he might have no choice in a minute.
You look at it attackingly, and you look at the utility. There you go. JV92 manages to pick up Perez, and again, just holds that player in position. Herds, 8 HP now. Will not be moved. 45 seconds left to go, and it's going to come to a point where E1 just have to say enough's enough. We're just going to push on to site and not worry about clearing that player. Eventually they do, but there's only 30 seconds left. However, the diffuser is not going to be stuck as Ned gets a huge double onto Passetto and live 4v1, and what a defense from Furia. This is poetry, Des.
It's another one of those rounds where diffuser was going down. What a shot to nade. Jesus Christ. Oh, not that it's going to matter. Fully Fox was there ready for the cover. But another round where the plant was going down. It's like, okay, boys, we're really close here to a massive swing in favor of the attackers. And Furia just find another way over the line. You can see E1's quality. You can see how well they're approaching these attacks. But Furia are just those few percentage points better. And it forces E1 into a post-round 3 tack timeout.
Absolutely brilliant stuff so far from Furia. The view that we got of that top floor hold for that minute and a half, just absolutely fantastic example of how to structure a defense to hold an area, because every angle was covered. No matter where they tried to push in to get Herds, it didn't matter that he died eventually. He was always gonna die there. You saw his position. There was no way out of that alive. But the point is that it was over 45 seconds that was remaining when he died. So he's wasted 2 minutes 15 of the round there. They couldn't get IT control, which is what they wanted, to get that plant in behind the pillar, to give them that security of having that vertical coverage themselves. And it was just really, really well played by Furia. You love to see it. E1 didn't have any nades, and that could have been a big difference maker. There was no Jaeger or Wamai on the defensive side. A nade would have gone straight in there, and Herds wouldn't have had a choice but to move. He gets killed. So maybe from E1, just a little bit of lack of preparation there. They certainly didn't expect to have that sort of hold inside of IT, because they just had absolutely nothing with which to move him. Throw flashes at him all day long. What's he going to do? He's going to sit there because he knows he's not going to get challenged.
Ooh. Well, as said, for me, that was a really great first few rounds that we've seen. Ridiculously close all the way through. Very rarely do we see an absolute dominant end to a round, except for maybe round 3. But even then, I said that was very close to being a swing over towards the attackers. And I hope that it continues. Now we're going to see that second quarter play out. We're back up onto this top floor, and that Clash is being brought along. Arguably one of the most popular operators for this site in particular. We've seen her frustrate the living death out of some teams. In fact, I remember very well and very vividly Wild coming up against BDS when we had a player behind a deployable shield sat inside of site, looking through the connector rotate with a Clash stood inside of there as a Monty approached, and we saw Patbull eventually land an unbelievable shot past the Clash, over the deployable shield, and found Shaiko on the other side. It was beautiful stuff.
Interesting to see as well, Furia obviously coming with a very different game plan. So they defended one way in round 1. This time it's going to be very different in round 4. So E1 are going to have problems to solve again. We've seen them struggling with time a little bit going in to site late in the round. Again, good teamwork to get the wall open. They're doing the basics well at the beginning of the round, but it's falling down in that sort of step 2, clearing utility and gaining control, which allows you to move to step 3, which is putting the diffuser down. And that, for me, is where it's falling down for E1. They're never getting themselves into that final critical position. JV92, how about his position? Takes down Flash Straight. Beautiful start for Furia again. And having a player like JV92 now with a little bit of time and a little bit of confidence and security to be able to stay out of sight a bit is a dangerous, dangerous thing.
It's just another issue you've now got to think about. You know that connector side isn't safe, that he's skulking out there somewhere. You can't easily play on the E-box window, for example, knowing that he's going to have meeting control. It just frustrates and takes away a whole part of the attack here for E1, just from a single kill. That's the kind of stuff that you achieve. And of course, with Thermite being offline, all attention now turns towards the ace as the primary hard breacher who will get anything done for you. So a really great way to upset the apple cart here, put E1 on the back foot, and frustrate the living hell out of them in the process.
All that intel as well coming out. Nitro goes out, and it's as easy as that for Hurge. Just drops it around the corner. Manages to pick up live. A lack of communication from E1, I think, there. You know, you've got to make that call. I've been hit with a Nitro. He's on IT door. The swing could be there. Hurge gets himself a third. 5 versus 1 now. Basetto, he's done well so far this stage, but he's going to have to do unbelievably. He's got a Clash to face up to as well, and I dare say the Clash could probably kill him just with shocks from the shield alone at this point. KZ over the top rope delivers the diving elbow and finds that final kill. That's going to be Furia 4-0. Who had this on their bingo card?
Even crazier that it came after attack timeout for E1. They were the ones that you would expect to start pushing rounds over the line, given how close they've been so far. But that was a much more dominant affair coming out of Furia. Not close by any stretch of the imagination. Really solid stuff by Furia. And at this point, you start asking the question, did E1 get a single round this half? What happens if they get 7-0'd? That opens the door for Liquid to jump over E1 and take that #1 spot. And yes, you know what? It ain't that big a deal being number 1 or number 2. You still get your bye through to the second round. And the teams you're facing at that point, it doesn't really matter because the best team will have come out of the 3rd versus 6th and 4th versus 5th place game. But it's just one of those that I'm looking at and thinking that accolade of being the best team in Brazil might be being stripped away from E1 here in front of our very eyes. And it comes back to that chat on the desk. Do Furia have a chance? You can never say the current world champions don't have a chance.
Yeah, write them off at your own peril. Now, interestingly, Philippoc's going to be looking to hold on to Kitchen by the looks of things. We've just got a bit of a reinforcement there. So definitely going to be a top floor or at least mid-floor presence from Furia. And I like to see it. The 4-0 up. You know, they've got that space. They've got that room now to play with a bit of confidence. They can just sort of throw everything at the wall in these last 2 rounds. If they grab one of them, it's a 5-1 half. 6-0 would, of course, be a dream. But it's not something that they necessarily need to chase. Just, you know, go and make it really difficult for E1 now. Get up in their faces. Don't give them, you know, the chance to think. Just test them a little bit.
Ooh, well, testing times for E1. 2 rounds to get something back here, and even then it's looking like a not so fantastic half for them if things carry on as they are. The Doka be still on side here again. Keep on speaking about this operator time and time again. Forcing Flashtree away from being on the Thermite here. Just knowing they need a little bit more help when it comes to clearing out their way through the map, because they have been, quite frankly, tortured by individual players. JV in that previous round was an absolute headache. Herds then goes absolutely nuclear. We saw how much frustration that smoke was giving inside of IT previously as well. They're just struggling here to make plays happen. So still leaning on things like the globals, I think, is massive for them. And we know that Live will always be on that book. It's his go-to bread and butter operator, but they've got to make it work for them. And look at that. Basetto almost getting tagged out there. Before he even started looking around the corner, there was a pre-fire coming its way.
Not really an operator that you want to lose either. The Hibana attacking into basement. You know, it's not necessarily essential to get some breaches done, but it can be very helpful. You've got the single wall into Animus, the double wall into site. You've got the hatches as well. Garage hatch hasn't been opened yet. You know, there's real pressure that you can apply with breaching on this site. So they certainly don't really want to lose Basetto and then just be reliant on those secondary. They don't even have the secondaries. I was looking at Buck assuming that there would be secondaries on him, but there isn't. So yeah, they need to be keeping Basetto alive, really, as it is. KZ manager to find live, Herds finds STK. Furia are feeling themselves, Des. I tell you now, this is a dangerous, dangerous team today. This is turning into TDM.
Man,
they're just running around looking for kills.
A perfect round for Furia as well. A flawless coming out. They've only started cooking hotter and hotter, it feels, in the second quarter here. E1...
Just need to be careful not to overheat, Des.
No, E1 are just absolutely... I've been playing a lot of Frostpunk, so just talking about heat, it just feels really funny. Just one of those, again, where E1 have just crumbled as the half has gone on. They were competitive in the first 3 rounds. It looked all right, the first 2 especially. But since then, Furia have just turned it on, and that closing kill for me, again, just kind of speaks to how much fun they're having. The same in the prior round as well, with the vault out on towards balcony. You know, full awareness of where that player was when he was coming, and they still lose the gunfight. It was that kill there from KZ, from JV, sorry, that really made it for me. Basetto was just like, come on, man, this ain't even fair now. This has to be a 6-0 half. I don't see any other way that it ends as anything else.
E1 haven't had a kill in 2 rounds, Des.
Tells you a lot.
10 back-to-back kills for Furia without a single death. 2 flawless rounds. That is just ridiculous against a team that, let's be honest, they've looked pretty dominant so far in Brazil. You know, top of the table for a reason. They've had good results. Some have been a bit closer than maybe they should have been. But overall, E1 have looked very good. But today, like I say, beyond those, and to be honest, I'm even going to rescind that comment after the last round or 2. Round 1 to 3, I'd say particularly, we saw good starts from E1. Not necessarily in terms of kills. They weren't getting the entries, but they were going in. They were, you know, teamwork very well. Moving players out of position, getting breaches open, sort of step 1 stuff. Really, really good. And then it was falling down after that. I can't even give them that, to be honest. In round 5, round 4, I'd say as well. Even that seems to have dropped off right now. They are obviously feeling the pressure of what Furia are doing to them, and they are really struggling to stand up and fight back.
Ooh. I mean, it's easy to look across the many names and faces here. SDK, the one doing the primary calling at this point. Basetto is chipping in a little bit as well. Otherwise, largely silent. Where you think about when we listened to comments, we did last week, we listened into a few comments back then. I think it was me and Parker that were casting at the time. And we just listened in for half a round to the comms, and they were bouncing. This was mibr, mind you, but they were bouncing. There was a lot of info going back and forward very, very quickly, but so far somewhat limited for E1. Of course, early round, that may well build as we go by, but maybe just a sign that that motivation is down a little bit here. Morale in the camp is not looking as high as it once was.
Maybe a little bit of a misthrow on the ram there. You see the second, follow it in. Flashes will go. The aggression from Perez to try and push forward and take that ground. It results in a little bit of a stalemate. No kills on either side for Leapox. Manages to find Flash Trade. Perez eventually gets his reward and finds one onto Herds. 4 versus 4. A Nitro may well be deployed by Nade, but no, he makes the right decision. Pops it back in the pocket. There's nobody there to take out right now.
It says a lot when you look at the kills at the bottom of your screen. Perez, the only one currently sat above 2 kills for the entire team across a full half of Siege. That is how dire this is starting to look and how in control these guys are. And now that he's offline, what more can these other 3 do? 4 kills across 6 rounds and 4 players still to bring down. That does not sound good.
And it's the same position that they were in previously. They're attacking onto a mid-floor site. They don't have top-floor control. Again, E1 have got the breaches done. Yes, they've stopped, you know, any defensive effort to prevent that, but otherwise they can go no further, as it is, again, only 1 death for Furia this time. So in 3 rounds, 15 potential kills for E1, they've got 1. And that has absolutely hampered them beyond belief. Furia 6-0.
Whew. Who had that on the bingo card, did you say, Tim? Certainly not me. And I imagine many who put their points on E1 in this game are starting to rue that decision. For Furia, the big thing about it, of course, we touched on that game earlier for Vivo Keyed Stars, that they have opened the door for Furia and mibr to start fighting their way through. That's exactly what's happening here. Furia get 3 points. They are now in playoffs, and Vivo Keyed Stars fall down the rankings out of playoff contention. And knowing that I think Furia have got themselves against NIP tomorrow, another team that are sat on 10 points, the same as Vivo Keyed Stars are, and the ones that are under threat. If Furia lose today, NIP lose today and lose tomorrow, they're probably also out of playoffs. There are 2 teams here that really want that 5th and 6th spot, and Furia is 100% putting themselves in the driving seat to be one of those 2 names.
The thing is, as well, you know, it's easy to look at these games and say, well, E1 have already qualified for playoffs. Right, okay, but look at it this way. E1, say they drop out of the top 2, say they, you know, don't get the result they need tomorrow and they end up in 3rd place, or, you know, worse. And then they lose in the first round of the playoffs. How big a difference then does this game make? Because if you finish top 2 and you lose your first playoff game, it's not the end of the world because you're still in a qualification match for the major. You drop into the lower bracket, but it's still a major qualification match. So you guarantee yourself that opportunity. But E1, you know, there is a world whereby they don't get top 2, they go into playoffs, they lose that first best of 3, and all of a sudden they're in last chance qualifiers, having been sat top of the table for most of the stage, but just not enough of it.
One attack is all it could take, and guess what they've got leading the way? It's a Monty. Felipox bringing that one to the field.
Of course it is.
We spoke about this so much. Yeah, Blitz and Monty have been spoken about to the absolute death. One gets banned away. Guess what? There's another one ready to come out the field if one of them isn't picked up. Love that little bug that we saw then, by the way, for a second, where the drone was being used in speed mode. We switched player, and they still had the, like, anime speed lines to the side of the screen. Wonderful. No, he wasn't running very fast, which is why I was very confused. But as I said, one of those 2 shield operators is always going to transform an attack. They're incredibly potent when used correctly. And given no one's gone down inside the first 60 seconds, been caught out by surprise by E1, Furia are only getting into a better position.
The Bandit of Perez just needs to be a little bit careful here. He's kind of watching the window, but it's not the window that he needs to concern himself with. It's the book underneath. He's going to have a look and see if he can find an angle, but he's likely to lose his life if he keeps peeking it. There's damage done either way, but I think we will see. I was going to say Perez drop out of it, but no, he stuck it. Cheeky. And he's going to get the Bandit trick. No, he's gone for the wrong side, Des. After all that, he's not got the exothermic. What a play that could have been from the Bandit.
Would have been more than enough as well to keep the other side at bay here and potentially frustrate them into a round loss and finally giving E1 their first. Hertz has got to make a play here, though. Someone has C4 almost finding JV. He's down to 10 HP. Around the corner comes Hertz. He cannot be stopped this game. Him and JV and KZ are all on fire.
He cannot be allowed to get that kill when he's in the FNAT. He's suffering the effects of it, and he still finds his men. But I'm looking to Felipox here. Where's the Monty? Where's the shield? 45 seconds left to go, and that is going to be the tip of the spear. That's the bit that's going to push you into sight and get you into a position to be able to really bully E1 here and get the round done. As it is, he's got himself onto Warehouse Catwalk, but there's still a lot of work to do here with 30 seconds left on the clock.
Going to try and work his way, I imagine, towards Aqua, it seems. There's a shield pointing up towards this top side, which is really what they need here. That shield will at least give some frustration. Here we go, 3 players all trying to gather around, but look at that. Perez has found JV, Baseto into another. It's domination. It's potentially 4 players left alive at the bitter end of things, down to a 1 versus 2. Nay's not going to have the chance here to find all these players. Going to try and stick a plant instead. Will he get pushed onto? The answer so far seemingly being yes. They step round, but there's no time left. Live picks it up, and E1 finally get around on the board.
Yeah, well played from E1 there on the defense. Furia were just too slow. They didn't get enough work done. They can't be losing the book underneath to Perez in that situation. And they were trying to stop him bandit tricking. Like, I get it. I think open the floor up and just peek it. The thing is, as soon as he goes to bandit trick, he doesn't have his gun in his hand. So just peek it at the right time. All you need is your thermat to say, yeah, I'm going for it now. Right, okay, I'll peek it now. Because he either kills you or he gets the bandit trick. Whereas that wasn't, they gave him the opportunity to do both, essentially. So just, yeah, Furia not great on the time in there. And then for me as well, Felipox on that Monty. He's a great shield player. He's a great Monty player. Get him in a position to do something. You know, we've got 40 seconds left in the round, and it was the first we saw of him on Warehouse Catwalk, and then he spent most of the time rotating to Aqua. You got to deliver him to the right place at the right time to go in and have an impact on that round, and they just didn't do that for me.
No, for sure. And it was really well played by Perez. You know, if he pulls off that play, then suddenly that's magical. However, that is one player having a big impact, getting 2 kills in the round, slowing down the entry into the map for Furia as well. It all came down to him. Everyone else still is struggling to get involved in this game. Live has now pushed his head above that 2-kill parapet here across 7 rounds. Everyone else on 2, or well, everyone else is on 2. I was going to say 2 or below, but not really seeing themselves involved too much in the game. It comes back to that classic story of there are 2 halves to a game of Siege, though, Tim. Imagine if we see a 6-round swing here and it comes down to overtime. That would be something else.
It really would. It's a tantalizing prospect. That much is for sure. We'll see whether E1 have got the nerve to do it. I'm not convinced. They've had one good round there. They're gonna have to have a lot more yet. This has got to be one round at a time. I've still got a feeling that Furia, with the way they're playing, just the shots they're hitting, the kills they're getting, I think there's going to be an opportunity for them at some point in the next 5 rounds to get it closed out. And that's going to help them. Herds, he manages to get one onto Perez. And again, just beautiful teamwork. And here we go. This is what I was talking about, Des. We found ourselves 5 versus 3. STK manages to find JV92. Never a bad kill to get, but still advantage Furia. 4 versus 3 with 2 minutes left on the clock. Live is going to need a big play here up on the top floor.
I think as well it was SDK confirming the kill on the back off Live, getting the down here. Now Herds has fallen too. One of the real stalwart of this team in KZ stands. He's the one, again, we've been watching throughout this game, along with JV and along with Herds making a difference. Nade has certainly warmed into it, and Live just steps across there, collects a freebie. KZ, there'll be questions asked, why sprinting in that situation? Maybe more aggressively from another caster at some point in time. But one of those that, again, is giving away a freebie there as well, down to a 2v3. And for Furia, it looks like this round may well still be cooked, even if they've got 80 seconds to play with. Yeah,
Furia have made big mistakes here. I think they've rushed too much after getting those first 2 kills. You've got 2 minutes left on the clock. You can't be running into people and giving deaths away. That's the point where you take the foot off the gas, you get the drones back out, you use those, those utility that you've got available to you to try and guarantee those later kills. As it is, they've given E1 far too many gunfights where they were in a position that they could win it, and now you find Nade again in a 1vx. He's going to use the boogie drone to try and create a little bit of noise, a little bit of distraction. Maybe he can get a vertical angle that might help him, but in all honesty, E1, they're just going to keep themselves miles away from any sort of vertical angle here.
He'll be absolutely desperate here to force a couple of 1v1s. I mean, that's what he needs to get the game closed out. It's a big ask, and he sees one. Both of them, admittedly, looking at the health bars, not exactly the healthiest. He gets a shot off or 2 here, and that can be transformational. Drops in. They'll know that he's been in here. They'll have heard him. Of course, Agumai now in his foot as well. It's certainly not ideal. Rounding for 1 and finds his man. 10 seconds to play. Does he know he's off towards his left? I don't think he does at this point. Look tight left. He's got the right idea! And Nade! How has he managed to pull that one off? Just when it looked like that round was going to E1 and we were going to continue this game, Nade goes absolutely nuclear.
That is an unbelievable finish from Nade. Do not downplay how big that 1v2 is. Taking the decision to continue with the goo mining that is going to continue to damage you, but he knows time-wise, this is all the things going through his brain at that time. It don't have time to kill me. It's just going to keep hurting me. That's fine. But it prevents him sprinting. But he knows that he's got limited time to work with, so he just focuses on the task at hand. I'm sure we'll see it on the highlights at the end. I'm almost certain that there was a bulletproof camera watching him as well, Des. 2v1 with a bulletproof camera watching him. They cannot lose that. Why is the player that he kills first peeking over the top of that? You don't need to. You don't need to be looking at that. Just keep yourself out of the way. Just keep yourself on the default plant spot. Force him to come and find you. Great clutch from Nade. I'm just a little frustrated at that 2v1.
Man's absolutely rattled by a bulletproof camera. Again, for me, that game was really defined by the first 6 rounds there, right? That was one hell of a masterclass coming out from Furia, as you'll see on your replays here as well. Starting from this moment that really should have been a kill conversion coming in from the attacking side of E1. It just feels like everything went downhill from that first engagement.
Just not E1's day today. They never really showed up, in all honesty. We've seen much better performances out of them. They're capable of much better. And they just met Furia on a bad day as well, or a good day for Furia. Furia just looked electric today. They were back to, world championship levels of play that we've seen before. Just the team play that we had, the way that they were covering each other's angles. They were always there to trade fights. They didn't lose many fights to need to trade them, to be honest. They've been in the shooting range when they've been waiting for games, put it that way.
One of your top tips, I believe, was from the last couple of weeks. Is exactly that.
Get in the shooting range.
But the confidence has just absolutely stacked up throughout that game. Again, it's really good seeing the kind of classic 3 of JV, KZ, and Herds all on absolute fire. Nade, as we saw, warmed into the game as it went by as well. Felipox did his role in that game as well. That's when it really looks like not just a World Championship quality player, but a World Championship quality squad. They were not losing this game, given how that first half went.
No, absolutely not. And, you know, you can see the majority of the highlights are here, a Furia, which is not too much of a surprise at all, given how that first half went. I mean, let's be honest, how often do we see back-to-back flawless rounds out of teams as well? And then, you know, the third round after that was, you know, only one died during that round. So, like I said at the time, it was one kill out of a potential 15 for E1. You know, you've just got no chance if you're not going to hit bigger numbers than that.
Either way, spectacular stuff, and that does now move Furia, as said, into playoff contention. They win tomorrow, and they might find themselves shooting all the way up to, well, not tomorrow, soon, the next Playday, up to like 3rd, 4th in the overall standings. It will be absolutely terrifying to see a team that everyone thought, you know, there's actually a world here where they don't make it to the major, suddenly be in top seed going into the first round of playoffs. Hopefully this is the start of something great for them. We see them improving. We knew that it would take time. We've constantly seen drop-offs after teams win big tournaments, and you maybe wager now 6 months on, this should have been solved. Still solved late, then not at all, and it feels like we may be seeing them get back to that old form that we all know and love.
We didn't quite get to see what I wanted to on there. We got the 2 kills on the highlights, but it was just before that when he comes out of Animus. But I will check into it, don't worry. I will get the info and see whether that was the case. But yeah, it's a great performance from Furia. Great performance.
I can't wait to see the tweet up about that bulletproof camera later on. For now, though, we'll throw it over to the desk, and they'll be able to break down more of this surprising victory.
Wow. A surprising victory, an understatement of the century.
Yeah.
What in the world did we just witness? That was the most one-sided map we've seen in a long time, and it was the opposite way we would have expected to see it. It was Furia instead with such a one-sided win, propelling themselves into the playoff positions right now. How do you explain this one, Laxing?
I mean, it came down to the map. I said it. This was a good map for both teams, specifically Furia. They only played it once, and the one time they did play it, it was against W7M, a good opponent, whereas E1 played against the bottom tier teams. They were beating up on the bottom tier teams, and it was closer than it needed to be. So I think a lack of quality really set a false sense of reality when you saw how that map played out. I mean, Furia just exposed every single problem that E1 had on the map, and they capitalized off it. I mean, that first half, I said, you close it out on your defense. You got to get something going on your attack. They couldn't find anything on attack. Furia shut it down with a 6-0 and then just gracefully just went to attack and then just immediately closed it out there. I mean, yeah, that was by far the most dominant performance I think that we've seen so far. And the fact that it was coming out of that happened to E1, yeah, I mean, that throws me off because they've been the one doing it to everybody else.
Right. It does. There's like 100 reasons this doesn't make sense, but Furia, a major win, more than happy for them as it propels them now into a playoff position, completely changing the storyline over the next few games and as we work our way into tomorrow. Of course, our victors, Furia, will bring in Felipox here for a quick chat after Furia have finally awoken here. Felipox, congratulations, parabéns, after that incredible win. I mean, there's so much we could say here, but where did this come from? Did you prepare this map? Were you ready to surprise E1 with this?
Obrigado, and we prepared this map the whole week because we knew that if we let open in the Vero, that we would play this map. So we knew everything they were going to do. We counter everything, and the game plan went perfect.
Well, now that you guys put yourself higher, and again, congratulations. I mean, that was by far the best performance that we've seen from you guys so far. Is this going to kind of be the goal? Like, this is where you guys know that you can be and that everyone knows where that you can be. So are you guys proud of all the work that was put into this map was displayed here today, that there was no hiccups really on your guys' end?
I'm really, really proud of the work we put on this week and the result we got today. Because I don't know if you guys saw the last interview, I was kind of depressed in the last game because we were playing like shit in the games. We weren't playing like we can, and so this week we put on the work and it worked for today.
Well, can you give us a little more insight into the kind of work you put in this week? I mean, I'm sure the people at home kind of want to know when you're in that position, when it isn't going well, when you're depressed, right? Like, how do you work yourself out of that hole and become the team that we saw today?
First of all, is the mentality. Like we were all like a little bit depressed, like I said. So the first thing we did was get ourselves together as a group and talk about the things that we were like not happy with, like with each other, with the team, with the tactics. I mean everything. And then the first thing we did was that, so that we were in the same page. After that, like I said before, we put a lot of work on studying the Night Haven labs of U1 because we knew that this map was going to happen, and it worked perfectly. So I'm really proud, I'm really happy of the work we put on this week, and let's go tomorrow to get the spot for the playoffs.
I was going to say, I don't even think it worked perfectly. I think it worked flawlessly.
So good, Philippox. Thank you so much, and appreciate that extra insight into your team. And good luck tomorrow as well. This is so good to see you guys playing well.
Thank you.
Amazing. Well, wow. And really good to hear that approach they took into this week. Love that precision and how confidently they felt they'd go to this map, they prepped this map, and clearly it worked.
You know, I said we needed to see life out of their backline and out of their IGLs of Philippox, Nade, and look at Nade sitting 9-4. He was 3-10, I believe, or 3-9 the last game. I mean, all in all, you don't get a 7-1 just off one person's performance. This was a team effort, and Philippox said it. They did studying. They did everything they needed to do to make this map go in their favor, and a 7-1 half, if that doesn't convince you, then you need to watch the game and see how this 7-1 was displayed, because it was pure, utter dominance coming from Furia.
Unreal. 4 and 5, the rounds back-to-back, flawless for Furia, a flawless half, and then they put E1 out of their misery relatively quickly when they move on to the other side. Absolute dominance. I mean, we cannot emphasize this enough, just how unexpected this was. You see, it's KZ at the top, but as you just saw a moment ago, what a well-rounded performance from this team. I mean, Philippox said it. They sat down and had a chance to talk things over, settle all of their grievances, and rebuild kind of their mentality, their focus from the start. I mean, what a perfect example of the importance of that, of what that can get you as a team, what we saw here today.
Absolutely, and sure, we're highlighting KZ, but again, that came down to a group effort, a team effort here, and like Philippox said, they sat down, they talked, they got their mentality right, and that is such a key factor for going into this and finishing strong, is that you are fixing your mentality, you are fixing your style of play and your approach, so that way when you do get into playoffs, you are the best absolute version of yourself, instead of being like a team like E1. Not saying that this is happening, but just for an example, whereas you start out really strong, there are no problems, but then the problems start to arise and the hurdles start having to be jumped over towards the end. That is never a spot you want to find yourself. So the fact Furia is doing the exact opposite, they are working through their problems, they are figuring out where things went wrong, how they want to approach them, fix the mentality. That is a great recipe for success going into a possible playoff run, and see if they can make that all the way to Montreal.
Well, look at what they've done for themselves here. Put themselves in the 5th place spot, completely changing the current playoff picture, and now changing the importance of the rest of the games today and tomorrow. Furia play NIP tomorrow, the final game of their season, where they will have a chance to potentially ultimately decide the final playoff spot. But now it is Keyed Stars on the outs. The victory for Furia puts Vivo Keyed Stars out of the current playoff position. They already played today. They already lost. Now they are the ones who have to look forward to tomorrow. This is absolutely unreal. Could not have imagined a better way to continue Playday 8 of 9. I mean, this is Brazil, baby. This is the kind of stuff that happens here. But was it Furia to do it? We may have not thought that coming into the day.
I wouldn't have. I thought that game was going to be kind of an E1, especially after you saw them 7-2 or 7-2 FaZe. I was like, this is going to be a hard one for Furia. But again, it really does come down to the map pools sometimes and what teams allow. And like I said, I think a lack of quality really created a false sense of reality. And I think E1 is going to know going into the future, let's not play Night Haven. Let's work on it in scrims and then show this off maybe during playoffs or if they make it to Montreal.
Well, incredible work for Furia. E1, again, they still clinch playoffs, but seeding now up in the air. Their game against W7M, very important tomorrow. But our next match today is where we turn our focus next. It'll be mibr and FaZe right after this.
Hates desce na maluquice, acaba caindo também do outro lado, JV. 2x2. Dramático esse round, Retalha.
Cara.
Quem será que leva? Olha o plant. Casey vem do outro lado para surpreender, quase que toma no shift. Ele ainda pode buscar, trocou do outro lado para garantir a eliminação. Buscou 1-1 jogadores. Fúria leva o jogo, Retalha.
Tá tudo igual. Souls, PM lançada. Vai desligar as F-Nets. Vai conseguir a passagem. Vem pra cima. No 7-1, ele derruba mais um. Hates também cai. Olha a... FaZe Clan chegando pra tentar fechar o jogo. Souls começa a plantar. Lenda, C4 que pega o KDS, mas o Souls consegue plantar. Vamos ver o Lenda na movimentação. Souls consegue derrubar o Stamp de vez. Lenda sozinho, contra Souls e Cyber. A bala pega, o Lenda vai conseguir levantar o Hornet e vai ter jogo. Vai ter jogo, o Cyber tá ligeiro. Vamos ver. Abertura no strafe de informação, 25 segundos no relógio. Lenda vem pra passagem. Na calma. Strafe de informação. Ele cai incapacitado. Hornet ainda tá vivo e na dosada ele pega! marcação acontecendo. Trap sempre pra cima, bang lançada, viu o jogador, consegue... Isso. O jogador tá cego, olha a abertura. Bala do Dodês, mesmo cego ele consegue eliminação. Vem o prefire do Mitrix, consegue puxar pro...
Que isso, Mitrix? Que
Não é
isso?
só careca que tá em dia, a mira também tá! Que balaço do homem!
Tá brilhando!
All the sights and sounds of Goiânia, Brazil here. Laxing, I don't know about you. I'm really having a hard time shifting gears to this mibr FaZe matchup. I mean, that Furia game against E1, so unexpected, and now I'm just wondering, is that the only upset we're going to see today, or are we going to see mibr pull off something crazy now?
I mean, the nice thing about this game is both teams are coming off pretty significant losses. FaZe losing 7-2 and then mibr losing 7-1. So as long as we can see both teams show up today at a fundamental level, it should be a good one. But I also am a little scared for FaZe because FaZe couldn't find their footing against E1, where mibr did find their footing, not only finding their footing, but also finding a victory over them.
Well, FaZe, they've been known for going the distance in almost every single game they played. It feels like it's something we talk about even in the games you think they should win by a wider margin. Oh, look, it's overtime. It's round 14, round 15. Funny enough, mibr, the last time they were in a position like that, it was against E1, and mibr pulled out the win. We talk about these upsets. It would take an underdog performance from mibr today if they want to beat FaZe, but they did this just 2 play days ago.
Yeah, and, I don't want to say it's an underdog performance. I mean, they have been, at a steady pace. Sure, you just count out this last loss, just push that aside. They did then beat E1 before that. So they do have everything in their arsenal to create success here. But again, it's the consistency that really is hindering their performance as a whole. But if they can really get their footing today, especially against FaZe, I could definitely see mibr walking away with this.
Well, right now for FaZe, it's just about locking in that playoff position. Because of that win for Furia, and because in theory we could see mibr climb here, FaZe are not technically locked into the playoffs just yet. A win here would clinch a playoff berth for them, but the focus of this match has definitely got to be on mibr because they are the ones outside of that playoff position, now 2 points down from that team above them in the standings, even more so from the team that now holds that 6th place spot. So it's all about this climb. And if there's anyone we've talked about most on this team, Laxing, it's gotta be Machina, the new pickup for this roster, who is right now the top performer from this roster as well.
Yeah, I mean, Machina has been getting in the faces of every single team, shutting them down, catching them off guard. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see him in that Liquid game. He was actually one of the lowest rated of that game. Granted, they were all relatively close, but it's not where we see him on the board. So I'm expecting a lot from him coming out of today, but even from Souls as well, playing that flex role, moving around the map, catching you off guard, being a great support system, cutting off flanks, just sneaking in through the map. Both these players were not able to make much of a presence in either of their games. So going into this game, I'm specifically not only highlighting both these two, but you should be looking for these two, because I think this is where a lot of the success is going to come from both these teams' attacking sides, even on their defenses, but more so the attacks, especially from Machina, with the way that he has been entering into the building and winning these gunfights and pushing further and further into the map.
Well, this final weekend here for mibr, they've got an opportunity to come away with some points, right? Today, whether or not this goes their way, they're playing Fluxo tomorrow, and that provides them a fantastic opportunity to rack up some points as Fluxo sit below them on the standings. Fluxo now have made a lot of close games happen, though, so that is not certain by any means. So their focus is here against FaZe on, in theory, what should be a fairly even map for both of these teams. As we've seen, generally it seems that today, Laxing, teams have chosen to go to maps that are a nice compromise that nobody is necessarily overjoyed about, but everyone can get a little something. At least what we saw from Furia was they were very much targeting that map.
Yeah, and when everything's on the line at this point, you don't want to give a team the best chance that they could play one of their best maps. So you want to kind of play on an even playing field, even if you struggle on it. But if you can make them struggle as well, then it's just all about adapting and playing the fundamentals of Siege that we all know and love. But again, it really sometimes does come down to these maps, whereas we just saw in the last one, I thought that really favored Furia just because of what we recently saw out of E1. And sure enough, it was a swift victory. So that could be the likes that we see going into this map ban phase. But again, that's undecided to see what we're actually going to be playing at just yet.
Well, it seems that both teams kind of each have their own mentality, their own different approach to the maps they like to play. mibr, they've played a lot of Border, they've played a lot of Chalet. That's been their kind of go-to pool. Generally more aggressive maps. On the other hand, you see a team like FaZe, it's been Clubhouse, Cafe, Skyscraper, right? Maybe maps that are a little bit more composed. And we go to Skyscraper here, one that would again be described as a little more defensive sided, a little more methodical, and a little slower of a map than something like the maps that mibr typically prefer. But this was their choice, Laxing. They could go between Cafe and Skyscraper. How do you feel about this one?
I definitely see this as a counterfest right here for mibr, that they are going to try to exploit any little possible area on these defenses. Granted, it is hard on Skyscraper because you are playing very close to your teammates, so there should always be someone ready to trade on both sides. But it is a little worrisome because as we saw from the performance just recently from mibr, it wasn't strong on their attacking side at all. Obviously, they only found one round. So again, it really is going to be on the backing of Machina to be able to make a presence in this map, whether pushing through, heavy contested areas of Drum, through Geisha, through any of these sites of the map. We are going to have to see, again, Machina getting into the building and making some of these head holes along with Bullet, along with Gomez. And then obviously back on the FaZe side of things, it is nice that they are starting out on defense here. This map is hard in some areas to get into, but as long as you are playing the trade game, you should always dwindle down, coming out on top of that man advantage with the 2v1 most likely, or bringing it down to a 1v1. So I think FaZe so far is sitting pretty, but you got to be worried because you did just recently show this map against Furia not that long ago, winning 8-7. So again, I do believe mibr put some prep in. They understand what they want to do, and it's all about execution going forward into these attacks from mibr.
Well, I want to stick with that for just a moment because we saw that 69% is a nice round number, but it also means that this map is the most defensive-sided map in the pool right now. Here in Brazil, the way this has gone, 69% as we said for Skyscraper, Labs has been 60%, Lair 65, Cafe 64, Clubhouse 63, none of them more defender-sided than Skyscraper right now. You mentioned the concerns we have for mibr on their attacking side. They just had some pretty significant attacking woes. Is this really the best map to potentially go for a maybe upset or not upset victory at all? But is this really where you want to go against FaZe with the playoffs on the line?
I think you're gambling of your prep. I think that's totally what it comes down to, is that you are gambling everything on the prep that you are going to understand in every case scenario, similar to what Furia just did against E1, and that's what you are going to play off of. And as long as the teamwork is there, and as long as what the prep went into and that you can execute maybe not flawlessly on, but closest thing to flawless, you should be able to find success and then close it out on that defensive half. But what I want to see from mibr specifically is to at least get 3 rounds, and then I think they will be comfortable then switching halves.
Well, the first half, of course, going to be so important as we get into this one. Of course, we'll bring Dez and Ace back in here as we get this match underway in just a few. Gents, wow, the last game, absolutely ridiculous. This one potentially could be similar. Dez, I mean, I'm not going to throw you this. Obviously, we know how that went. But when you look at mibr, they pulled off an upset against E1. Don't you think it's possible they could do the same thing again here?
Yes. And I think they know what's on the line here is like given Fury have won, they need to win to now get into those playoff spots, right? If they don't win here, sure, they've got a game coming up tomorrow against Fluxo, which I guess is okay for them. Like, they should be beating Fluxo. This is a must-win game, either way you look at it.
Well, FaZe, on the other hand, Ace, they are in a bit more comfortable position. It's not guaranteed yet that they're going to make the playoffs, but this one is a little bit more about seeding for them. Of course, with the fall of E1 in that last game, the top is up for grabs in theory. Is this a team that will be contending for those top 2 spots, you think? Or is this more of survival, get to the next day?
I think for FaZe at this point, it's going to be get the job done. If they win this one, then it puts them in the playoffs. There's only NIP can catch them, so they can only drop one position, then it won't take them out of playoffs. So then they can think about tomorrow, right, can we now make a push for top 2? Because they're going to need other results to go their way, you know, to catch those teams. But yeah, I think for FaZe, it's just focus on the job at hand, which is get playoffs.
All right, well, 2 games in, already 1 upset down. Already the playoff picture turned on its head. Let's see if mibr can pull off any more shenanigans. We'll toss it to you.
Thank you very much, guys. And Tim, we get another favorite amongst our maps. We get Skyscraper for map 3. We are being blessed by the map pick gods today.
Yeah, we really are. The Chalet, Labs, Skyscraper. Finish with a bit of Clubhouse, maybe, and we'll be absolutely laughing.
Give me Lair. I want Lair. I want Lair in the picture.
I could go for Lair. I'm enjoying Lair at the minute as well. It's a lot of fun.
It'd be good to see. The exciting thing is looking at the teams as well that we've got. FaZe tomorrow, they play against Liquid. Ooh, this might be the last chance they have to get any points from this group stage, which is why I'm nervous for them. Like, yeah, they're a full 3 points clear of Vivo Geet Stars and the NIP. They haven't got too much to worry about. But if they lose this game and then go on to lose their game against Liquid, suddenly things start looking a little bit ropey. And I can't remember the last tournament where FaZe weren't present and arguably weren't finishing in the top 4.
Exactly. You know, it's an expectation, isn't it? You know, we've already spoken about mibr as an org. A little bit of a drop-off for them in terms of results. We saw them, of course, you know, as we'd call it a semi-finalist, but the structure wasn't. It was an upper and lower bracket, so it wasn't quite as sort of cleanly broken down as semi-finalists, but it was a top 4 finish for mibr at SI 2022 in Sweden, but then they've struggled to replicate that since, whereas FaZe, of course, always there or thereabouts, runner-up at SI this year on home turf in Brazil. We all remember that match. We will remember it forevermore. They're a little bit middle of the pack at the minute.
They are. There is work that needs to be done. They've still got star quality. They were a single round off winning SI. We'd be having very different conversations about them. Either way you look at it, they should be up there, is the summary you can take away from that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got, you know, 2 teams ready to really go at each other in the server, hopefully. And they had a few words, I think, that we can catch up on before we go there.
Ah, o jogo contra a FaZe Clan é da hora demais, até mesmo pelo Randy, que é o irmão do peito meu, assim. No último split quase ganhamos deles, começamos acho que com 3-0, abrimos um placar de 3-0. Mas, pô, foi um jogo muito bom de ser jogado, assim. Eu olhava por cima do monitor assim, e aí, Randyzão? Xingava ele e tal, zoava ele.
Bom, mibr, a gente tá treinando bastante com eles, a gente tá vendo eles ter uma crescente muito grande. Com a adição do máquina ali no time, o time ficou muito bom. Acredito que eles têm um potencial aí de vir muito melhor do que vieram no stage.
Na verdade, eu acho que tem ninguém pra ficar de olho não lá. O que eu falaria, ele é o Randy, mas ele é um cara meio, tipo, ele tem uns apagões dele ali, então não sei se eu tenho que ficar de olho nele não.
Acho que tem que ficar de olho no máquina, no Harry. O Harry, principalmente por causa da forma de ele conduzir o time. Querendo ou não, se ele tá conduzindo muito bem ali o time na hora, é muita chance de dar algo certo para eles. E o máquina porque ele tá vindo como estreante, assim, então acho que ele vai querer se provar dentro do competitivo.
Aí, Randyzão, quando eu gritar pra você, você olha pra mim, pai. Não você não ficar olhando pro monitor fixo, não. Que você falou que fica olhando pro... Eu olho pro monitor, não olho por cima, não. Olha pra cima, pai. Eu vou te pegar.
Aí, Boletão, você ganhou na Copa do Brasil de mim, mas no BR6, irmão, a paulada é grande, irmão. E vai ser de novo.
Handy has a tendency to zone out. That's a thing I've learned today. How true it is, we don't know.
If he drops 20 kills this game, we'll see how much he's zoned out.
He zones you out of playoffs, baby. That's the way it'll look. Let's see if it comes down to it. That mibr has said they had their success in the Brazil Cup when they beat FaZe there. FaZe will probably say, well, we weren't taking it that seriously. We care much more about the major. Now, whether that's true or not will remains to be seen, but let's get into our picks and bans. Monty going to start out first. Well, picks and bans. Just bans in this case. Different game I'm thinking about. Monty being taken away first by FaZe. That shield operator off the board. Blitz still a possibility, though.
Good bit of fun to see Cyber Speaking directly to Bullet as well, of course, you know, a real dynamic duo back in sort of late 2020, early 2021. They played together on MIBR, the roster with Cameraman that moved across to FaZe. So, yeah, a lot of history there for them two of playing on the same side. But today they're going to find themselves on opposite sides of the table. And I don't think either will... You know, anybody will know somebody else's game as well as they know each other's. So, bans continue. Monte, Demos, Kaid will be our first three. Final defensive ban to wrap it up will be Azami. Not too much of a surprise. Azami, of course, having pretty much the highest pick rate across most of the regions, if not all of them at the minute. Super powerful in defense. I think... Very powerful, but I kind of think in quite a nice spot at the minute. We had the changes come through whereby keeper barricades can be destroyed by gunfire, and it makes it a little bit easier to deal with her. Still very, very much a present part of the defense when available, but yeah, seems to be in a good spot at the minute. Somebody's always got to be powerful, right, Des?
Oh, yeah. In this case, it's me.
You're always powerful. They can't nerf you, Des.
I need to get the special like sound effects sorted on my mixer so I can try and sound powerful at least. I'm very aware right now that I don't. But to come back to your point, when she's available, Azami, I've just looked at the numbers across all regions for Stage 2 so far. 61.3% pick rate, which might not sound terrifyingly high, like, oh, well, she's not picked 40% of the time. Sure, but then Ace is next at 49%.
Yeah.
So there is quite a gap even between first and second there, which just goes to show even these really common operators like Ace, Mute, Warden, Legion, they're all sat largely around the low 40s, so it just goes to show just how powerful Azami is at the top level right now, even though her barricades were made destroyable by bullets earlier on in the year. Anyway, let's see how the game proceeds. I'm already liking the look around Wanting because looking on the bottom left side of your screen, we've got Machina on the Amaru and we've got a Ying in tandem. Now, those two together, as you can imagine, it's all about the flash spam that comes in, overwhelm the site, and then Amaru comes flying up a hatch or in through a window, works a magic, and normally ends up killing the entire team. Not too sure how I feel about Ash being the one with the diffuser in back pocket right now, but we'll see if that changes hands soon.
Yeah, I was kind of, you know, obviously we're on the office side. I'd look at that attacking lineup, and if you just said to me, which side are you attacking here? I'd maybe be looking towards Karaoke T, but they're showing great use as the Candelas go in. The Amaru gadget we hear zipping her up into position. Machina are actually taken down by Souls, but FaZe still find themselves a body down here. 4 versus 3 after an initial flood into sight, and right now FaZe, they've just got to try and fight to get a bit of a foothold here to try and get some of the map back, but it's going to be Rare taking down KDS, which is going to give an opportunity for him to put the diffuser down as well, and we're only 1 minute and 10 into the rounders.
It has been chaotic and very largely inspired by FaZe feeling like they have to swing everything on MIBR, only for MIBR to win those gunfights. A 3v2 in a post plant as well is looking good for them. No C4 in back pocket to make use of. That feels a little bit miserable. But with 3 players to try and remove here, it's feeling like a little bit too much to ask. I was going to say Yex was on for a 4K, but Vidaking, player of the year last year, can't quite get it done against the final 2. A great first round for MIBR.
Yex just trying to out-shotgun the shotgun there with the skeleton key, and it's not really going to work, that one. But the job was already done, and it was a great round there to kick things off from MIBR. Like I said, you know, the Amaru, I wasn't sure where the player was going to come in. I thought maybe up the hatch, try and get, you know, underneath and go up the hatch directly into sight. That's not what they did. I think just used it to get onto the balcony quickly and push forward. Still did the job. It got them into sight and got them some early control, and it certainly puts FaZe on alert now, you know, to be very prepared at the beginning of those rounds for the rushers coming in, for the aggression coming in, because, you know, that's a lineup and operators that, as I was saying, you could use very well over the other side of the map as well for something like a karaoke window plant potentially. So it's definitely something they've got to watch out for.
If we exclude Clubhouse Bar Stage from the stats, because it's only been played 4 times, it's not really fair to count it in there. That site we just played, Exhibition Office, is now the most defender-sided site in the game. It was tied previously with a map on this, with a site on this map as well, which is Barbecue and Kitchen, being won 66.7% of the time for both of them. But with that win, that site now crawls over that line and becomes the scariest site to try and attack into. And the thing is, it wasn't necessarily for one, I don't think they're like, the defenders of FaZe were very keen to go for that. They were swinging out towards the breach, for example, that while they're looking at breach, they were stepping out aggressively on towards the balcony. They wanted to try and catch mibr off guard, but in both instances, mibr just knew it was coming. They were more than prepared. They won out those 1v1s that broke off as a result and ended up just seeing themselves down in a 5v3 incredibly quickly. So it was great aggression being shown by mibr, I think, overall. For FaZe, well, there's still work to do there, I think. And I forgot that that's the wrong way around, sorry. More of the exhibition work office now falls below barbecue and kitchen, which we're not going to step into. Our next site instead is going to be karaoke and tea.
Yeah, going to continue with the
Are you a tea person, Tim, or are you a coffee person?
Well, it's always a.
You're neither, right?
I'm neither. I don't actually drink any caffeine at all. But I don't like tea. I'm always a bit scared of saying it because as a British person, it feels like they'll take your passport off you or something. You know, I usually get shocked gasps whenever I say no. I don't really like tea. It's like. What do you drink?
I suppose there's a few things that you're not a fan of that are typically British and that we tend to enjoy, though, right?
Yeah,
were you a beans on toast hater as well?
No, I love that. I'm eating that daily at the minute.
Okay, fair enough.
It just fits nicely into the
what was the dish that you aren't a fan
diet.
of? I forget what it was.
There's quite a few, to be fair.
Is it fish and chips?
Yeah. It's mid at best. It's not even mid, to be honest. Not a big fan of fish and chips. I know it's like our national dish.
I'm not in a headspace to tell you how wrong you are and argue with you today as a thing. So I'll let you have it for now. It's okay.
It's just always disappointing for me.
But do know that you are wrong.
I'm always just like, yeah, you want fish? It never promotes excitement in me, doesn't fish and chips?
What about when you throw curry sauce or mushy peas on it?
Don't get me wrong. It's not that I dislike it, but if I'm having, say, sausage chips and curry sauce, it's hardly fish and chips anymore, is it?
Yeah, true.
You know.
There's a very interesting debate we'll have there that we'll save for another day. Here we go, a minute into the round, mind you. And again, the attackers rolling out with that Ying. No big surprise there, this time in the hands of Rare. It's Lion also really looking to come along for Bullet. And Machina might step up and bring down Handy. He was caught zoned out, but the trade is immediately there. Vidaking certainly not zoned out. Brings the scoring back down to 4v4.
Yeah, they're going to need to get control of Geisha here at mibr, and I've got the feeling this round's going to be a little bit more difficult for them. They got away with the rush last time. It was, really well worked, and FaZe didn't react to it. Now, they're halfway through the round. It's a 1-for-1 kill either side. They're in a position now whereby they're going to have to play Siege, not just run in and get a few kills. They're going to have to, solve the problems that are in front of them. Not saying they're not capable of that, but it's going to be tougher for them. And Geisha is definitely going to be a big key in doing that, because you can see they are working on Repel on that side. They're wanting to try and control karaoke window and Geisha side, so a lot of work for them to do.
Well, Vidaking into a second as well. They almost collect the third. Rare almost going down there as well. In fact, a couple of players now. Gomez too, taking a couple of shots to the shoulder. Not enough to, of course, see them finished off, but it's not a good sign. Souls popping up from down below. Like a piranha, finds Rare, finishes him off. Only 2 left on side now. And Yex has been going good this game so far, but he's still got 3 more to build down. Has the time to do it. And Souls again getting more chip damage down. How many times are these attackers going to get away with it? Finally find themselves finished off. Souls snaps up another victim, and Gomez has got it all to do against 3. Souls makes it a third. Much better round coming out from FaZe.
Souls has been a little bit quiet so far this stage.
I've just looked at chat, by the way, and the question was, why are they talking about tea? And someone came in and just said, Brits in it, basically.
Exactly, and that's why I'm always worried about saying that it's not the drink for me. I'm sure it's wonderful.
About fish and chips. Yes, we'll talk about fish and chips, bro. It's how it goes.
Yeah.
We're paid to be on the mic, and yeah, we are not forbidden from talking about fish and chips. What about fish and chip specials though, where you get a mix of things in like one little polystyrene box?
It's not really that common around the north of England, isn't that?
You guys not discovered polystyrene yet?
Well, no, I mean the special with like a bunch of stuff in. It's not something I frequently see on the menu. I just find it a bit bland. I just find it all a bit bland. It's not something I would ever choose to have. I'm sure there's fantastic fish and chip shops out there. I'm certain there's people who love it. It's a national dish. But for me, I just find it a bit meh.
Imagine calling fries chips.
I'd always pick something else first. I like something with a bit of spice. I like something with a bit of spice and a bit of flavour.
I will give it to someone though. Often with the fish, it's battered in crap batter, and it doesn't go because it's too crispy. I think
This is what I mean.
I like
This
it when
is-
the batter's got a bit of crunch to it, but it's not soggy. It's like the dream.
Yeah, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. So for me, get me a bit of spice, get me something that I'm gonna feel. You know, I'm happy with that.
No, that spice just that is a whole other conversation. I already feel offended by it. Spice takes away taste. You have too much spice.
It
All you're
depends.
tasting
Well, you've
is
just
spice and
you've hit the
hotness.
nail on the head though. If you have too much, get me the right amount, and now we're talking.
I'll ask you about your ideal dish in a little bit. For now, though, we're focusing on the frying up of FaZe Clan in this game. That last round, again, I'll give it to Souls. 3K from playing down by Pantry. Did pop his head above the parapet, up main stairs at one point, and picked off Rare, who really should have known better at that point, but clearly Souls had slipped the net. Yes, that was a fish pun in case you were following along. Here in round 3, though, one of the teams gets to pull themselves ahead. We've seen both have good rounds now. Now we're stepping into that third site. I did mention earlier on, this is now the most defensive favored site in the game. Barbecue and kitchen. We cannot stop talking about cooking things, can we? The site just... this is ridiculous. Can we now call it barbecue and fryer? I feel like that'd be really apt for this game in particular.
I mean, you feel free, Des. If you want to pioneer a new
Barbecue and
call
fryer
out,
it is.
you know, you go for it. Pioneering across the top floor is going to be mibr, but they're not doing a fantastic job. They've not grabbed too much land yet. They've not got themselves inside of the map and really got any control. FaZe are still pretty comfortable in the positions they're playing, but Machina manages to get Cyber on the hook and reels him in. He's going to find himself a kill, and that leaves us now 5 versus 4. Machina's done really well on the entry so far. It was something Laxing picked up on coming into this matchup. It's something they need to continue. How about this bullet getting a beauty, taking down Vida King? Never easy to win those when you're the one rappelling in, but he finds his man.
Oh, and he's gone fishing with the C4 and caught out Bullet. Beautiful stuff. 3 versus 3, really breaking out here. Yes, Bullet can get picked back up. That's assuming there's a second player playing alongside him at the same time, though. If nothing else, it will take time away from mibr. Looks like he thought he was getting picked up. No, he was just holding on for a second. Here we go. Just the fear of playing from below, that you're going to get snapped up by something coming in from the deep, and in this case, no, is back up. 4v3 now kicks off, making a 4v2. Handy's going to find himself down to mibr, back in control here, even if they haven't got tons of time to play with.
Yeah, the next job now for mibr, 4 versus 2, is to start getting themselves into sight, and they've got to find themselves a place to be able to put that diffuser down, to get it locked in, and really put the pressure on FaZe here. 28 seconds left to go, and this is absolutely winnable for mibr. And for me now, it's just about flooding into sight and just getting that pressure put on them. Find those last 2 kills. They're hanging back a little bit. There's 15 seconds left to go. You've got to make your move. Souls, he gets cut down, and then there is just one. It's up to KDS. He can't find anything. Gomez closes it out, and that's going to be another round to mibr.
I really appreciated the place pun, by the way.
I thought you might enjoy that.
I very much enjoyed it. And nearly, as you said it, just instinctively, I almost told you to F off. Like, just come out with it. I had to catch myself and just be like, let's
Did you
not
have to
say
catch
that on
yourself?
the-
Wait!
This is ridiculous. Oh, God. Right. A question from the chat, Tim. It's now a bit of a podcast mixed with the cast. Yeah, it's got the word cast in it, I guess. Okay, Ace, what's your thoughts on full English breakfasts?
Not something I eat very often, but I do enjoy a good one. I do enjoy a good. I would say, yeah, I do think that they are, yeah, they're passable. They're very good.
There's a good one outside Birmingham New Street I need to take you to. If you end up in Birmingham together, then I don't know why you're there in the first place, but if you do ever end up there, there's a place I'll take you that does a really good one.
Yeah, no, we've got a lot of a lot of good options around in the north, and yeah, the full English I can get on board with. Absolutely.
I've got a question for you. Someone asked this. To be fair, so it's a statement, but I want to open it for a yes/no answer from you. Really, Real Breezes said British food is probably the worst in the world. True or false, Tim?
Right, so I think it was. I apologise if I accredit this quote to the wrong person, but I'm 99% sure I'm correct. Mentalist said something that I really agreed with in Manchester. I think it was Mentalist who said it. And he said that the British food itself is a bit mid, but food in Britain is really good. And I would agree with that. I think we do a lot of food, you know, from all different cultures and stuff really, really well. But I think our own stuff, like fish and chips, it's a yeah. I'm not. Yeah, that's. I think that was pretty a pretty good sort of assessment of it.
Yeah. And I think I'd largely agree on that one as well. I'm very much on board, and that conversation is over. The wall being EMP'd and opened up. We had some great play over in EU League, I think it was last week, where there was some brilliant denial by a bandit on this very wall. Look at that, the sprint coming on through the down! And the 8 zone down this time, is he? Take that one in your pipe and smoke it. A double kill coming through. Bullet at least secures a trade, but the damage is done. The Zophia's down as well. He has taken so much bite out of this attack, and now there is just the Ying and the Striker on side. FaZe Clan back on top.
Yeah, Handy's just broken that round for them there. Bullet, 6 HP now on the Striker. He's really going to struggle to get anything going here because he's going to take a graze of a bullet through a wall and a barricade, and it's still going to do the job. It's still going to finish him off. So it's going to be up to Yex to try and get something going. He needs to use the life that he's got to find a couple of kills, and they're just playing with them at the minute. But I think Cyber maybe don't need to commit to that there. It's now 2 versus 3. You start thinking with 1 minute 15 left on the clock, it's still for FaZe to lose this really, but it becomes that little bit more winnable, especially with something like Candela's on the board. They need to get the kill onto this FaZe onto this Ying quickly now to FaZe.
1 Candela left to the name, no smokes in back pocket, it's only hard breach gadgets that are being held onto, and their health bars are not looking so pretty right now. Souls, all reliable, it feels the round end here has found 1, found 2, bish bash bosh, rounds over, FaZe are back in it. The back and forth nature of these rounds has been ridiculous.
It has. I want to pick. I started talking about Souls earlier, and we got sidetracked with Fish.
I've got a new one for you in a minute, mate, so you best wrap up this point.
Souls hasn't had the best stage 2 yet overall. You know, from a player that we know can have huge influence within this lineup in terms of his performances, and it's good to see over the last today and the last Playday in particular that we're starting to see something a bit better out of him. He's really starting to turn it on and get those important mid-round sort of 2K, 3Ks that are just securing the rounds for FaZe.
Yeah, if this account had not been subscribed for 7 months, I would swear someone has just gone away and made it. The Real Daddy UK 1980 says, really, shepherd's pie is S-tier cuisine. What do you think to that? I think it is. Shepherd's pie is banging.
So the account definitely not made up. It's somebody from my stream actually. Yeah, regularly watching.
You never said before. Wow.
Yeah, I don't like to mention it. But Shepherd's Pie, yeah, again, it falls into that. I wouldn't put it S tier. I'd say maybe B tier. It's kind of okay. It's very homey. It's a nice meal. It's kind of B tier for me. So that's pretty good. Maybe a 7 out of 10.
I think it really depends what you're looking for on a given day, though. If you want like real,
it does. If it's like
food,
a cold winter's day, you know, get back
dreamy.
and tuck into a shepherd's pie, then you know, yeah, it's probably going up a point there. You know, you've maybe got 8 out of 10, but.
I love this as well. Golden Knacker sides is that came out and said we were talking about Souls, but we started talking about Fish. Ace of Pyrite 2024 might be the quote of the season. Out of context, that does sound absolutely ridiculous, doesn't it? It's brilliant.
That's how it went. What can I do? I call it as I see it, Des.
That's exactly what it was. All right, really doubling down on their ability to execute here. mibr, you got the Grim on side, we've got the Lion as we spoke about, and the Ying now coming along. So adding more into the pot, it feels, when it comes around to looking at how they can really overwhelm the defenders. And FaZe equally are not wanting to give anything away here, being quite aggressive. You saw the push then coming out, for example, out towards the balcony. Almost gets the one bang onto the Ying, but not quite enough. I think it was going through the wood on the side. It's not full damage, therefore the Ying survives for now, and like that they've rounded on and caught out Cyber. That's the mute going down. Souls for now at least lives. So tell you what, he's had a great game that so far. They're like, right, boss G time? Yep, sure, go for it, mate. You do you.
Machina going big, managing to get a double, really puts mibr into the round. KDS, however, manages to find Yext, and we've now got Machina and Rare both on low health as well. KDS is on the other side, but it doesn't matter when Souls continues. Takes down Machina, takes down Rare. He is almost unstoppable at the minute. He is an absolute force to be reckoned with. 1 versus 2 though. Can Bullet do it? 14 HP. No, he cannot. The King is there, shuts him down with a shotgun, and that's going to be the round to FaZe, and this one continues to be a very close matchup.
VKS kind of proving alongside Souls to be all reliable here for FaZe. When a couple of rounds have looked a little bit ropey or things might get snatched away, it's always those two names that we're talking about. Or if someone secures an entry, VKS was immediately there for the trade time and time again. So it's good seeing those two really hold a little bit of composure for this FaZe side, I think. mibr equally started out pretty strong. If they manage to walk away with the third round here and end things up at a 3-3, they'd have bitten your hand off for that at the start of the day, I'd wager. Again, speaking about Sky and the very high defensive win rate that it's got right now, a 3-3 is an absolute win for the attackers.
Yeah, it is. It won't be a terrible outcome if they can manage it, but FaZe have got an opportunity to make sure that doesn't happen, and they're going to have to take them to bedroom. It's going to be their choice. So rather than going to kitchen barbecue, they are going to be...
Not a fan of this.
No, instead...
This has got a 40% defensive win rate.
It can't have been played very much.
On the map by a country mile.
It can't have been played very much.
10 times.
10? Wow, that's a lot for such a bad side.
That is a massive sample size. Yeah, absolutely.
That is a lot for such a bad side.
Yeah, it's a really weird site overall. I think probably because also partially it's not played a ton, but that should really give a lean towards defenders. If attackers aren't getting the chance to attack it regularly because it's not getting picked, defenders should go there with a plan in mind and be able to win it more convincingly, but they often don't. And I think because Exhibition Office overall, when it's not being super well held, as you see time and time again, often the breach is left half open. There's a lot of chance for contestation to come through that wall. It's not as easy to hold upstairs on that top floor as maybe you would like. And that gives the attackers room to get the vertical control they need, start thinking about the attack itself, getting the diffuser down, all that kind of good stuff. I don't know. Just one of those that feels like a really weird site to have such a lean towards the attackers, given it's so rarely played.
Well, let's see if FaZe can buck the trend and get themselves a little win here over on the house side of the ground floor of the map. As it is, the pressure, predictably, is immediately going to come towards top floor. That's where mibr are going to push. That's where they want to take. There will be less utility here for FaZe to hold on to this top floor because, as we've discussed, they will need to have used some of it downstairs as well. You've got an external window, not directly into sight, but it's well covered. You know, you can really potentially do some work from here as well with a quick peek in and out and just keep trying to hold that line through sight. It makes it very difficult, but halfway through the round so far, FaZe are doing pretty well. On the defense, mibr haven't really taken a lot of ground and they haven't taken top floor above the site yet, so it could come down to having a bit of a problem with the clock come the end of this round.
Look at the rotating who's playing Vigil as well. It's now Handy's turn to have a go with the Boss G. I'm not enjoying this rise of the Boss G. I'm not going to lie.
I like it even less in ranked.
That's largely why I don't like it. It just does not feel interactive or fun at all. But the presence of it, even in pro, is only going to make it played even more, which frustrates the living hell out of me, but it's a thing we're going to have to get used to. This has been one of those slower rounds, by the way. We're 2 minutes in, and no one's gone for an early engagement. There's been no aggression on towards an extension, for example. We've still got defenders on this top floor. So mibr are really taking their time with the setup for this one.
Yeah, I think they're just being too slow. And like you said, you know, people don't get too much of an opportunity to attack onto this site necessarily. So I think sometimes it takes a little bit longer to think about how you're going to solve the problems. But Souls manages to pick up Rare. Gomez goes in and gets Cyber Yexed onto Souls as well. 4 versus 3. And mibr have collapsed onto that top floor beautifully, but they haven't dealt with Handy yet. VKS manages to find Yext and Handy. He's got the Boss G in hand. It's only going to take one bullet, and they're toying with the lives here. Makina back and forth across there, but Bullet and Gomez find one apiece, and all of a sudden it's the worst possible operator surely to get this clutch. He only has 2 bullets and then has to switch to the secondary. He can't do it. Makina manages to close him down and get the kill. You don't want a Boss G in a 1v3, Des. You've only got 2 shots.
I just love how it's like a mirror at the end of the round. They both hit the deck at exactly the same time. I was just like, what is going on? Oh, incredible end to the round. Incredible end to the half as well. As said, mibr will be delighted they got 3 attacking rounds. A 3-3 split. That's a great success for them. It's been the most back and forth chaotic half, but really, I love this map anyway, and I love watching these 2 teams play, but that was pretty special. I enjoy. Look, I would be screwing. How is Makina not throwing his keyboard off the edge of the stage and just flipping the desk? You'd be fuming if that happened to you.
Oh, what a round. That was one of the funnest rounds I've seen in a long time. Good stuff. MIBR and FaZe come out.
Nothing happened for 2 minutes of it. It was great.
Brilliant. MIBR versus FaZe. We continue into the second half. It's 3-3 here as FaZe move on to the attack. As you said, I think MIBR will be the happier with that scoreline. Generally, we view the top floor sites as sites that defenders will win. Karaoke Tea, Office and Exhibition are generally the sites that the defenders are going to pick up and be successful on. So you kind of look towards a 4-2 half unless the attackers can do something, which MIBR did. MIBR, again, picking up the attack on the site that they went to. You know, we spoke about this third choice site. It's rarely played, and there's a reason for it, because it's rarely won. And MIBR take full advantage of that. But they move themselves onto the defence. We're going to have FaZe going straight towards Geisha by the looks of things. Just making sure that they're not going to get jumped out on. They're going to be paying attention to that terrace window. Open up the Geisha window. Look at potentially opening up the Geisha wall. There we go. Thank you very much, Vita King. And that will start to dictate exactly where MIBR can hold here. But I tell you what, Rare says we will not be dictated to, and takes down Cyber with a good headshot to kick things off.
It's the Grim being gone as well. Like,
yeah,
you
big
want
loss.
them Grim Bees when it comes to taking control of site. You want to be flooding out rotations with those Grims. You want to be locking down potential rotations back in towards site. All the angles where players might be sat waiting, ready to challenge you as you're coming through a window, for example. Painful to lose that earlier on, and painful for Cyber. 0-6. Not his game so far.
No, not at all. And, you know, the Grim can be used for so many things. Clearing this position out of Geisha, send the Grim Bees in, get somebody underneath in Kitchen and just spray through the floor when you know where the player is. You know, there's so much that can be done with them. So, yeah, huge loss of utility there. Great opener for MIBR. And in goes the Candelas. That's going to allow a bit of movement, but it's not going to flash all the way into T. And Yex is there, and they're falling like dominoes, Des. It's just one after another. Yex finishes off a perfect round. MIBR look more than comfortable on defense.
Did they just both jump into Frostmats there? We saw two players basically hit the deck at exactly the same time, and I can only assume it was double Frostmat territory.
It happens, Des. It happens. You know, we've got to have some sympathy.
You, Tim, many times in a single round. You're a magnet.
We've got to have some sympathy with those that end up in Frostmats.
I've got a question for you. Do you like cereal?
Yes.
Do you eat cereal on the regular?
I do, yeah.
Or are you more of a hot breakfast kind of person?
No, I eat cereal twice a day.
Twice a day?
Yeah. Don't forget, I'm eating 3,000 calories a day at the minute, Des.
Yeah, but cereal and beans on toast. So you're having 2 bowls of cereal, beans on toast.
Yep.
I need this diet plan, mate. This sounds sick.
A lot of carbs.
What cereal are you having?
Well, I mean, there's the variety, Des. I have lots of different ones.
Yeah, so what do you tend to eat most days?
Other brands are available, but I have Cheerios quite often.
Fair.
Yeah.
And?
Just a lot of carbs.
Tim, I've asked you to explain. You've told me you have cereal twice a day. I've asked you what cereal you have, and you say, oh, well, there's lots of cereal out there. And I was like, cool. And you said Cheerios.
Yeah.
What other cereal do you eat?
Occasionally some, like, Frosted Flakes variety or something like that.
You really want to push the boat out and be a bit spicy?
Yeah, if I'm really mixing it up. But yeah, I'm eating a lot at the minute, and like half of it needs to be carbs so that I've got the energy to grow big muscles.
Yeah, Tim, I'm gonna be a weed stood next to you at our next event. I've seen the pictures. Someone on yesterday said, oh, come on, Des, your turn. I was just like, nah. I was like, that's Tim's thing. That ain't my thing. No way. I'll stick to swinging the golf club around, and that'll be my limit of physical exercise, I think. Wall being opened up here inside of VIP. Same as we saw actually back in the first half. So both teams showing really good, masterful ability at getting this single wall opened up. Though admittedly, for now, it's not open. Have we bailed on this plan, guys? What's going on?
Machina really wanting to stick that wall there. There was a lot of utility coming in towards him. And the fact that he's still there goes to say he really wants to keep that wall shut. They don't want any access into VIP for FaZe Clan. So it's going to mean instead a bit of a rotation here. You can see them moving en masse across to the other side of the map. And it's going to be moving on to plan B here. They've not got what they wanted directly onto site.
By the way, Rise Gravity, as a British person, Golden Nuggets are elite. The line jumped to my head. I was going to say it on cast, and I'll say it now. Golden Nuggets, they taste yeehaw! Vita King, looking onto Rare to start the scoring out halfway into the round. Took a bit of time, but he made that one look effortless, even with the Fenrir stood nearby. No doubt hearing him coming, but no challenge back the other way.
Going to take out the bulletproof cam. That's going to give a little bit of access, but it was being watched. So mibr are aware now that the rotation has happened. They're going to know that the push is going to come across from that side. They're 4 versus 5, but there's a minute left on the clock. So FaZe Clan, a lot of work to do here. They're nowhere near in a position to put this diffuser down. There's still a lot of utility that they've got to play through yet, you know, before they can even get really near to challenging FaZe. They're going to open up drum wall now to give a little bit of access from Geisha, but look at the clock. 45 seconds left to go. There's ADSs, there's shields, there's all sorts yet to be dealt with.
And as said, 9 players still up on field as well, which means an explosive ending. We had this back in round 6, and it was one of our favorite rounds of the day so far. I'm in for another one that looks a hell of a lot like that. Down to the last 30. A lot of pressure coming in towards Terrace here. 3 players looking to work their way through, but at least for now, look a little bit unsure. This fire coming out will stop them being able to swing out, which means things are going to be a bit easier, but no. Cyber's there, ready, gets one.
I've just got a feeling this game is going to continue to go back and forth all the way to the end of it. Overtime wouldn't surprise me as a flawless round. We saw mibr get one of their own, but this time it's FaZe who managed to get it done without losing a single body, and they level things up again. 4-4. This is the absolute antithesis of the last game that we had, where Furia dominated E1. Neither of these two teams can get a real dominant hold of this one, and it's an absolute brawl, and I'm living for it.
What I love is that it's turning into, again, that 3-3 split means actually you've got to see a really attacker-sided map. So every time you see an attacking team win, it's just like, great, it's sticking. The narrative ain't breaking. We aren't seeing mibr walk away with 4 rounds in a row and just push the round over the line. And the question will always come, what does attacking teams do, in this case FaZe, to keep on overcoming that defensive lead that mibr are bringing to the table? Looking in this round, for example, you've got the Echo on side, you've got the Valkyrie on side, tons of info being brought along, and we are going to see that attacker repick over towards the IQ. I was going to say 6th pick there, but my God, is that a long time ago? And we've also got the Brava on side. That was banned away in one of our games earlier on today, and we thought that meant we'd see a lot of Maestro, but it's also the fact that Brava is very effective against things like those Yokais and against the Valkyrie cams for giving information over to the attacking side instead.
Round 9 it will be then, and as we normally talk about this being a particularly important round, I would generally say that is the case unless you get a 4-4, and then it has a lot less relevance. Still an important one. Somebody can get themselves the advantage, get themselves that toe in front again, but as I say, this one, very little to separate these two. Now then, Malusi needs to just move quickly there. Gomez doesn't want to get caught out as this wall opens up. Not so much to the exothermic charge itself. You know, a kill from that or damage from that is very, very rare, especially at this level. But doesn't want to be caught out by anybody watching that breach as soon as it opens up. As it is, Gomez gets behind the reinforcement nice and safely and will continue to hold on to Geisha, but I imagine that the pressure will mount. I don't think it's just going to be there for phantom pressure necessarily.
Of course, not forgetting that Dokkaebi, I would say, obviously nerfed recently, but upgraded to a point where she fully disrupts all cams. For dead players as well, there is basically nothing you can do for the time that is active. You can't disable it like a live player can. You have to be conscious that things can be going on, and that is normally when attackers will look to make their moves. Of course, now got to a point where she charges her first two, well, her 2 phone calls 45 seconds apart, getting your first one at 2:15 left and then 1:30 left. Rather than burning it early on here, KDS has actually kept hold of both of his phone calls. The second one's about to come online, which says to me they want to use these for the execute to lock out the Echo and lock out the Valkyrie. There's number 1 now.
Handy's going to take down Machina, but Bullet and Gomez find one apiece, including the trade there to avenge Machina, who'd been taken down. So mibr, whilst it looked like they might just fall behind in round 9, are able to keep themselves on top of things, and especially with it being a third choice site downstairs, it is not a bad thing at all. We can see FaZe just trying to prod and poke, trying to move around and find an angle, but mibr are dialed into this site. They're not going to have it, but hang on. King, he's managed to get inside Des. No. He's going to get away with a plant. No, he's going to have to come off it as he goes for a fight. Gomez takes down one. King will find the trade, but in a 1v3, he's no option but to go looking for kills, and he'll find another, but the trade is there. It's going to be a round for mibr, and they edge themselves ahead once again.
for a second there, you just saw Vidaking becoming the MVP with a mega clutch comeback, but no, did not quite build to be. mibr now pull into the lead. Tim, if you don't like hot drinks, do you ever have biscuits? These questions are all floating around my head as this cast goes on.
I don't eat a lot of biscuits. No, it's not something I'd generally. Don't get me wrong. I like a biscuit as much as the next person, but it's not something that I'd frequently buy to like have in the house or anything that aren't biscuits. More of a crisps kind of guy. Or chips, depending which side of the Atlantic
I won't
you're
ask
on.
the question around crisps. I was going to ask you what's your favourite biscuit, but by the sounds of it, you don't have them enough to really enjoy the delicacy. What's your favourite crisp in that case, then? Or chips for the Americans in the chat?
Again, I don't really have a favourite. I'll kind of eat anything. In terms of biscuits, we have one in Britain called a malted milk. I do love a malted milk. I'm partial to one of them. Yeah. I'll have that with a nice cold glass of milk. Yeah, very good combo.
Jaffa cakes? There's a problem in this house. We buy Jaffa cakes and we go shopping and they disappear within about half a day.
You're saying that like you know nothing about it, Des. You're saying that like, they just disappear. I don't know where they go.
I don't know, mate. They get eaten. I can't say who eats them and how much, but they do disappear.
Imagine that.
So
not many biscuits consumed. Not many biscuits consumed.
Fair enough.
Round 10. 5-4, mibr have themselves the advantage once again on the defensive skyscraper. You would weigh, a sort of a favour for them to be able to close this out now. We do expect defenders to be able to pick up rounds on skyscraper, especially when they back up to those top floor sites. We're going to see, however, that Rare just gets sprayed down a bit through the barricade. A little bit unfortunate there. These things happen. This is why, it's always worth shooting out a barricade rather than punching out a barricade. It's not always efficient to do that, but put a few bullets through it. You never know what's on the other side.
You don't, and we've seen some ridiculous kills come off the back of that. I remember Shaiko hit one and then took his hands off his keyboard, like hands to his face, like in shock that he'd shot someone through. I think it was the barricade on border. He literally two-tapped, like top left corner, then top right corner, and happened to get a headshot on someone through the right one. And he was just like, what? No one knew that was going to come, but it was a beautiful thing to see happen with the outlines, at least on our screens anyway. Half the round's gone by, and this again is, I was about to say, one of those quieter rounds where no one's gone down too early. And as I say, it's Cyber. He feels like the one carrying all the bad luck for his team so far this game. 2-8 now. We've already said he's not having the best time, but it's more that he's on that grim, like I mentioned. His role really there is to help them unlock parts of the map, but he's offline halfway through. It admittedly got at least to use a few of those Bs, but that's a real stinger.
5 versus 4 then. mibr with the clock playing in their favour as well. FaZe have really got to get something going here. The last thing that they want is to come away from this where I would normally look at round 8-9 being important. Round 10 here is absolutely critical for FaZe. It's going to leave mibr with a match point if they can't get it done now. They don't really feel like they're confidently established. They've got a window. They kind of trying to push into drum, but they're not being aggressive about doing it. However, as I say that's what they needed. That injection of pace from Vidaking to come in and get 2 kills. It grabs a big chunk of space for them, a big piece of map control as well that they can start using. However, Rare stands up, finds Handy. Yex is just waiting for this rappel in. Surely he hears it. Surely he can make the swing. He sees the man is there and he gets the kill. Vidaking elsewhere onto Rare. 15 seconds, FaZe have got to go.
But there's only one left standing. It's Makina tucked inside a goal, being flashed eternally. They know what's coming. He finds his man. Souls may have denied the ace, but Vidaking finds a 4K in the round to get FaZe back on equal footing. It is staying neck and neck.
Absolutely brilliant stuff there coming out of FaZe at the end, just taking the opportunity to get on top of things and get themselves
Tim,
in.
Do you put jam or cream on scones first?
For goodness sake. I don't really eat scones. Scones for starters.
Either or.
But I'm not a big jam fan, so it'd just be cream for me.
Oh, that's
just a bit of cream.
I feel that's one of the big debates. There's 2 big debates that rage in the UK and will forever rage.
It's too sugary.
Is it scones
Jam
or
for
scone,
me.
or is it jam first or cream first?
A little bit too sugary for me.
Really?
Yeah.
But so's like cereal, and you eat a lot of that at the minute.
No, it's I mean by like taste.
Someone very fairly pointed out in chat earlier. No, Tim, they're not carbs; those are sugars.
No.
Which I'm very aware
well, they
are a type
are,
of carbs, but they're not really the good kind of carbs.
I've put in weight on. What do you want me to say?
You have an excuse to just shovel loads of crap
I'm
into your
quite
face,
happy
basically.
to, you know, anything that's ramping the calories up, I'm quite happy with at the minute. I'm not saying it's necessarily the most healthy. I eat about 40% protein.
I tell you what, I love Ammunition's coming with the question. Does he eat anything besides cereal?
That's only 2 of my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 meals a day. That's only 2 of them.
So you have like a Sunday dinner and half of it is just like cereal just laid out around mashed potato and gravy and all the rest of it.
Just half of my diet at the minute is made up of calories. 40% of it's protein and about 10% fats. There you go. So it's not necessarily perfectly healthy, but it's about putting weight on as well. So.
But you look massive, so that's the important part.
Not yet, I don't, but we'll get there.
You look big compared to before.
Compared to previous, I do.
But you're still trying to be massive.
Yeah.
Okay.
Boxing's my idol.
Don't be surprised when I ask you to choke me out on broadcast one day.
We'll see whether one of these 2 teams can choke the other out here in the server desk. It's 5-5. Neither can really get themselves that point where they just start carrying that momentum forward for round after round. And it's very much been back and forward, one either way. FaZe got the last one, so you would expect potentially mibr to capture this one. However, that was a nice little spot there. Gomez just gets seen on the vigil as he takes himself off the digital signature of the drone there, just activating that scanner, but it does at least tell FaZe exactly where he was. They're getting a lot of spots here. They're actually playing the intel game really well here in round 11. They're finding a lot of information, and you're seeing that mibr aren't quite spotting these drones. They're not quite aware that they've been spotted out. The thing that's really in their favour is the positions where you would expect players to be a lot of the time. Geisha door, inside a shrine. It's, you know, places that it's not a huge surprise, but at least it's just confirming it for FaZe.
Yeah, the challenge is it's all good, like, spotting players and feeling good about that until you're making kills happen off the back of it. Or an execute happen when you realise 3 or 4 players are away from site, for example. Is it really all that much value, have that much value to you? I'd wager no. Gomez still, now they're into less than 60 seconds, is out here on this karaoke and T side. He's expecting to get pushed on main stairs, but no one's working their way up there just now. In fact, it's Handy coming online again, finding Yex, but like that, 2 kills fly back the other way. Just when it feels like FaZe have got a foot into the game, mibr are keeping things close. Look at those health bars on the FaZe side.
Yeah, big problem for FaZe now. If you look across, they've got, what, about 100 HP between all of them. Souls makes the most of his, manages to find Gomez. It's all up to Rare and Bullet now. 25 seconds. They can start to use that time. They can start to use that clock in their favour. All they need to do is try and hold FaZe at bay, but they can't do it as they keep rushing forward and washing over them. Cyber managing to find one, but Bullet is there for the trade. 1v3 becomes 1v2. 7 seconds left to go. Can he hold on? Souls is getting the diffuser down. It will only take one bullet to win this round if it's the right bullet, but it's not. KDS, he finds the right bullet, the one sat in the mibr seat, and closes out the round. And FaZe, after a long, hard-fought game, are going to be the ones that get one opportunity to close this one out for a full 3 points.
And we keep on saying it's so critical for FaZe. They are still in striking distance of the teams that sit, or at least at the start of today, sat just outside of contention, because mibr are one of those teams. If they get anything from this game, they get a shot at taking FaZe out of playoffs. We've already seen Furia win today. They've already achieved that and put themselves in a spot to challenge for FaZe's spot. Sure, there are a couple of teams below FaZe. We're talking here about NIP and about Vivo Keyed Stars, but there is still one more Playday to go, which makes this really precarious. The crazy thing is, at 55 seconds in that last round, mibr looked like the ones set up to win. They still had the Vigil far out on their own. They still had every player on side. Now it's just like, FaZe have got so much to do, but by hook or by crook, they get it over the line. And as you say, are now in position to win 7-5 and take all 3 points. Before this round though, Tim, pancakes or crepes?
Crepes.
Okay.
I think my time in Paris probably sways that, because...
That is true. So we used to finish broadcast when we used to work on the EU League back over the last few years, and we get home and there'd be a message in the group chat from Fresh or me or Easy or basically anyone just saying, crepes, ? And that'll be it. There'll be a group chat order in there in no time at all. Milkshakes and crepes loaded up. That was wonderful times. Sitting there shoving your face with so much sugar about 1 a.m. in the morning. That was special.
What a fond memories of that. So yeah, I'd go with Krebs. But yeah, big round coming up now. Round 12. This is going to be, I will say, an absolute tragedy for mibr if they come away with nothing, because they've played well. They've taken rounds. They've absolutely been dominant in some of these rounds, and FaZe have had absolutely nowhere to go. VKing's going to take a bit of damage on Shrine Window. mibr are taking the fight to them. They know that this is do or die.
What about Waffles versus Krebs?
Goodness me.
Still Answer the question and crack on with the casting.
Still Krebs.
Okay, fine, we can crack on. Okay, still keeping an eye again on Handy, because last time round he held onto both of these charges in the Dokkaebi and didn't use them until late round. Almost lost his life inside a pantry waiting for the second one to come online, mind you, but did manage to survive, and they got both out on the board. Here is using that first one now. You can see those wonderful debuff icons all appearing over players of mibr. No mute on side means they need to disable them themselves or wait for that timer to wear on down. And almost as if perfectly to demonstrate a point, the response is there as well. Smoke comes out, stops that pushing towards top black, and means they aren't going to get pushed off the back of that phone call.
The problem they've got, though, is the Toxic Babe canisters are being drawn out really early here, Des. That's 2 gone by the halfway mark. They only need to bait 1 more of those out. Look at that. Oh, I love that. Going in for the challenge, taking a bunch of damage off Yex, but inhaling some of that smoke along the way doesn't really pay off, as Rare manages to find VKing elsewhere, and that leaves us now with a 5 versus 4. However, there are no smokes left for Yex, so holding on to top black is going to be more difficult. There goes the nade, and KDS follows it up beautifully, just using it to dislodge him out of that position. Cyber manages to find Rare as well, and all of a sudden, just like that, FaZe are in the driving seat.
Just when it looked like it was all over with VKing being gone, he has been their saviour through so much of this game. They know where he is, but does it matter? They're trying to challenge it. It's Cyber. Should be dead to rights, but keeps himself going. There is fire burning all around, and we know that those Goyo canisters will last a long time. 2 kills out of seemingly nowhere, and Cyber finds himself shut down. Tim, say the line.
We're going to overtime, Des, and this one just felt like it deserved no less. These two have battled through 12 rounds with each other, and they are delivering a ridiculous amount of entertainment in this one. It is back and forth like I have not seen in a long time. What a beauty of a round. mibr just digging deep at the end there. They were a man down, and then all of a sudden they just managed to find kill after kill with a great just surge of aggression to get themselves into overtime and secure at least 1 point out of this game.
I have had to go and dig and pull up the standings as they are, because as we know now, one team will walk away with 2 points, one walks away with 1. This starts to make things really, really interesting. If mibr get the win here, they jump into 7th, but don't quite make it into 6th. NIP sit there with the better round advantage. mibr can't match where NIP are, at least for today. If they don't do it, they stay down in 8th place. And for FaZe, it will make them safe. They can't be knocked out of playoffs, but they're still then in striking distance of Furia in a game tomorrow where Furia could jump over them into 4th place. So no real big worries for FaZe here regardless of outcome. They'll be safe no matter what happens now. I think more of their concern is going to come around to, for mibr, this is how much can they push themselves towards looking at getting into playoffs tomorrow, because it's all going to come down to that final game.
Well, this is it for FaZe. It's kind of like it's the difference between, you know, fighting for even a top 2 spot and all of a sudden you're fighting for 6th spot, you know, to avoid being in 6th. There's, like you said, they'll still qualify to playoffs, you know, but the seeding, it could be a big difference all the way from the top to the bottom potentially. You know, that's how close it is, and especially when these games start going to overtime, it's just going to make it even more so. Like you said, if mibr get the 2 points, they joint them with 2 other teams, it all starts locking up around that 6th position. It's going to be one hell of a finish.
Well, let's find out how it finishes out, shall we? 3 rounds to go. 3 rounds to settle who gets those 2 points and who is walking away with just 1. For Cyber, we said earlier on, he was 0-6. He was having a rough time. He started to redeem himself in that second half. We'll see if it continues here across these next couple of rounds. Vidiking, for me, still probably remains as the most successful player for FaZe throughout this game. Can't ignore Souls. Also had some massive clutches. We remarked after 4 or 5 rounds, it was those two consistently being present for the big impact moments, the 2 or 3 kills at the end of a round, the trade earlier on to secure an entry, for example. Things like that. They've both been really present throughout the game. On the other side, I know Machina was the one we were all focused on, but Yex is having one hell of a game as it stands.
Yeah, he really is. You know, we've seen it right from round 1, essentially. We've seen big moments coming out of him, and he continues to deliver, and mibr are going to need that over the next few rounds. There's no real advantage to attack or defense here, as it's been 3-3 halves either way. As it is, FaZe continue on the attack. They're going to bring the blitz this time. Not something that we've seen previously. Obviously, Monty's banned out. They haven't chosen to bring the other shield and try to pressure and bully the defenders with that. But this time, it looks like it could be a push towards top black, just a real route 1 in towards site.
Unsurprisingly, we know top black has been such a big focus point for both teams throughout their attacks. It's the staple way that this map gets played. Normally, it's a Monty leading the charge up there as well. Normally securing from below or coming in from that shrine balcony. Here, a lot of that attention instead goes on towards the blitz. Obviously not quite as well protected, but arguably far more ferocious than a Monty. That ability to run you down, flash you out, isolate a 1 versus 1 is pretty mega. Straight through the window they go, and Gomez really should have had that one, but it's KDS getting it instead. Plan going down with 70 seconds on the clock, and it's still 7 players alive, Tim.
Yeah, Souls is going to stick this, and I don't think mibr were fully aware that that was happening. Souls takes a bunch of damage after the fact, but the damage may be done here. Flashbang goes out. That's smart from Vidiking, just to try and buy himself a bit of time on Black Stairs, but a kill goes either way. Souls is holding on at the minute, but taken down. He only had half health left. There is one down on the side of mibr. It's 1v2. Can Vidiking hold on? No, he can't. And mibr have time to disable that diffuser, and they take the advantage in overtime.
Once again, they find themselves back in the lead. Not forgetting it was 6-5 over towards the side of FaZe. That's 2 rounds on the bounce. The mibr have now won to put themselves in a commanding spot to secure those 2 points that we were talking about. The crazy thing is, Tim, as it stands, obviously NIP is still going to play yet today. They play in our next game against Black Dragons, which many would look at and say a certain win, but it can't be guaranteed. If it doesn't go that way, we have 3 teams all sat on 10 points, and 10 points is the barrier for entry to 6th place in playoffs as it stands. It will start coming down to round difference after the last games that take place on the final play day. That's just going to make things absolutely bonkers. This weekend is going to end in a lot of tears, but also a lot of cheers for those that managed to get over that 10-point barrier.
Tea and karaoke will be the decisive position for FaZe. They need to hold on to this to give themselves another opportunity to close this out. They were the ones who could have done it in regulation, but mibr locked it up and brought it into overtime. Let's just have a look at what happened previously when mibr were on the attack of this site. They didn't win it. FaZe were successful twice. Round 2 and round 5, they were able to hold on to this one. So, doesn't bode well for mibr. They're going to have to do something differently. Really, I'd like to see them kind of keep it simple, Des. Maybe, you know, just take control of Office Exhibition, force FaZe back from there, get themselves into Drum and Shrine, a bit of pressure into Geisha, and then they can think about getting the diffuser down from there. You know, don't overcomplicate it. Don't necessarily worry about it. I think we've seen them trying to go in downstairs, open up floors beneath people, that sort of thing. It can be really powerful, but I just think simplify it here when you haven't won an attack yet.
We'll see if simplification is on their agenda, or if they'd rather make things a little more complicated for themselves, Tim. It's been so biting back and forth as we saw in that first half. Just really hard to call round to round which way things would go. Would often be fueled by the first couple of kills, the entries. So that's what I'm keeping quite a close eye on here. And admittedly, if that boss G is going to come into effect this time around, it was limited in impact, should we say, back in the first half. A couple of times we saw shots going through. It was through the edges of the windows, which reduces the damage of bullets going through them anyway. So it was close to killing off Ian, which would have been a mega kill to find, but just not quite enough damage being shot all the way through. And again, on the side of mibr, who's that star man? Who's coming up big? Is it Machina, or is it going to be Yex?
Soul's just going to peek around this corner, see if he can catch a sight of anybody on the window. The Candela will go in, but there's nobody really following it here, and I often talk about this. That's a big big use of utility there with 2 Candelas going in at least, and they've not followed it in. They've not been able to get the kill on the back of it. Yex does manage to find KDS. Cyber's there for one onto Machina, but I just don't know that they've got enough out of that vital utility from the Ying.
I feel the big one really is the fact that you've now lost the Warden. That it was KDS who got into that initial scrap. It's almost unfortunate there's only 1 Candela left and they've all been burnt trying to get inside of display. That's going to be the big focus. There we go. Souls will finally strike. That Boss G coming online, and Yex, who, as I mentioned, has been such a force for this mibr side, is offline.
Souls has just used that information against them. He's used the utility against them. He knows they're going to push at that point with the Candela coming in. Double kill from Cyber, and Souls picks it up at the end. It falls apart for mibr. Like I said, they just never really did enough with that Ying. Candela's going in, and they didn't move the player from minibar. They didn't move the player from Shrine. They weren't able to take the space despite using all that utility. It was kind of like, just throw it in. What now? I'm not sure. And FaZe took full advantage of that. Well played to FaZe. 7-7. We're going all the way, Des.
I was about to say we forgot the line. I'm glad that you ended on saying it rather than starting on it. Certainly no complaints, but I'm largely with you. That just felt really weird as an attack for mibr. Dumped all the utility, as you mentioned, through in that display window. Never really made a play. Only then chose to come and push onto Cyber, who was sat here behind minibar, as you can see, late in the round, once they'd already used all the Candelas. And so the question comes, what was the main goal of the Candela usage? What were they trying to gain from doing it? The answer, I think, was trying to force the defenders into sightlines from other members of the team. But they're a bit too smart to that, Tim. These guys have played the game for years by now. They know what to expect. They know what's coming, and just simply planted their feet. It's like a stalemate in chess where no one can really make anything happen. And in that case, it's the defenders who start to win, because as the clock heads towards 0, it's the attackers that get forced to take action. It's going to take our 15th and final round of this game to see who gets that lion's share of the points. mibr in defense, FaZe on the attack. Let's get into it.
Well, your guess is as good as mine with the way that this has gone. It has been so back and forth. It is unbelievable. One of these two teams is going to come away with an extra point. They will get 2 points for the win. The loser takes 1. It doesn't really feel like it's fair for either of them to lose out. They've both put up such a, solid performance in terms of showing that resilience and keeping themselves in it. But one of them will have to win. It's going to be an attack onto the office side this time around for FaZe. I think we've got Machina just working underneath at the moment. We've got a presence inside a shrine, so mibr quite well spread here and looking to take fights around the map. I'm sure there was a drone there in front of Machina, but he didn't take it out.
Didn't care at the time. It was like, I'll ignore it. Let it go about its business. They need the help they can get. See if it comes back to bite him later on. 60 seconds down, no one has fallen. We've had a few of these rounds that really bubbled across the second half of the game as well, where in the early it felt like there were a lot of earlier engagements. In the second half, things slowed down a lot, and we didn't really see entry kills coming until about 90 seconds into the round. Fast approaching that point. Problem is for FaZe, they're the ones who have got to force the agenda here. They're the ones who have got to force a kill and make something happen somewhere around the map. Admittedly, maybe feel they've got a lot of the prep work done that they need to get done. Got themselves in the display window. They know the aggression's coming in there, just dumping in the flashes, and the push begins, Tim.
They need to make sure, mibr, that they weren't being too passive, but I think they might have been, and FaZe have taken full advantage of it. They've seen an opportunity, and they've absolutely flown into sight, Des. They've caught them by surprise, and they've taken the 2 points. They've taken the overtime win, and what a finish from FaZe.
Admittedly an explosive ending where things ended incredibly quickly, and one of those where maybe you'd expected a bit more of a fight coming out from mibr in the close, but as you mentioned, it's FaZe securing the 2 points. They get that jump up the standings. They secure themselves this spot inside the playoffs. And mibr have got a lot of work to do tomorrow, and they've got to be relying on other game results to come in their favor.
Yeah, I feel like maybe mibr were, I'll watch that round back. I feel like they were maybe just a little bit passive. It was like that last round, and like you said, it felt like they were trying to use the clock and we'll burn out as much time as we can. They've got to do something. They've got to be the ones to push. And FaZe kind of went, yeah, all right, we'll be the ones to push. And they saw their opportunity and bang, straight in they went. It was clinical from FaZe. Really, really good.
It didn't really look like it was a challenge for them to execute, right? Like, took a couple of flashes in through display, a couple in through the breach, and then we just run in and kill people. It didn't look like there was any real resistance being shown. And That's not so much really on mibr, I think, as much as it was just a really weird position where clearly the key operators they needed were off-site. We saw the last player left alive was inside a terrace, for example. It was just a very strange setup that I think FaZe read into and realized, oh, there's a big gap here. There's a way we can just work our way straight into site, no bother at all. And they absolutely slaughtered mibr. But as we've said, probably one of the best games I think that we've seen all stage long. Really enjoyed the back and forth nature of this one.
Oh, it was fantastic. Definitely going to be, you know, we've had some absolute crackers throughout the stage, to be fair, but it's definitely going to go down as one of the matchups of the stage that we'll be speaking about for a good while, I would expect, especially, you know, for the teams that get through to the major. It was really good stuff. Both teams had their moments. FaZe able to get it over the line with some big plays. You know, King, Souls, both having great days today. KDS at times as well. Everybody had their moment, essentially. It's difficult to kind of just pick out one or two, you know, that it's on the shoulders of, but, you know, definitely Souls and King were, you know, a little bit above.
Totally agree. And you said it was a cracker of a game, Tim. You a fan of crackers and shit? I'm joking. Don't answer that question. For me, on the other side, though, Yex, I think, is one player worth noting. I know we spoke a lot about Machina, and he was the focus of that pre-game video that we went through. He's had a really good game today, Yex. Really impressed by what I saw. Every time we saw that kill feed lining up with a 2K or a 3K for the side of mibr, it was often him getting himself into those key positions to make that happen. Just clearly not quite enough to overcome FaZe, but as we say about these games so many times, one round was the difference here. You see that round completely collapse and FaZe don't quite pull off the attack the way they did, but then celebrating what mibr have done instead and really brought on what many will dub to be an upset. I think for mibr to get even a single point off FaZe is something that many would look at and say, you know what, FaZe down there, mibr down there in 8th place, they'll take that off the team sat in 4th or 5th place, so not all a bad thing. Just a shame they couldn't quite get that little bit extra juice out of the lemon there to make it 8 rounds for themselves and secure 2 points.
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be moments, you know, throughout that game, and I don't think they should do really, but I'm sure there'll be moments they'll probably look back, you know, maybe kick themselves for, I think, you know, that was maybe an opportunity to get around there or grab that round there to make the difference, you know, but ultimately both teams have come in and given that absolutely everything, and you could see why, you know, with the standings as they are, it was super important for both of them to be securing as many points as they could. mibr with the 1 point now move up onto 9. It's not enough to put them, you know, upper position. They're going to remain in 8th place. They might still be able to fight tomorrow. Furia are on 12 points at the minute. If NIP win later, that'll be your 6th position benchmark. mibr are on 9, so they're still in the mix potentially, you know, mathematically, but it's certainly starting to slip away now.
They'll be really praying for something special tomorrow, because I know that Keystars are playing against Black Dragons. That's the team that sit 1 point above them, at least at the moment. Very fair likelihood that Keystars obviously take all 3 points from that game. mibr have got Fluxo. It's very plausible, given how they played today, they take all 3 points from that game as well. All you're really counting on is that Black Dragons can fight enough to force Keystars into overtime. If they do that, even if Keystars then win, NIP will jump ahead, I think, because of the round differential. So they've got a lot to ride on, it feels. It's obviously a massive risk for them. They've also got to see NIP fall a little bit flat, or Furia have a terrible time as well. Many things have to go right for mibr, and that is the main battle for them. It's no longer in their control.
No, it's not. FaZe, of course, have secured the playoff position as well. They've got enough points now that they shouldn't be able to drop below 6th, so that gets us another team, but we are still going to be fighting hard for seeding positions.
Absolutely. Well, ahead the desk are ready for us. An interview won't be too far behind. So let's throw over to the boys now to get their thoughts on this banger of a game.
Well, that's exactly right. Banger of a match. But, Laxing, I guess just another Brazil game. Just another FaZe game. I mean, it's crazy.
It's hard to predict. You can't really tell what's going to happen. And in every single scenario where you think, you know, it might lean one way or lean towards the other, it just happens to be the exact opposite in every case, or it's just a really close barn burner of a game like this game was.
Unreal. Again, mibr so close, but FaZe take the win and clinch a playoff berth. We'll bring in KDS here, our victor's interview, as FaZe now lock themselves a playoff spot. KDS, I know we've spoken a lot of times now after several victories here. I mean, how does it feel to now have officially locked down a playoff spot and potentially have a good chance to fight for the major?
Yeah, we are very happy because now we are going to play the best of 3. We prefer then best of 1. So we are very happy, and we are going to work a lot to be better the next week.
Well, now that you made playoffs, is your prep going to look any different than what it's been with these best of ones?
Yes, because best of one is more. You can get more surprising, you know, because the map is not the best of map of each team. So I think it will be very different, and we prefer a lot. We play more aggressively. We have more time to do the things. We hate best of one, so best of three is the best.
Well, then I take it that going into your match against Liquid tomorrow, is that really something you guys are going to be stressing about, or are you just going to focus on playoffs and just kind of let that one go?
Yeah, we're going to focus on playoff. Liquid, we are going to play to win, but if we don't win, we don't care too much. So we're going to focus on the playoffs to qualify to the Montreal Major.
Amazing. Thank you, KDS. As always, pleasure talking to you. Congratulations on the win again, and yeah, we'll see you in the playoffs.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Amazing. Thank you, KDS. Laxing, I mean, give me a little insight into what's it like as a player in these moments, because as a spectator just sitting here, I'm like, what's about to happen next, right? I'm literally on the edge of my seat just listening to Ace and Dez on the call, but like you in that moment, right? What is it like as a player? You know how important a game is. It's back and forth. It's coming down to overtime. Like, how do you get through that in one piece?
Someone's got to be on the team to just reset everyone's mental, not to focus on the scoreboard, not to focus on any of the factors, even if you're losing in that situation. It's more so just let's go round by round. Let's do our fundamentals. Let's play into our game. Let's focus on us, because that is what it really comes down to when you get to an overtime. You clearly have done enough on each side. Both teams understand where they went wrong, what happened, what they can do. So that's the main situation when you find yourself in these overtimes. It's just a matter of playing to the best of your ability and doing something maybe slightly different or something that you didn't do prior. And when you're in those moments, again, it's just important for someone or everyone to keep reinstating, to not get ahead of yourselves, don't focus too much on one thing. Just play your game and be calm and steady. And that's exactly what we saw FaZe do going into those last two rounds, especially that last round, because I believe they closed that out flawlessly.
Right, and you're looking at a game that was so back and forth, but like you said, both teams just had incredible moments of, all right, are we going to be able to pull out this next round? Like, can we do this here? And it did just come down to which team was just a little cleaner, which team made that right decision at the right time. We just saw how explosive that last round was from FaZe. All of a sudden, such a one-sided round and what was otherwise a very closely contested matchup. Like, those are the little things, Laxing, that can really set you apart as a team. And when you look at Souls and Vidiking, the numbers that they put up together, I mean, it's no surprise that FaZe walked away with this victory.
Yeah, absolutely. But it should be expected from a well-rounded roster like FaZe, and a super established roster for that matter. But for mibr, you should be proud of this. Obviously, it's not the result that you wanted. You wanted to walk away here with 3 points. But it is important that they are improving, that they are taking from these games, that they are taking from these upper echelon teams on how to improve, where they can improve. Yekit's coming in with this match at a 5-11. I said we wanted to look at Makina. Makina had a great game today, but I mean, Yekit stepped up, really had a solid performance, got into those key positions. But then even on FaZe's side, I was talking about Souls. I want to be watching Souls. You should be looking at Souls plays, and we saw him step up tremendously today for his team, having an 80% cost with a 15-7 overall KD, 2-0 on entry. I mean, this is the performance that we needed from him yesterday. It was just unfortunate that it didn't happen yesterday during E1, but it was important that they all came in today, and even for Vidiking to going through all the hurdles through that rounds that he was putting himself in, winning those 2v1s, getting 3Ks. I mean, it was a beautiful display of performance from both sides. Both teams, I think, you can walk away happy here, but FaZe just showing their resilience when it really boils down to that very end.
Love watching a player like Souls play as well. You put him on more fragging roles on the defensive side, then he's playing rock solid support on the attacking side. He had a 3K. He put the bomb down 2 times. I mean, this is a guy, well-rounded player, absolute top performer. That's why he's your MVP of the match. But here is where things stand now that FaZe have taken the win. mibr remain out of the playoff spots. FaZe, with 15 points, has now clinched a playoff spot. Furia and NIP not too far behind, but considering they play each other tomorrow, while one of these teams could pass FaZe, Keystars has already lost, and both Furia and NIP cannot both pass FaZe. So you're in a situation now where FaZe is locked in. Furia and NIP still have to keep an eye out because those teams right behind are going to be a factor. You see mibr, they still have 1 game to play, 3 points on the line for them. Keydstars, still 1 game to play, 3 points potentially on the line for them. That is where all attention is going to be over these next 24 hours. The final 2 playoff spots up for contention. Our next match, though, will feature one of those teams, and it will be NIP with a chance to get themselves 3 points as they take on Black Dragons, the only team who has yet to find a single win. We'll tackle that one on the other side. Until then, strap in because we still have a lot of Brazil League action coming your way.
E o Cyber tá ali sozinho dentro da área de bomba, viu, Retalha? Tem que tomar cuidado, o Gomes já dominou a vertical. Tem jogador também no palco. Abriu de novo o Cyber. Sabe da posição, vai no prefire. Se adianta. Ah, não! Aí não pode! Avançou displicente, mas ainda assim... A vantagem é do mibr. São 3 jogadores contra 2. Ele sabe do plant. Vai tentar recuar. Ele errou! Ainda assim o Randy consegue na bala. Finaliza mais um jogador. Agora o Rari. Sobra apenas o Randy vivo e é finalizado numa triple kill do Rari.
Fala galera, eu uni vocês hoje aqui porque nós vamos ter uma skin no R6 da Cade. Então eu preciso de ideias de como a gente vai fazer ela hoje.
Lendão, eu tive uma ideia. Não seria muito mais da hora se a gente mesmo desenhasse?
Beleza, então bora desenhar.
Bora, bora, bora.
Caraca, hein, mano, mandou muito, hein?
Você quebrou nessa aí.
É isso, rapaziada. Vambora?
Vambora, Gui.
Bora. Aqui, ó.
destruído. Desiste. Ia puxar mais um ataque ali com seu gadget para quebrar mais ainda no chão. Ele volta. Resolve tacar. Ih, rapaz. Olha isso.
Ele levou.
Ele levou! Ele levou na trocação. Retalha do céu. O Flório não estava preparado para isso.
Ele ainda tirou no corpo depois, tá?
É o Muse de Akog mesmo. Não tem jeito.
Well, we said it before the break. Just another day here in the Brazil League. Close matchups left and right. Upsets left and right. FaZe going to overtime and squeaking out a win. Things that we just seem to see all the time laxing. But again, we've got 2 more matches coming your way. And, well, it's Brazil, baby. You just never know what to expect. We'll kick things off now with 4th match of the day. It is NIP and Black Dragons. Again, playoff implications on the table for one of these teams.
I mean, this is everything for NIP to lose. Like, they need this desperately. Black Dragons are out. This is just kind of another day in the office at this point to scrap out a win, muster out a win, however you want to do it. Again, everything is riding on NIP's shoulders for this game.
Well, Black Dragons, they have the opportunity here, the very unique opportunity to play spoiler. Could just straight up find their first win somehow and deny NIP a chance at playoffs. A loss here for NIP would still keep them in that top 6 where they sit right now, but they are the last team just dangling off the edge of that playoff position. Of course, that loss for mibr, they did get a single point, but that was not enough to propel them into that 6th playoff spot. So NIP hanging on for dear life. This win all but necessary, it feels like, because you have Furia tomorrow, the game that may end up deciding it all.
Yeah, I mean, if NIP can just get 3 points here, and then they just get 1 point or 3 points, then they pretty much lock themselves in with Furia, obviously depending what happens tomorrow. But NIP, they desperately need these 3 points so they can give themselves some cushion going into tomorrow.
Right, 14 points is the number right now because you do have a team that has the chance to get 13 sitting in that 7th place spot. So again, it will come down to what happens tomorrow, but this feels necessary for NIP. I mean, you see these guys in front of you now. I mean, this is an incredible team, and we've seen such impressive stuff from them over the course of the stage. Someone like Fantasy, who has been well and above the top player on this team, with Hates not too far behind. I mean, just their stage 2 performance laxing. It really has been impressive, but as a team, they've just come up a little short of maybe where they'd want to be.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of inconsistency across the board, but I mean, even if we're going off of their last match against Keystar, I mean, that was a beautiful performance. It was a 7-1. Hates dropped to 14-2. So, I mean, going into today, if we can see the same performance that they put out against Keystars, it's going to be an easy one. But I say that when Black Dragons win against Furia, and that was a close game. It was by far, we've seen the best version of Black Dragons that we've seen. So if we can see a little more out of them with, you know, Nuxka and Guto stepping up, this should be a heavy-hitting game. But again, that's a question to be asked. We haven't seen a lot from Black Dragons, but if they can, you know, start to find a little bit of success and a little bit of headway going towards the end of this stage, that's the important key thing to take away from Black Dragons, is that there is improvement. But again, we have to see that going into today.
Right, and that's the question. What version of Black Dragons will we get? Will it be the team that took Furia to round 15 on Chalet last Playday, or will it be the team that only got 1 round against FaZe on Consulate on Playday number 3? You could argue the same question remains for NIP. We've seen a couple of different versions of this team, a team who willingly walked into the lair trap that E1 had laid for them and got absolutely smoked. And then we saw the team absolutely smoke Keystars, who until very recently back and forth with NIP, neck and neck in the standings. It really could go either way, and yet they dominated them. So which version of both of these teams are going to come out?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to believe that NIP has the better chance here, just given Black Dragon's performance so far. But again, when all the pressure is on you and you're going against a team that now has nothing on their shoulders, that they can kind of do whatever they want, and depending what the map pool is, depending what everything else looks like, really the pace of the game can really be set by Black Dragons, where NIP is going to have to piggyback off of it and try to go against it.
Well, you have the ability to kind of open things up and play a little wild. Typically, the map does matter for that kind of a thing. You can't necessarily do that on Skyscraper, but you could on, say, a border. We'll find out where NIP wants to go here. I think very important that they do not go to a map that can be thrown into chaos. They will take Lair off the board. We'll see border removed by Black Dragons, and that means we will end up on either Consulate or Bank, which Black Dragons end up deciding that it will be Bank. So a map that NIP just destroyed Keystars on one Playday ago.
Yeah, and, you know, Black Dragons has played on this map. They had a 7-4 or a 4-7 versus Liquid, and then I believe a 7-5 against, let me see. Well, it doesn't matter. They played it twice, so they're familiar with this map. They know how to work around this map, but again, for NIP, you just played this. Yes, you had a flawless start to it, but it is a little scary because now you have a team that has nothing to lose. If they did prep, which I'm hoping they did prep because they still want to end this season strong, end the stage strong, that this is going to be scary. It's going to be a lot of adapting and being able to understand where things might be going right or where things are being able to go wrong and being able to quickly identify in between these rounds.
And remember, for Black Dragons, yes, the group stage and their chance of getting the playoffs is over, but the open quals, the LCQ still exists. So it's not like the stage is completely over for you yet. You still have a chance to make the major, albeit as unlikely as it seems to be at the moment. But that's where their focus lies right now. Maybe it's about figuring out what map works for them. Maybe it's about changing up the playstyle, changing up the roles, trying to figure something out that could maybe be enough to carry them through that last chance qualifier. Of course, NIP their opponents today, but as we said, Black Dragons out of contention, at least for the playoffs. Now, one of the major problems that Black Dragons have been having, and it's been consistent from the first day, has been defense. Not a typical problem for most Siege teams. Usually attack is a problem. Defense generally comes easier to most teams, even the bottom of the barrel teams, you could argue. But on defense, Black Dragons, their win rate has been abysmal. The exact number, 30%. That's 13 out of 42 rounds they've played. No one else comes close.
Yeah, and it's because when you think of their play style and their players as a whole, I just think they get overzealous. They can't sit still in some areas. They feel like they have to move. They feel like they maybe have to go for a trade or give up a position quickly. And I think that's where really what hinders them more than anything is if they can just allow themselves to read a situation a little better and understand what the possibilities are of every single move that can be made, they will be quicker to understand what that defensive half can be and what the end result could look like if they maybe play it slightly less aggressive.
You see, between these two teams, their contests historically, slight edge goes to NIP, at least in the Brazil League, a bit more significant of an edge all time across all competitions. Of course, you're looking at stats that go across the iterations of a lot of different rosters and a lot of different moves, the way this organization has shifted over time. But right now, of course, you see an NIP team with what appears to be a lineup capable of making the playoffs and maybe the major, but they just need to make sure this is a nice, confident win over Black Dragons. We'll bring back Ace and Dez as we dive into our fourth matchup of the day. And just about to get this one started, gentlemen, obviously we saw a absolute barn burner of a matchup between FaZe and mibr a moment ago. This one doesn't necessarily have barn burner written on this one, at least. Don't think so, Dez.
No, which probably means that's exactly why it's going to be a barn burner.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to turn into a barn
Shouldn't have said that. That's on me. That's on me.
It just becomes the thing, like, expectation is always defied, it feels. And the thing is, NIP just to me feel like that team that when something seems so simple and straightforward, they find a way to absolutely bugger it up. And I just have a bad feeling about this one. Black Dragons on paper should do nothing in this game, but when they have nothing to fight for anymore, that's when we've seen teams come out swinging the most because they just don't care anymore. So I don't know. I'm hoping for NIP's sake it's pretty simple and straightforward, but I just got a bad feeling, man. I don't know.
All right, I'll echo those thoughts. Won't say anything too crazy. So Ace, here's what we'll do. Instead of making some sort of a bold prediction, tell me if you're Black Dragons and you're fueling up for this matchup, what would be your go-to calorie-dense meal to prep for a situation like this?
Well, it's funny you should ask. It's funny you should ask because I've just wolfed down a couple of chicken wraps. So yeah, I'd say something like that would do the trick.
Okay, chicken wraps. All right, Black Dragons, hope you've been munching on those chicken wraps because it is time to take down NIP, see if you can claim that very first victory. We'll see. For now, we'll send it to you guys.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Chef Tim in the house, apparently, now feeding Black Dragons.
Well, I'm just saying that's what I've had. That's all I'm saying.
And if you want to become massive like Tim, that's the way to go, apparently. And Black Dragons have got to become massive, Tim. As mentioned, this is like a...
Yeah, they do.
It doesn't really matter to them. They're outside of playoffs at this point. They can't qualify for it. But that's why it's so fun to be that underdog that's a little bit petty and just wants to spoil the party for those that have still got something to play for.
100%. You know, NIP have, like you say, they've got it all on the line. They could still, you know, find themselves being challenged for playoff spots. They've got work to do. Bank, I think, is a perfect map for them to do it. I think if they can just, you know, unleash somebody like Fantasy when he's on the defense, just let him run around in all that space and just prove to be an absolute nightmare for Black Dragons, then yeah, it could be a great day for NIP. But as you've quite rightly said, that's not what we always see from them historically.
Yeah. I don't know. NIP just find a way to be their own worst enemy sometimes, it feels like, at least from what I've seen with them historically over the many, many years. Of course, they've equally had some very high moments. We all look back quite fondly, I imagine, on SI21, where they eventually lifted the hammer. It was a very happy, jubilant day, but things have changed a lot since then. The lineup has changed. They've tried to find and reimagine themselves a little bit after them being frankly quite poor for a long time, especially with the clock. They were absolutely atrocious at that sort of thing. And hopefully it turns around for them here. They are, though, against Black Dragons, as we've mentioned, who, being frank, Tim, need to change something during the offseason because whatever's going on right now is not working.
No, not at all. You know, realistically, the best two, you know, the two people that you want to be looking out for, you know, without surprise, really, Hornetau and Ask, they both have a lot of experience within Siege in Brazil. Ask, of course, playing for Liquid previously. Hornetau, a number of teams, including Black Dragons in the past. It's his second time around. You know, those are the players that need to be at the head of this team, leading it forward and pushing for more, pushing for better. And it's been tough for them so far.
It has, and I'm sure it will remain feeling incredibly tough. But as is tradition by now, you guys know how this one goes. We sat down with the two teams ahead of this game and wanted to hear what they've got to say about each other. So let's have a look at that right now.
O jogo contra Black Dragons, eu acho que vai ser um jogo bom. Acho que vai ser fácil pra gente também. Acho que é um time que, não, jogando contra, assim, não vejo muita dificuldade. Eles parecem ser um time que fica bem nervoso no campeonato, assim, pelo menos assistindo os jogos deles. Cometem erros que eles não fazem no treino, então é tranquilo.
No jogo contra a NIP, eu acho que vai ser um jogo da hora de jogar. Acho que vai ter umas cachorradas aí.
Acho que tem que ficar de olho no Hornet. Muito bom de bala também. Apesar de cometer alguns deslizes, mas ele é muito insano a mecânica dele.
Bom, acho que na NIP quem tem que ficar de olho é o Hates. Eu acho que é o melhor cara do time deles ali. Vai ser da hora, né? A gente jogou tanto tempo junto aí, desde a Série B. Jogamos um ano inteiro no Tier 1.
Não, o recado é para se prepararem bem pra gente, porque basicamente eles sabem que vai ser um jogo difícil, não tem muito o que dizer.
Aí, cabeça. O último jogo que a gente jogou contra aí faz um bom tempo, mas eu acabei saindo com a vitória. A gente jogou junto durante todo esse tempo aí, mas hoje não vai estar dando, não.
It feels like a great insult, doesn't it? Hey, big head! Just
straight to the point.
Yeah, to the point. Attacking a man's natural features. Cruel, cruel. Well, Bank is underway. NIP are going to start things off on the defensive side. Black Dragons on the attack. And on the desk, we were hearing about how the stats have been a little bit funky up and down. I believe we were referring more specifically to the defensive rate for the side of Black Dragons. When things switch over, it's not looking so good. In fact, even when compared, and they are bottom 5 around the world across all of our 9 leagues that take place, Black Dragons are number 5 for worst defensive win rate down there at just shy of 31%. Not good, and we'll see how their attacks fare. That does look at least a little bit better, sat at 40%. Bans are coming through pretty quickly. Monty taken away by NIP. Obviously, they're kind of one of the more main Monty merchants around the world, so somewhat of a surprise, but not too surprising given it's Monty. Buck and Castle going to follow away as our next two, which leaves NIP for our final defensive ban.
See who comes through. Like you say, we've seen the castle ban creeping up a little bit. We spoke about this earlier, particularly with the ACOG on side. Somewhere like Bank as well. You know, there's many positions where you can sort of be funneled. You can really help hold on to places like open area, I'm thinking. You know, if you're on a basement defence, get a few castles up. Just try to extend that defence vertically. That's not going to be possible, as Army will go by the wayside as well. It's a very similar job to be done there by his Army. So the sites are going to be remaining largely as they are, Des. Those architects are taking a bit of a beating in the bans.
Not surprised. It just means that you are walking into the attackers to surprises. Yeah, mibr you can obviously drone out, but as Army being very dynamic, Castle a little bit less so. Of course, want those barricades to go down earlier, but for some teams, it's just ridiculously frustrating, especially when Sledge is nowhere near as prominent as he used to be. He was the main response to a Castle. Otherwise, these days, it's things like Ash, Sophia at range if you want to deal with it. Maybe you're burning through Selma's from an Ace, who is the second most popular operator in the game. Just things teams don't want to have to worry about, so I'd rather take them off the board entirely. Still, let's see how this downstairs defense goes. I think we're so used to seeing this by now, Tim. This stall tactic kind of gameplay coming out from Goyo and Smoke together, but also here being joined up by a couple of roamers. You've got the Fenrir who can, of course, run around upstairs. You've got the Vigil looking to do the same. No Boss G in Fantasy's back pocket. It's worth stressing, so not quite the same as back on Skyscraper, but a similar sort of effect. And what are Black Dragons do to respond to that? Hornets on the Jackal. Ranks ban merchants are absolutely ecstatic right now seeing Jackal being picked, because it means for the next few months you're going to be saying, well, over in Brazil, they actually picked this quite a lot in pro play, therefore we're justified for banning it in ranked. And I'm just like, okay, I'm ready.
Fantasy up on the top floor, one to watch coming into the game. I said getting him out on the defense, taking the shackles off and letting him do what he does best may be a big key for winning this one, and they've done exactly that. Put him on the Vigil and let him go. We've got the Goyo of Cons up there with him as well, just going to be opening hatches. But again, this is all about, as you said, Des, quite rightly, delay. Just force Black Dragons to do as much work as possible. The Jackal goes in, gets the initial scan, but cannot pick up a kill through the soft wall. Knows that they've dropped back to Marble, but that's going to be the last ping that he gets now, I think, as they head into open area. So not quite safe, but safer.
Yeah. And already this is the kind of frustration I have with watching, you know, teams that maybe aren't so good level leagues attack is that's the classic example where you want someone to be playing inside a loan office or getting themselves into the main hallway itself around elevators and catching players when they rotate down main stairs and cutting them off. Now, they've finally managed to get rid of at least one of the form of the Fenrir, but Cons, for example, was a freebie every day of the week, and yet he is still only just now dropping away through elevators halfway into the round. He should have been dead to rights as soon as they knew that he was upstairs.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, you need to be cutting these people off, like you say. There's skylights that can be used. There's all sorts of angles on Bank that you can use to cut down on the rotations that defenders can use to get themselves back to site. Fantasy is out on the roam, but is going to be taken down. That's really important for Black Dragons. Like I said, get Fantasy out there, let him do his thing. Black Dragons, they need to stop him doing it, and they've just done that fantastically well. Cons, however, manages to pick up Hornet 3 versus 3. A minute left to go. The big problem for Black Dragons here is they haven't made any progress on site. They've got 2 kills, that's great, but they haven't got into a position where they can plant yet.
It's missed opportunities, Tim. You know, the couple of players they could have caught around the map, sure, they get rid of the Fenrir and they finally got the Vigil. Cons is a player I'll keep on coming back to as someone that should have been cleared out a long time ago, but has not been. At least got themselves set up here as well. Elevators is not safe to push through as Cons is still protecting that one off. And there are still 3 players on Black Dragons alive, but Tim, look in the back pockets. There are still 2 smokes for Pino to work with here. This is basically death territory for the side of Black Dragons. It's not looking good. Florio should have had Cons' number every day of the week and has let a freebie go there. Twice now, Cons has been passed over.
Yeah, the first time, you know, it's fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Nux is going to take down Pino. Psycho, however, gets one of his own, and it's going to be all up to Nux to close this one out. Needs to try and get himself in. It's that man Cons. 3 in the round to close it out. NIP looking fairly comfortable on defense there. Came down to a 2v1, but as I said, were Black Dragons ever in a position where sight felt in danger, where it was close to getting a plant down? No, I don't think they were really. And NIP were happy to just play that kind of onion defense, layer after layer. Will take a couple of kills each time, and by the time you get down to the core, there's going to be nothing left for you.
Missed opportunities is probably the key phrase I'd use to summarize that round for Black Dragons. You know, they didn't play it terribly because they came into a position where they were ready to hit sight. They were in a 3 versus 3. They'd got away with not losing too many players or being crushed out on the roam. It was just getting it over the finishing line when you still got 2 smoke grenades in back pocket with 25 seconds to play. you know that you're in dreamland there as a defender, and it didn't even require the smokes to come out. It just came down to the straight-up gunfights, but the clock certainly helped. And I think it's been tradition tonight after the first round. We always have a very short tech pause, just a couple of things to work on. This time around, I think it's over on the NIP side, second player from the back, but when that's resolved, we'll get back into things. And yeah, thanks in chat for those of you that said, oh, it's really nice to watch a broadcast where there are no tech pauses. Yep, thank you so much.
Completely responsible.
My lawyers will be in touch.
NIP then, like I said, I think solid start. I think they'll just do more of the same. If I'm NIP now, where do I go for the second side for round 2? And a lot of people will immediately wanting to click on CE or go top floor. And I'm not sure it's the right play. I'm not sure it's the right play for them. The success of that defense has been in breaking down the attack as they've come through. They've got a kill sort of at each layer as they've been dropping back until they've got in the center of sight, and the last couple of kills come from there. Cons did really well on the elevator, for example, just preventing that push towards sight. For me, I think give yourself the opportunity to do more of that. Get yourself to open area potentially, so you've got that top floor to play. You know, you can still have that roam game there, and that gets cut down a little bit by doing this, by going up to top floor. It allows Black Dragons to mitigate that kind of defense and just go direct to sight. They can now play on the windows. They can come top square into stock. Maybe a push, maybe they go main lobby up gold stairs, but I think just keep it simple and go direct to sight here. Make it as difficult as you can for NIP for as long as possible. Put them under pressure, hold those angles like you were saying about in the last round. Hold the angles, force players to move, pick them off as they do. So yeah, for me, NIP, it's something and nothing. You know, maybe they go and win this and then they'll go to open area. But I think maybe go to open area now and keep that top floor game going on and just give Black Dragons problems to solve.
Difficulty, I think, for this site, and actually why I think it's a risk for NIP to go here, is we've got the Azami ban and we've got the castle ban. The number of times that you see this top floor defended with those two operators in play, because you can, especially as the Azami, deny away those windows. Often you'll see a castle light barricade off the right-hand panel. All you've really got to lean on here is the mirror, and those are much more comfortable, generally at least, to deal with. They can look to get to below and threaten them, for example. Of course, they've got the Flores on side here to force players away from behind them. I just worry that they're a little bit too exposed here, so you might have to see some hijinks coming out from NIP to get some early disruption in this round. I'm not quite thinking jump out territory, but we very well could see that.
You can see Fantasy just getting aggressive on the windows there. The angle of fire coming up through the barricade tells him that it was somebody lower down rather than upside down rappel, but that may not remain the case. I think it was actually being shot out from the ground at that point, so nobody on the rappel just yet. But look at the aggression from NIP. This is, you know, it's kind of playing into what I was saying. You know, rather than just sitting back on site, they want to give them problems to solve. They want to get up in their faces. They're just so limited as to how they can do it on this site. You know, about as aggressive as they can get is having a look at Skylight or Marble. They can't necessarily get more aggressive than that. But for the time being, NIP are fairly comfortable halfway through the round. They're holding their angles. They haven't lost anybody yet, and I'm not sure they're aware of Hits' position here.
Turns out they were, but very, very late to it. To be fair, Nux almost managing to get away with one. This, I mean, quite literally away with one. Hates has got 1 HP. That is so unlucky, and you'll be fuming if you're the Flores in that situation. That should have been a kill spun round onto the Vigil, but for now, he gets to slip away and continue being a nuisance. Also worth noting the Aruni on side, by the way. That laser gate protecting the front of the mirror. I think they expected to see an Ash come along, but there is no Ash on side. As it stands, they don't really have an easy way of dealing with that mirror window outside of maybe smoking it.
Bit of a situation there for Pino on the bandit inside of elevator. We see the firebolt go out, but it doesn't do any damage to him. So he's managed to sort of work his way around that safely. So that's really good for NIP. But with that wall being open, he's kind of restricted in his movement. In go the Candelas then any second now. They're waiting for that go moment as the flash goes out in front of Pino as well. They need to be prepared for the push coming here. And they are, as Psycho manages to get Nux. Gutto onto Hates, takes out the Vigil, but with 1 HP, that's not the end of the world. The Warden of Psycho is going to be particularly important now as the push continues. Fantasy finds one. Florio onto Psycho, and that leaves us in a 3v3. 15 seconds left to go. NIP are holding on once again. They're just working away towards the core, and they're getting kills at each level of their defense. That's just grinding Black Dragons down before they can get into a position to realistically play the objective. Well played, NIP.
It's another round that comes down to a 2 versus 1 as well for NIP, and it's where I'll give some credit to Black Dragons. They're they're doing okay with what they have. And the answer is they don't have an awful lot. They're taking a long time to get the basics done here. I mentioned about Hates, for example, just skulking around the map on 1 HP for most of it as well. A wonderful shot being hit by Furia on the push up here, for example, and a good trade that they guaranteed onto the Bandit. They're doing all the right things in these little micro moments. The problem is the macro is what's letting them down. The use of the clock is working against them. It's starting to force errors out of them in the late round, and they're paying the price. And the fact that both mirror windows were still intact there at the very end. We saw the one on long desk, still intact. We had the one pointing up towards windows, still intact. They never made a change there to try and deal with it. No Ash on side, no Twitch, nothing like that. And that feels like a real missed opportunity. Sure, they may not have needed it towards the end, but I think there's a reason why they were attacking from angles where those mirror windows weren't present, and ultimately why it's costing them rounds as we go on.
Yep, good stuff so far from NIP. Just using the map, essentially. You know, whether, like you say, in round 2 there, it's about using the mirrors. It's about making, you know, spaces of that map really difficult to play into. In round 1, it was about, you know, getting out there on the roam and giving Black Dragons something to think about, and then, you know, picking them off as they try to go towards site. Just really well played from NIP so far. I'd expect them to be really solid on Bank. Bank is always a good map for the Brazilian teams. NIP have been playing it for the longest time. You know, changing roster or not, the core is still there. And yeah, they're showing exactly why at the minute. Really good from NIP.
What's your favorite kind of cake, Tim?
I'm not really a big cake fan, to be honest with you, Des. I really don't eat a lot of cake at all.
I said cake, not cake. I said cake. What's your favorite cake? Cake, please.
Probably something really simple, like a Victoria sponge, just a nice sponge cake. My wife goes mad at me for how dull I am with stuff like that, because my favourite flavour of ice cream is vanilla as well. She hates it. She hates it. She gets really mad at me.
It's like, she realised that she's married to someone really boring, and just like, man, this is a guy who has Cheerios for cereal, likes Victoria sponge, vanilla is his favourite ice cream flavour. Next, you'll be telling me your favourite crepe is one with nothing on it.
Nice and plain. No, it's not. But yeah, genuinely, like,
even
yeah,
that as well fits into the.
I love a good vanilla.
I've never asked you about that before. I've not got that word at you before. Plain rather than plain.
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 Oh, honestly, I'm just give it a rest, man. Grow up.
Yeah, someone in chat, Water Phoenix. What does Ace like?
I like vanilla ice cream.
What do you like that has got a little bit of personality to it that doesn't make you the most basic bugger in the world?
I like all sorts of stuff. I really like curry. I love a good curry. I love Mexican
let me guess,
food.
korma is your favourite curry?
No, it's not at all. Not at all. You see, you're wrong there.
It's nice to be wrong for once. But what is your favourite curry? I'm curious.
I love a Madras.
Yeah?
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I love a Madras. That'd probably get into your range of complaining that it's too spicy, but
probably, yeah. Balti probably is about as high as I'll go, I think.
Yeah, I love
They're
a
not even
Madras.
that particularly spicy.
No, not really.
I've got a massive sweet tooth, so I love tikka masala.
Yeah, tikka masala is very good. Like it's a classic British Indian cuisine now, isn't it?
Almost comment. Yeah, I love things, says guy who hates everything. That's class. It is
brilliant.
Yeah,
we'll give you that
very
one.
Good. What's your favourite cheese, Tim?
I don't want to have this discussion anymore.
Cheddar.
I don't really like a lot of cheese.
Class.
Big fan of mozzarella.
Tech pause is over. We're back into it.
Maybe an Emmental.
Now you're really pushing the boat out, and I know that you're lying. Plain Tim would not like Emmental cheese. Honestly. What's your favourite meat, Tim? Chicken.
I'm eating a lot of chicken at the minute. I'm a bit sick of it. I'm a bit sick of it, if I'm honest.
How do you have your steak, Tim? Medium rare?
No, I'd push more towards rare for a steak.
All right, good man. We're on the same page for that one, at least. I'm going to keep on thinking about what the most basic options are for all these foods. And I'll come back to you with some more of those in a minute.
Look, I like what I like.
Fantasy's up at the window, looking to get a little bit chill. Well, how do you like your glass, Tim? Is it double glazed?
No, I like it smashed with Fantasy jumping out of it. Come on, get out of there, Malusi. Go and get him, man. Go and get him. You know he's there.
What's your favourite fish? Salmon?
Don't really eat a lot of fish.
Oh, this can go on forever. In the same way, seemingly, Fantasy being on this top floor is never going to change. He's been at every single window, it feels, yet they don't have a way to remove him, it feels. And there he goes!
There he goes!
He's out the window!
I told you he was going!
How can he get away with this?
He can't. He gets taken down, but the loss is still there. You've lost your Ying, you've lost your Grim, you've lost both elements of your execute. They are the tip of the spear. They're the ones that say, this is go time. The Candelas go in, the Bees go in. You've just lost it. So now, Black Dragons, what do? Time to solve a problem, and it's a big problem.
Only Crosby, favourite beverage? Water. And it actually is, because Tim loves water. You would not believe out in Paris when we lived out there. Tim had like a rating meter for all the water we've had, and I believe your favourite was Swedish tap water. No,
it's very good. Tap water in Sweden. It's very good.
Oh, the final two are left up. Florio's going to find Pino at least through the softball. It's a little bit of... Can't even do this anymore. It's a little bit of recompense, I think, for what's been a rough round for them so far. Fantasy largely unignored, crushed the round before it even got started. But there's 3 still to bring down on the side of NIP, and we're into the last 45 seconds, Tim.
I feel like chat really knows me. Black Dragon's just trying to get an angle through into side. They just need to find a kill at this point. If they can get themselves to 2v2, they can potentially force a situation to put a diffuser down. It still is difficult, because as soon as you start putting it down, you leave your teammate in a 1v2. There you go, though. Gutto manages to get hits. That's big. It allows them to now start taking a bit of ground. They know there's one hard left here. They can't find it, though. Florio just can't get the swing. But Gutto's so close! Sako steps up and gets the final kill. But my, did Black Dragons run that round close.
That would have been ludicrous if they get it over the finish line, given how it started. Fantasy getting that 2K, that should spell the end. Even if he goes down, which he did, it still spells the end when you've lost some real critical utility so early on. And the fact that it comes down to a 1v1, again, same as the previous couple of rounds when it's come down to a 2 versus 1, fair play to Black Dragons. They're making it work in situations when really they shouldn't even be getting that close.
No, absolutely not. You know, it all starts with Fantasy going out of the window.
What's your favourite game? Siege.
Well, yeah, obviously. I mean, is it not? That's why we're all here, isn't it?
I've got to think some more now. Chat, keep feeding him. This is fun. I've got to think of some more.
Don't encourage him. Don't encourage him. It was a really good effort by Gutto at the end. It was a shame for him. He gets 2. He needs 1 more. But you just... Psycho's got everything in his favour there. He's just playing close to that bomb chassis. It's a nice little, you know, peek around it. It's not really exposing a lot of him, whereas Gutto's just sort of stood in the middle of no man's land there. Psycho's got a huge target to aim for versus just his head popping out. So a tough one there for Black Dragons to swallow. It really is a round that they could have won, but it means it's a full defensive sweep for NIP, and they can just rinse and repeat now. This is unfortunately kind of what we were expecting, especially on the defensive side of Bank. It's a big map to deal with. It's difficult, you know, to not get caught out by those roaming defenders like Fantasy got the 2K out of the window in the last round. It's difficult to avoid those situations. NIP have taken full advantage of that. They've got themselves 3. They're just going to try and rotate and do the same again.
I feel like we need a podcast called Tim's Favourites, and we can just space a different theme each episode on your favourites in a given area. It can be like sports, we can do football, we can do beverages, we can do food.
See, if you did that, you'd find out how wonderful and varied my tastes really are. You know, this is I'm being painted in a very plain light at the minute, is what I will say.
Tim, I've asked you a lot of questions so far tonight, and every answer has been very plain Jane.
Maybe that's why I wear the shirts and jackets that I do.
I'll give your preferences a rating of mid.
Maybe that's why I wear the shirts and jackets and suits that I do.
Yeah, just to try and give yourself your boring personality.
Got to get a bit of flavour, haven't I? You know? Yeah.
Terrific. Small change in this lineup, by the way. The Warden on side for Fantasy is the difference to the Vigil that we saw back in round 1. So they are trying to mix things up at least a little bit. Hates, I think, is now taking up the role that he should have back in round 1. That sort of fell over to Cons instead, who was the player that was working his way, if you recall, down through elevators, holding off that angle out towards Vault side, and being a real headache for the side of Black Dragons. They haven't caught anyone out too early on. They have wasted a little bit of time. Still, as you can see, they're now starting to get themselves set up for an execute, but naturally, NIP's master game-wasting plan starts to creep in. I'd really love to see this Twitch here as well, getting on site, getting rid of some of those Goyo canisters. Didn't see if any were removed by the first shock drone, but we all know they are going to be such a headache for them in the dying parts of this round.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to have a difficult fight into Garage. It's going to be Cons again. He was the hero on this site back in round 1, getting himself a 3K. He's going to be looking to do the same again and potentially stop that push coming through Garage. Twitch, you can't just sit here and watch all day. Fantasy hates, they get one apiece. Well, you know that he's there. You're going to have to go for the challenge at some point. Hates manages to find another. It's a direct trade as Ass takes him out, but 4v2, 40 seconds left to go. Black Dragons, I don't know that they can do it from here. Gutto taken down. No. I was just wondering if he'd got down to the bottom of main stairs without NIP knowing, but the answer is no, he didn't. Fantasy gets himself another. I think that was 3 in the round for Fantasy then, and that's the problem Black Dragons are starting to find now. Whether it's Cons, whether it's Fantasy, whether it's Hits, somebody's going to find a 3K. Somebody's going to find a multi-kill in the round, and it's tough to fight against.
I've got a good one for you. Favorite map? Clubhouse.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Earlier. I said it's one of them. I put it in the bracket.
Right,
my top 3.
This is silly now. This is getting silly.
My top 3, Chalet, Nighthaven and Clubhouse.
All right.
There you go.
All right. Clubhouse still in the mix. I'll take that.
It is a good map, to be fair. It's a classic.
It is. It's a hallmark of. It'll never leave. It'll never leave.
You know what you're gonna get. It's a classic.
Yeah. I'll give you that. I'll give you that one. Favorite band? Nickelback.
And it's difficult not to like Chalet. I mean, we've had some cracking games on Chalet with FaZe versus Damwon Kia back in Sweden, 2021 November. You know, that was one of our best ever games.
Series,
yeah, it was really good.
The 1v1 round 15 to go through to the finals. Wow, massive. What is your favourite band, Tim? Careful. Think carefully.
Again,
look at Tim just say it. I can already imagine the pain.
I'm not doing it.
Not bad? Is it that bad?
No, I'm just not playing anymore.
Oh, he missed the heal. That's unfortunate.
I'm taking.
How can Doc heal a robot, by the way?
He can't.
Not a thing.
No, he can't.
Do it and realise you can't.
Yeah,
no,
you
yes,
can't. Scorpus can't be healed.
Shut up. He just got full healed. You liar.
No, he's swapped shells.
You
can't heal him. I tried to.
I was about to say. I can't believe I've been so deceived. I'm so glad.
No, you can't heal him. I didn't. I knew you couldn't heal Scorpus. I didn't try to heal Scorpus. I tried to heal somebody who asked me for one, and I didn't realise they were Scorpus, so I just shot it. And they're like, oh, no, you can't heal Scorpus. But of course, they do get the other shell, which stays on full health if it doesn't get damaged. Ask will take full health away from Fantasy. Manages to find a nice headshot. That's going to pick up the Rooney. Not the biggest loss for NIP. You know, you're nearly halfway through the round before they lose. Fantasy's been getting a lot of kills, so in that sense, it's a bit of a loss. But in terms of the operator, not the end of the world. Fantasy now, obviously, just sat on the cams, just going to be feeding that information in. And we've seen NIP be able to win rounds with a disadvantage as well. Candela comes in. The question is, are they going to go now? The Bees are going in. Surely this is the moment, but the kills go to the side of NIP as Pino manages to find Florio, but the trade is there. Gutto at the top of Marble Stairs. Hates manages to find him on the trade, and somehow NIP just keep themselves ahead despite all the utility raining in on them, Des.
Hello? Why peek onto Nuxel? Like, you know where he is. Just don't take the challenge, but he really fancied it. All comes down to Hatesu, as we remarked earlier, was down to 2 HP in that second shell. He's now going to win it all with this other one. The mirror window is still fully intact to keep on touching on it, but they just are not being removed throughout these rounds. Not that it matters, as Black Dragons might be on for their first round win here as well. He's got to try and isolate out a 1v1 here. Hate's down to 67 HP. A couple of bullets, enough to see him finished off. One off to his right, and one still playing all the way across. Going to reposition and try and isolate something a little bit different. Right sort of idea. Got himself behind the bomb chassis. Not a bad spot to be in, but needs to get this man who's sat down behind the side. Gets rid of one. Can he get rid of Hornet as well? He started out pretty challenged in this game so far, not getting the results they need, and they've got absolutely no idea where he is. He's up on the rappel. They know about that one, but this could be huge. No way. They use the shield and they get behind it and defuse as well. This is big brain. This is massive. No way. No. He doesn't get away with it. Oh my God. If he'd walked away with that, that man is a genius. Get him a Nobel Peace Prize, but they managed to stop it. That was unbelievable. Woo!
That was an unreal play. What an advertisement for Scorpos there. And the speed of thought to think, right, I'm just going to plonk myself down here. I feel like he could have stuck it, Des. I feel like he could have stuck it. I know Hornet repels in, but he's then stood up when he takes the challenge. And I need to see it back because I just really feel like he could have won that.
He wanted to win the 1v1, right? That was the thing. He thought, I get the kill, I've still got time to defuse. It's low risk, I get it. But like you, I kind of wish he'd committed and seen it the whole way through because he probably gets away with it.
I really think he does, so he's on here.
He comes up about halfway through. I'm just like, man.
He can't be hit here. And he's already come off. Honestly, he's got to hold on for about 3. It would have been close. I'm not saying it as a guarantee. It would have been close. Maybe Hornet gets there. Maybe Hornet manages to get down the side of him. I can understand now seeing the time there. If we have a look, he's about 3.5 seconds through.
What's the point coming off?
I'd say he's got 3 seconds left.
Yeah, I don't think he's got time. Because look, he comes off about halfway through. He goes for a gunfight. He wins now. He'd have to immediately look down and start defusing. I don't think he'd have time to get back on the diffuser again.
No, he wouldn't. If he wins the gunfight, he loses the round.
And he even hits... He just doesn't get a headshot. He does hit Hornet.
He might as well have stuck it.
Already, play of the year if that had gone through.
The excitement of that potentially happening. The thing is that now I love when it's like the time that Cider blew a hole. It was here on Bank against Leon Gibbs when he blew a hole in the wall and diffused through the wall. And it's just that's always one of the big adverts that I use for Siege when people say, why is Siege different? What's different about it? Well, you can do stuff like this, and he just blasted a hole in the wall and diffused through the wall. It was beautiful. And now it's not commonplace, but it's something that runs through your head in that situation as an option. And that is what's just happened. I don't know that we've seen that done before. I don't think we have. That will become part of a thought process for people now. Slap that shield in front of it and use it. If your other shell is nearby and you can get there in time to get behind it, somebody's out on a rappel, it's quite specific circumstances, but what a play. Beautiful stuff. It just reminds me.
That, or it could have been a jump out and switch back to the shell that was still inside the building. Yeah, there's so many options there in that very unique situation.
Jump out, get the kill, and you don't have to worry about the 20 seconds to get back to the diffuser. Just switch the shell. But just absolutely beautiful stuff from Hurts there. I love that stuff because it reminds me why I love this game, and it just the excitement of it, of something new, of something different, of that speed of thought. Brilliant stuff. I'm not biased towards either team. Whoever wins, but it's a shame that play didn't come off.
No, I massively agree, because it would have been one again. Yeah, those highlight moments that's remembered forever. Anyway, Hornet was the one involved in that last round play, so it's good that he starts things off. Fantasy gone. Immediately responded by Cons. Good trade secured.
Yeah, that's going to leave us 4 versus 4. 50 seconds left to go. We've spent quite a bit of time waxing lyrical over that Scorpos play, but it was a real exciting moment. As it is, Black Dragons, they need to get themselves another round here. I don't fancy the chances going 5-1 into the other half. Psycho is going to find Florio. Black Dragons have done a good job of keeping themselves in rounds at least. NIP are getting the kills, but Black Dragons are getting the trades as well. And they're quite often coming down to these 2v2s, 2v1s. A lot of these rounds have been close and have been winnable for Black Dragons. They just haven't got them over the line. That's unfortunate. Walks into the Capcom trap. Hits manages to find one as well. Pino gets in on the action. NIP secure a 5-1 half.
Comfortable and expected is probably how I'd summarize it. Look back at history though, and for Black Dragons, again, their attacking side has been better than their defensive. It gives you some nerves about now that we switch things over and it's Black Dragons on the defensive side. This is largely going to be dictated by NIP's attacks, because similar to the round that I spoke about, or the game that I spoke about at the very first start of today, the very first game that we cast, I said back then that really the whole game was orchestrated by W7M, regardless of whether they were on attack or defense. they were the ones commanding the game and determining when things were going to happen. It was very much the same in that first half, and it's now only going to be even more so that NIP are on the attacking side. Similar sort of lineup coming out, though, the Valkyrie being the key change in for Black Dragons as they start off on a downstairs defense.
Essential that Black Dragons, you know, it goes without saying, really. Essential that they get off to a good start here on the defense. They're going down to basement. It's a good defensive site for them. Not a lot of verticality that they're going to have to play around apart from those hatches, and they just need to burn as much time as they can. Again, I'd like to see a presence out in the map. They've got the Vigil, so I would expect that from Nuxka to get himself out, make a nuisance, much like NIP tried to do. They've got the Tubarao. That's going to slow things down, keep those hatches closed for a little bit at least, prevent that control coming in for NIP.
Man, I'm still reeling after that play. I wish it had come off.
I
wish it had come
It's
off.
so hard to say whether he had. It was about, I think he'd been on for 4 seconds. I think he had 3 seconds left, and I don't know if Hornet could get there and get the shots. It would have been really close. It would have been down to like some point within the final second, I think. And I feel like maybe he could have done it. I don't know.
We'll never know. We'll never know. Unless that chance somehow magically rearises. Again, the craziest thing was that the scope boss was on 2 HP. The second shell was from the earlier fight in the early part of the round. That's just basically discarded to one side, left on long desk, and was like, oh, it's not really a part of the round anymore. Almost was the deciding factor.
It was nearly the defining point of the round.
I could talk about it forever. Honestly, just one of them moments that you come back to love.
I think
Anyway,
Hornet maybe gets it. I think, being that it was low HP, it needs one bullet through the soft wall. All he has to do is swing wide. He doesn't even have to get there. He just needs to swing wide to get an angle onto a leg, a foot, just anything through that soft wall. I think maybe Hornet gets it, but it was close.
Whew. I'll be thinking about that one in bed tonight when I go for a little nap before our Japan broadcast at 7 AM tomorrow. Whew. Nightmare fuel. You just know it's going to happen to you one day and you'll be like, God damn it. Anyway, round has played through about halfway to date so far, and nothing has really come of it. We've finally seen the drop away coming in here from open area and staff. They've got that entry kill, hates off the board, and they feel that is more than enough we can afford to back away. Similar comments here towards NIP. Shock drones still in the back pocket of Psycho. We've still got those glow canisters sat on site. There's no mute on side, no Mozzie to impede you. Really, these things need to be getting taken out. Now, there we go with about... takes a bit of damage off the smoke as well, which is always lovely. But these things need to be disappearing around about now to start getting yourself in position for an execute.
Yeah, that's it. They obviously, you know, they're going to take time to burn out, so you want rid of them all now so that as and when you are prepared, you can just go straight in. But NIP, I'm not sure they've made the most progress here. We're talking 45 seconds left to go, still hatches to be opened, only just getting themselves into open area. It's not to say it's not winnable from here, but it's certainly going to be a very late push into sight at this rate, I would imagine. There's going to be a challenge coming down into Garage, but Nuxka's not going to give this up for free. He's got the Bosch G, However, he is going to get found out by Fantasy, but Ask is there for the trade. Psycho continues moving on in. 3 versus 4, 20 seconds. NIP do have a presence in sight now.
Well, this is really should be a spot where they start to close things out. Thank God they've got Hornet, because this round could have started to go south very, very quickly. Psycho all by himself, trying to work forward, but Hornet knocks down a 4K in the round, Tim. Really taking control, and outside of that, things were looking a little bit dicey at the best of times. The one that really kind of screamed out to me when we saw it then was that soft hatch inside of admin. Doesn't sound like a big deal. Look, it wasn't left open. They weren't going to use it, but it was left unreinforced when the team has still got 3 reinforcements in back pocket. Now, if that had come down to a drop coming in through that hatch and a plank going down, I would have absolutely been asking the question, did that cost the round? Because the Maverick got there, opened it immediately. If that's reinforced off, it's taking him, 8 to 10 seconds to get that hatch fully opened up. That could end up costing NIP big time. So just, even though it didn't really influence the outcome of the round there, a question mark on why there are still 3 reinforcements left in back pocket, and we've still got hatches soft on top floor that aren't being used as a defense.
Up we go to the top floor then. Black Dragons this time will trying to hold on, as I've said previously, without too much of a roam game. They're going to be looking to deal with NIP, who will come directly to site largely. We're going to have, I think, a bit of window play, given that Psycho is on the glass. No mirror brought along. That's an interesting choice. Of course, we saw NIP defend up here, and the mirrors really did a lot to control a lot of the space inside a site, made it difficult for Black Dragons to push on in. NIP aren't necessarily going to have that same difficulty here.
Oh, TBD. I'm looking at their execute, though, and I'm just like, no. They have got a game plan. They are lined up. It's about the glass. It's about
Blitz,
Blitz. It's about
Ying. Yeah.
Exactly. They are armed to the teeth with 6 smokes as well to work with. You can 100% see what their game plan is. The worry for me is there's nothing like a Docker B on side as well, which is going to be assisting them with things like the yoke eyes and the black eyes. There'll be information here to help them alongside things like the bulletproofs, which of course exist too. 2 C4s in back pocket. There is a lot here the Black Dragons have got to hold on with. So you're going to see a massive scrap taking place here. In fact, one's already inside. That's a little bit strange. A plant is going down really shallow. Surely we get the cross in here. Steps in, trying to find his man. Will he complete it in time? Yes, he will. Cons dies just after. But what on earth were Black Dragons doing?
Yeah, it doesn't matter that Cons has died there. His entire job was get the diffuser down. Hits, picks up Ask, and NIP win this from here. I think they've got 2 on the rappel. Gutto is going to find Fantasy. That takes the Blitz off, so that gives Black Dragons something at least. But with 20 seconds left to go, this is going to be extremely difficult. They had the Echo on side as well. Could have potentially, I don't know if some EMPs, I think some EMPs went in beforehand, so that may have disabled the Yokai drones, but still, 7 seconds left to go. 2 players on rappel. I don't see any way that they managed to get to this. They try something equally sneaky themselves. How about that? Psycho's giving himself away, but the time has gone, Des. They're not on it and they don't have time. Or were they already on it?
No, they weren't. The Echo
No, they
got on it, I
weren't.
think
They
with about
weren't.
2.5 seconds left.
It was just the fist bumps and the high fives. I thought, did they? Because it sort of cut away at 3 seconds and he was on it, and I was like, oh, did they have time? But no, NIP coming away with that one, and I think EMPs went in to deal with any potential Yokai threat, and that was just a really smart play by NIP. Just no problem. We'll just rush on in if you're going to give us the space. And what would have stopped that, Des? The mirror window.
Yes, a number of things could have worked really in their favor on that one, but the fact that it happened so quick without a massive spam and flourish of smoke grenades and candelas going in, they just kind of got in. I think when they realized there was no one really actively watching and just thought, we can make this happen. And yes, the EMPs followed in as well, but this is normally why you see in big clutch plays, it's rarely that a Yokai is just sat static. In the old days, yes, when they were invisible, but these days you tend to hide them away and then bring them in at the right moment to interrupt a plant going down. I think Black Dragons just caught a little bit of sleep at the wheel there, and they've really paid the price for it. They're going to try the same site once again. NIP are changing up tactic all over the field to not try and go for a big Candela rush and glass and all the rest of that kind of good stuff. But at least now there's a Warden on side for Black Dragons.
Yep, Mirror Window and Warden, and there's no way that they get away with that plant. As it is, they've brought one of the 2. They are going to be on the same site again, so NIP are not going to try the same thing, of course. They'll work it differently this time. They've still got the Ying and the Grim, so that is going to be, the focal point of the execute as and when it comes. But this time I would expect NIP just to take the time a little bit more and work on softening the site up, get a couple of kills before they start going in and trying to put the diffuser down. But again, the fact that there's no mirror windows there, it is, I think, going to, just embolden them a little bit to think about potentially going into a similar location to put the diffuser down.
It is interesting how they changed things up, and no Thatcher on side, for example, to help nullify what they probably would have assumed would have been a Warden in the previous round. Probably something Black Dragons will come back to kick themselves for is having no Warden on side. There's a reason why he's one of the most picked defenders in the game, and it's because when you get smokes or flashes coming your way, and when Ying is so popular, it's really important for this. Just helps deal with that threat coming on through. So maybe an opportunity missed for them in that previous round, Black Dragons that is, to hold on. I'm sure NIP won't mind because they've got 4 rounds to make a single attack work, and they take all 3 points. Exactly what they need in their push for playoffs.
NIP doing some great work here as well. They've just got elevator wall open so they can see all the way down that line. The Yokai drone is going to be feeding information about the rappels. Sees 3 of those positions, I think. So they're going to know at least Black Dragons. They don't need to worry too much about the interior of the map at the minute because they're going to be limited in terms of the numbers that are pushing inside. They can see actually that there's 4 on rappel, 3 over that side and 1 over the other side. So I think they might have just moved off that elevator line of sight though.
3 up on the windows. You can see the game plan here. 1 coming in through ATMs as well, and Nux has fallen down. Not good for the Yokais to be offline so early. They'll just be stuck feeding information at this point, which may be enough. It may help the team, but not being able to use it to stop a plant going through, that's really going to sting. Fancy in for a second. Finally gets traded out, but not before the damage has been done. A 4v2, now a 3v2 for NIP with 60 seconds still to play and 2 Candelas in back pocket.
Yeah, they seem to not really have too much of an idea that Fantasy had got himself inside of sight there. He was able to just wander up to the wall, find the kill on the janitor, rotate, and leave us now as we stand 2 versus 3. Hornet just trying to get himself back to sight here, but there's an opportunity opportunity for the diffuser to go down, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Candela goes off, Pino picks up Florio. I don't think they know that Hornet's coming on the back side, but he will get picked up as they start to scan around after that successful plant, and NIP take a very convincing win on Bank.
What more is it to say? That's exactly how I describe it as well. Extremely convincing. They were the ones running the show. They determined when the action happened and where it happened. Black Dragons were just there for the ride. So no kind of like upset coming in from the team that have nothing to play for. NIP turned up today knowing that 3 points was all they could stand for, and 3 points secured. 7-2, extremely dominating. And again, in a very commanding position now when we start looking at those playoff standings.
Yeah, exactly. I was just having a look at those. So that puts NIP onto 13. It jumps them above Furia now, sits them into 5th place. And it means that they can only be caught by Furia and Keed. So they are kind of still in that mix a little bit. There's 2 teams that could catch them tomorrow, but it certainly puts them, you know, a good foot forward towards that qualification to playoffs.
That's it. The one thing I will give to BD, though, is at least a little promising sign from that game was, at least in the earlier rounds, they were mildly competitive. We had them down as 2v1s twice in the first couple of rounds. We had them down into a 1v1 in the third. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. What matters is that you get the rounds at the end. But it started off looking at least somewhat promising, only for them to then go on to lose that half 5-1.
And it was a real performance. I kind of feel like NIP you never know what you're going to get from them, really. You're either going to get this really solid performance like it was today, or, like you say, they're going to be, you know, their own worst enemy and turn up and make a lot of mistakes. But it was certainly on the better side of the coin today. That much is for sure. Fantasy, and it doesn't surprise me to say that, you know, when Fantasy does well, NIP do well. And when NIP do well, Fantasy does well. It's just how it is. You know, he's one of those players that can just really elevate the team.
Absolutely. And again, that now brings up being questioned on for what comes tomorrow for NIP. I did have their game written up earlier. Actually, tomorrow they face off against Furia. That makes things very spicy, given where those 2 teams currently sit in the standings. They'll be fighting over each other for a place. And equally, as mentioned earlier on, I think Vivo Keed Stars find themselves with an easy game. They're against Black Dragons. That tells you the story, right? There is still so much to fight for in this playoff contention that it's really hard to call who takes the spot. Just means that tomorrow is even more important, arguably, than today. And no big surprise, given it's the last day of the stage.
We just get to see that play again, and it was so close as Hornet. I just want to know, Des. I just want to know. We'll never know.
We'll never know. We'll never know. I do think if it stuck it the whole way through, by the looks of it, Hornet would have been able to get on the side and spray the softball. Does it mean he'd have hit him? Not strictly, but he would have been able to get at least a challenge on.
It's going to be one of Siege's great mysteries.
And there are many of them. There are many, many of them. For Black Dragons, talking about them again for a second, again, it's like moments of greatness, especially from Hornet today. But as a team overall, they're always kind of lacking the bite they need to get the win, right?
I think the problem is, and I don't like to, you know, sort of single players out, and I'm not going to single anybody out, but the point is you've got Hornet and Ask who are performing pretty well through the stage. You know, not outstandingly the best stage that anybody's ever had, but pretty solid. You know, Playday to Playday. Gutto's had a good day today, but there's just, you know, those other 3, I feel like at the minute, they're not established enough. They're not delivering enough. And that's what they need to get going. Black Dragons need to find more out of those other 3 players to support Hornet and Ask. And if they can do that, they'll have a good team on their hands. It's just that you can't rely on 2 players to do it all.
Tim, one's just came to me. Favorite host and analyst? Jay-Z, Wills, and Laxim. Let's go to them now.
Thank you, Des. Thanks, Ace. What a game. This time, though, Laxing, finally one that was a bit more open and shut. We got our answer of which version of NIP we were going to see today, and it was the same version that 7-1 Keed Stars on Bank just 1 play day ago. We saw that team again here, and at the perfect time for them to step up.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, because they won outright 7-2, and that puts them +7, I believe, that automatically qualifies them. No matter what Keedstar does tomorrow, even if they get 3 points, even if they 7-0, just due to round differential, they physically cannot pass them because they are at -10. So NIP is solidified, whereas Furia and Keedstars, mibr, it's a toss-up in the air at that point.
Wow, yeah, it's going to come down to that final playoff spot. mibr, Keed Stars, and NIP. Well, NIP is good. It is mibr, Keed Stars, and Furia who'll be fighting over for that 6th spot. Furia they currently maintain it. For now, though, we'll bring in Pino here. NIP now locked into the playoff position in that 5th place spot. Pino, initial reactions after guaranteeing yourself a spot in the playoffs?
It feels very good. We kind of when we lost the 3 games in a row, we felt that we needed to come back like urgently. We weren't playing our game, like we are kind of playing too passive, as I said last time. So we improved that. And Bank, that was a map that we didn't play last stage. We improved it as well. So I think you are very prepared for the playoffs.
I want to say, going into playoffs, are you more looking forward now getting into those best of 3s where obviously if you do have a poor performance of 1 game, you do have essentially 2 more games to piggyback off of and get a win and push yourself even further to going to Montreal?
What? I didn't listen.
I said, do you feel obviously with how this stage has gone, now you find yourself in best of 3s, do you feel that you're in a lot more comfortable position here given your performance so far?
Yeah, for sure. We are a team that we have a very good map pool, and in the best of 1s, the opponent gets to ban 4 maps, so we are very more comfortable to play best of 3s. So we are looking forward to go to this major.
Absolutely.
Amazing. Pino, well, parabéns. Congratulations on this victory today. And yeah, making the playoffs. It's awesome. We'll see NIP a little bit later down the line, and good luck against Furia tomorrow.
Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Pino. Well, another great game here, but this one open and shut for NIP. It really now is all about the final playoff spot, which it looks like we're going to have to wait to figure out tomorrow, because even though we still have 1 game today, that will not decide it all. You still, of course, need to keep an eye on Keedstars and Furia. Those are the 2 teams in the hunt. mibr just a couple of points back, and still, although more difficult, could make it into that playoff position.
Yeah, it just makes me really excited to see what that shakeup could be and what that turnaround could be for that, especially with now NIP clenching their spot just solely due to round count. It just goes to show how important these rounds really do matter. Less even about the points at this, because again, Keedstars, they can get the same amount of points, but that round differential of them being -10 right now, it just is statistically impossible for them to come back here, push NIP out. So hats off to NIP, but good luck to Keedstars, Furia, and mibr.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the wire there. But today, the NIP that we saw, as we said, was the same one that we saw last Playday. It was a confident team, a well-composed team, and a playoff-ready team. You see Fantasy at the helm there, 12-7, but a team effort across the board. Of course, Dez and Ace mentioned this on the call, but there were so many of those little moments where it was like just the right thing happened for NIP at the right time. Or, oh, if that one decision had gone the other way, maybe that round could have gone differently for Black Dragons or for NIP. Yeah. But a 7-2 margin of victory is still a very comfortable one at that.
For sure, and even for Black Dragons, you know, I wanted Guto to be coming in and performing today, and that's exactly what we did. Hornet is being consistent across the board throughout this stage. It is a little unfortunate for Ass to dip down a little bit, but I mean, if this team can just find their footing on the defensive half, I mean, they could see some success. It's similar to their brothers in Los of the NAL, whereas they're doing all the hard work on attack, but they just can't find their rhythm on defense, where I just feel if these teams can just really break down these defenses and get a hold on it, they will be far more competitive, and we would see them higher up on the board. So it's just something to take back, learn from, but ultimately I am happy for Guto to be coming back into this and stepping up his performance nonetheless, regardless of losing to a 7-2 to NIP.
And it's unfortunate, though, for Black Dragons. They will not have a win yet, and they will have to look in their match against Keedstars tomorrow if they want to get any wins this stage. Fantasy, though, your MVP of the match, as he was the top performer on the NIP side. You saw some pretty impressive moments for him. He ended up with 12 kills. Just an overall 2-2 on the entry, still getting involved in those opening engagements and making it look relatively easy while he did it.
Yeah, I mean, another great performance from Fantasy. I mean, we've already touched up on it many different times. It's just good to see that he is back in the light, because this past few games, it's kind of been Pino, it's been Hates. We haven't seen him since the beginning, so the fact he is finishing strong here is important. They have now clenched their spot, and like Pino said, they're more comfortable going into these best of 3, so I'm expecting to see a lot more coming from this roster than the wishy-washy. We're going to see what NIP version. I hope to see that consistency, what we just saw here today.
Well, the way things have panned out today, that now also means that Fluxo have no opportunity to make it into the playoffs. They now sit out of the point range with only 4 points to their name, but they do have the opportunity to do something a little silly here, maybe take a win over Liquid. It is Liquid looking to secure the top seed. Doors wide open to do it. They'll take on Fluxo. Coming up next.
Vai ter a pressão. A subida vem. A bang tá lançada. Neide lança C4. Não pega ninguém. Pino rotacionando. Vai ser forçado o domínio garagem. Olha o Pox. Meu Deus. Olha o Felipox. Olha como ele vem. Quase que ele pega aqui o Nayana. Vem a trocação, ele garante. Vacilo do Pino. Pode ser punido. Muzi espera. Olha o Neide. 9 segundos e o Felipox. Com uma rotação milionária garante o round. 6-4. Ponto decisivo para a Fúria.
Oi? Meu nome é Felícia. E eu não sei direito quem sou. Minha avó contou que a mamãe me deixou quando eu era bem pequena. E eu ainda não sei porquê. Na real, eu não sei o porquê de muitas coisas. Mas eu sempre fui curiosa. Me tranquei no meu quarto e aqui a minha vida aconteceu. Eu cresci buscando quem eu sou em frente à tela. Até que meu passado me encontrou. Meu pai era simplesmente uma lenda hacker. Encontrei uma inteligência virtual chamada Flux, uma simulação dos trejeitos e conhecimentos do meu pai. Como se a mente dele ainda estivesse viva, sabe? A interação com Flux foi uma revelação pra mim. A inteligência me convenceu de que eu também podia aprender a hackear e usar isso pro bem. Hoje, o Flux, ou deveria chamar de pai, é a voz que me faz companhia por onde eu vou. E juntos, a gente opera nas sombras fazendo justiça por todos aqueles que precisam. E assim, continuei minha jornada, carregando o desejo de encontrar minha mãe e os ensinamentos do meu pai. Meu nome é Felícia, e eu não sei direito quem sou, mas quer saber? Eu sei por quem eu luto. E hoje, meus seguidores honram o meu legado.
no aguardo e o Loira agora cravado no pixel. O Dafodil avança. Vem a tentativa da troca, o Loira vem, consegue levar. Balaça do Loira! Que isso, Loira? Linda balinha, vem em embalo de rapel agora e o Loira já se reposiciona. Olha o conhecimento de jogo. Dafodil com mais uma, é 2x2. Flório e Loira contra Lenda e Dafodil. Lenda vem pra cima buscando espaço. Loira só espera. Quietinho. Ghost atento na tela do seu jogador. Loira esperou, conseguiu garantir e o Flório pega mais uma! A BD joga no seguro, joga na calma, garante a vitória 2-0.
Well, 4 games down, 1 to go, and a look at the beautiful Sao Paulo as we close out the day here in the Brazil League. Playday 8 just about wrapped up. Playday 9 coming tomorrow, but for the final time today, 2 teams take the stage with some playoff implications in mind. This time, not necessarily do you make the playoffs or miss them, but the top seed is still up for grabs, and Liquid would love to grab it.
Absolutely, and because of that loss from E1 today, that just allows Liquid to get an easy 3 points. On paper, I'm just saying on paper, they have a really good shot at getting 3 points here and setting themselves up for success today. But again, you're going against Fluxo. They got nothing to lose here. They are out, so they can throw some funky stuff at you, and you got to be ready for it. So it's really everything for Liquid to be on form today, more so for Fluxo to be showing up.
Well, you see the round differential has actually put Liquid in first place. I didn't even notice that one earlier. They maintain that first place spot, of course, with a nice regulation win. But then tomorrow, when E1 has the chance and Liquid have the chance to play once more, of course, you want to put yourself in a winning position so you can maintain it. As we said, Fluxo too far out in the bottom of the standings to make it into the playoffs, so all they can do here is play spoiler. And again, give themselves a little more energy, give themselves a little more life going into the open quals and eventually the last chance qualifier if they can make it there. But their focus today will stay on their opponents in Liquid, and they will look to put together another decent performance. We've seen kind of a roller coaster from Fluxo Laxing. I mean, we've seen some good moments where they've taken good teams deep, but sometimes they just come up short.
It's another back and like I said, it's hard to predict with Brazil. It's what team are we getting today? And with Fluxo, are we going to get the team that we just saw in their W7M game where they pushed it to the limit? Well, not limit, but it was a 7-5. But even within that 7-5, everyone across the board on Fluxo was firing on all cylinders. And are we going to see that today? Because where we've seen it multiple times, it's been a couple players that have been doing that. Not all 5, let alone all 4. So I am hoping that we can see this map be a really close game. But again, it's left up to decide. Are we going to see a really good Fluxo, or are we going to see an uncoordinated Fluxo?
It's kind of funny how the stats work out sometimes. I mean, we see 2 of these Fluxo players in the top 15 overall statistically in terms of individuals, which we don't even see that from FaZe. Like, Vidiking is the only FaZe player in the top 15, right? But clearly FaZe is the better team between the 2. That just goes to show you that it's not necessarily about individual skill. It's about your depth as a team. And whereas FaZe might be spreading that love amongst all 5, you may have some standout players here from Fluxo, but not enough consistency from the roster as a whole.
No, and that's where the biggest thing has been for them, is that lack of consistency as a whole. Because if we seen that consistency throughout the league, we would see them still in a position of possibly making playoffs or already obtaining a playoff position. But again, for a roster that didn't make any changes to go into this league, to still kind of find yourself at the bottom, it is rough to say the least.
Well, of course, their opponents today, Team Liquid. You know them, you love them, and you've seen them at the top of the Brazil League so many different times. Again, a team that excels at all levels from their entry to their hard support, this is a team that makes it work, and in many cases makes it look easy. You've got someone like Palu, someone like Maya, both top 5 players in their own right. Resets also in the top 10 individually. You're seeing so many of these players have such good moments, and even Lagones, who you're gonna have, you know, on that Monty, on someone who's gonna play that support, is still contributing in major ways.
Yeah, and I've said Liquid is by far the most improved team coming back into this stage. I mean, they just look to get better and better performance-wise every single game that we see, and just coming off of a 7-1 versus mibr, I mean, everyone across the board was firing on all cylinders. They're all coming into here strong, and again, this match really for them is just to get a little more cushion of getting to that first place spot, holding that first place spot. So I do expect them to come into here, really bring it, close it out as fast as they possibly can, and bring it to a more simple map than try to, you know, give Fluxo the ability to move around a map such as a big map like Bang.
You imagine that the priority here for Liquid, though, is probably a little bit more on not revealing anything, though, than that first place spot, right? The first and second place, either one you take, you're in the identical spot, just about. So when you go to a map here today, I imagine Laxing, they're not going to want to reveal anything new or exciting.
Yeah, and, you know, they very well could, and they are absolutely not going to. Yeah, you're going to bring it to Clubhouse. You know exactly how they played. They played it a few times. Both teams have played it a few times throughout the league so far. Obviously, Liquid has had more success on it. But again, yeah, this is, to me, this is just, you know what, we know what we need to do on this map. We already know what Fluxo can do. We're just going to flux on them and get this W and close it out for the day without having to show anything going into playoffs at this point.
I will say that, like, going to a map like Clubhouse is typically something that we question from teams that are clearly the better team of the two, but it seems like this situation is either one-sided enough, or we've seen good enough performances from Liquid on this map to indicate that it should be fine.
And I think that's more the case here is, yes, you probably shouldn't bring a team that you're better than to a map like Clubhouse, because you do leave it as an equal playing field where anything can happen, because a map like Clubhouse, you're not doing anything special outside of just playing your basic fundamentals and being better than that team. But with how Liquid has performed on it and the teams that they've gone up against, where Fluxo on that same side haven't found any success, came close, but still didn't find any success. If I'm Liquid, I'm feeling comfortable going into this map, regardless of it being an even playing field, to say the least.
We saw it right there. Our teams getting ready to go. So we will do, of course, what we need to do next, and that is bring in our casters for our final matchup of the day. We've got Dez and Ace, of course, for the final time. Gents, I mean, we're going into this one with similar expectations than the last one, Dez. I mean, this one probably going to be a one-sided affair. Of course, it may not be, given that Fluxo has been competitive with some top teams in the past, but it's Clubhouse, right? Anything can happen.
It can. I'm just really happy that Tim gets his favorite map to end the day. I think Clubhouse, as you guys have said, is quite fair for Liquid. They don't want to show anything. Why would they? They're already the top dog at this point. E1 obviously have had a interesting game earlier on today. Liquid's future is quite clear now. They get this game done comfortably. They're at the top.
All right, well, Ace, this map, favorite map of the day, another map today. Why is this map one that catches your eye?
It's just a classic Siege map. You know what you're going to get. If Liquid don't come here and absolutely destroy Fluxo, really, we're probably going to ask some questions of it, to be honest, because they're fighting for top spot. They're kind of trying to say, you know, we're back, we're ready for the major. Maybe this is... I've said it so many times, I'm giving up on Liquid, but maybe this is the one, you know? And if they're going to do that realistically, they've got to be beating teams like this. That's the reality of it. Fluxo have run a few close, but Liquid should be winning this.
Right, Liquid are not here to prove their ability in the group stage. They are here to prove that they are an international caliber team who is not only going to go to the major, but do well at the major. So let's see if they can handle Fluxo domestically for now. We'll send it over to you guys for the last time today. Enjoy it. Game 5.
Thank you very much. Yes, last game, Tim. And like I said, we get your favorite map. I just realized as well, favorite operator, Thermite.
I do like Thermite. Clubhouse isn't my favorite map.
It is, though, isn't it?
It's just a good map.
What is your ultimate top favorite map, then?
Old Consulate.
Really?
Loved Old Consulate. Yeah, absolutely loved it. That was probably my favorite of all time. I know.
Ooh.
Controversial, I'm aware. Chat will be lighting up right now. I just really enjoyed Old Consulate. In the current pool, probably my favorite at the minute is Night Haven Labs. It was Chalet, it's moved across to Labs now. I think I really enjoy Labs.
Up there with you, I think Sky Labs and Lair. I always like a new map, so you know me. Lair will be that map for a while now until I get bored of it, but I don't know if I ever will. I always enjoy the new maps more than most. Anyway, like I said, our final two teams of the day, Liquid coming up against the boys down the bottom, who I think many fair to say on Fluxo, at least it's a better performance than the previous stage, right?
100%.
Is that something you can really celebrate much of when you're still not making playoffs?
It's growth. Look at what happened to Furia. You know, back in 2020 into 2021, Furia were in relegation matches. This is when Twister was coach, and I'd interview him every week. You know, they'd be the losing team, and he'd quite often still do the interview. And we'd chat to him, and he'd say, "No, I believe in the plan. That we're getting better. You know, we get in there." And they ended up in relegation. They had to save themselves, and then they're at the major. Then they're at SI. Then, you know, they were getting through to all these tournaments. And I'm not saying necessarily, you know, that's what's going to happen with Fluxo. But what I'm saying is it takes time and it takes development. And if they've got more points than they did last stage, that's growth. If they come back and they get more points again next stage, it's more growth. And that's all that you can ask for, really.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll take that. So a couple of team huddles there building up before we get into this game, which means we aren't too far off ready. As mentioned as well, this is our last game of the penultimate Playday. Tomorrow is the last Playday for Brazil. That is when everything is locked in. The teams that don't make it in towards playoffs got to go and fight their way through LCQ. For the others, they've got playoffs to battle through, and they could be one of the 3 teams that make it out of that playoff bracket into Montreal in just, how is it now, about 6 weeks away? It comes on fast, man. Real fast.
Yeah, there or thereabouts, I think.
Yeah, pretty damn quick. Either way, not too far away. And so they know that's what got to come to. I think a couple of teams have been very excited about the best of 3s that come through in playoffs as well, because it starts to spice things up a little bit. As we said earlier on today, best of 1s, you often find that teams end up on this map that both are happy with. They ban away there for weakest maps or the strongest maps of the other side. Both teams end up on sort of somewhere meeting in the middle. Whereas in best of 3s, you really get to see teams cooking on their best maps, even if that normally means winning each other's map picks.
Well, it just starts separating good teams and great teams when you get to best of 3s as well, doesn't it? You know, you get into that point whereby teams who maybe have done well through best of 1s start getting found out if the map pool's not very deep. You know, you get into best of 3s and all of a sudden it becomes a big problem, because realistically you are going to play one of your opponent's better maps. You know, statistically that's just going to happen because of how the bans go. So yeah, ultimately I like best of 3s for that, because we can sit here and, you know, look at things as they are now, but when we get into that stage, that's when we really start seeing who the challengers are.
And we've heard about the interesting results coming out of the Siege Cup, the Brasileiro Cup that happened not too long ago. But let's look through our teams as well, in case you aren't too familiar with who these players are. On Liquid side, you should recognize a good few of these guys. They've been around a while, Tim.
Yeah, every one of them pretty much. You know, Nesk, Palu, Lagonis, of course, kind of the core 3. We've got Maya in there, who's come in and is just doing, you know, absolutely fantastically at this point. Really sort of runaway. Resets has been there a good while as well now. And it just feels like they've had that time that they needed to really start settling as a roster. They bring me back in every time, Des. Every time I say that's it, they bring me back in and I get hopeful, and I don't support anybody, you know, sort of openly. There's lots of teams I like for lots of different reasons. Liquid is one of those teams that, you know, you and I have got a very personal story with Liquid. You know, we've cast them in a number of the grand finals that they've got to, and they've not done it, and it's like, are they ever gonna do it?
It kind of feels like their chance was a few years ago, right? They haven't managed to get it done since then. We'll see what comes to be with the rest of this.
But they're looking good now.
They are looking good, Tim. But we've said that line before. It's okay. Don't cry. We'll see how we do. Fluxo on the other side. Not without some decent names on their side. Just struggling really to turn that into results. Had some decent results throughout the stage. Not enough that it gets them the 3 points they've been after more often than not. But it is what it is. Can they bring down Liquid today? The answer feels like no.
They've got some belting players, you know, we know this. They've got a lot of experience, but like I say, they've got to make it happen in the server. But before we can do that, we've got to have a quick listen and see what both teams had to say before this one.
Agora o fluxo do bagulho fica um pouquinho mais complicado, né? Eu acho que foi o time que mais evoluiu, assim, desde o início do Brasileirão. Eles começaram muito mal. Até no LCQ lá que a gente ganhou deles, mano. Foi um time, assim, que evoluiu muito. Eu acho que contra a Fluxo aí vai ser um jogo mais pegado. Mas eu acho que a gente acaba levando a melhor também.
Bom, o confronto contra a Liquid é sempre bom. A gente sempre tem uma motivação para jogar contra eles. É bem legal, porque é um time muito forte. Então a gente sabe que vai ser sempre um jogo pegado.
Cara, na Fluxo, eu acho que recentemente aí quem tá jogando bem, acho que é o Luquideira. sei lá, tá voltando aí aos momentos de prime dele. Então, acho que o Luquid, assim, nós temos que ficar de olho um pouquinho.
A gente tem que ficar de olho no Lagones, é um cara que realmente é diferenciado na bala aí e pode carregar Liquid nesse jogo.
Vocês estão melhorando, mas infelizmente ainda não vai ser o suficiente. Eu acho que a gente consegue ganhar bem tranquilo aí deles, então vai ter que melhorar mais, né?
Bom, mandar um recado pro Resets. O tempo dele na Liquid tá chegando aí, se ele não desempenhar muito bem, acho que ele vai rodar.
There we have it. I was about to say, I'm not entirely sure exactly what game they're watching when they're talking about Lagonis being the one on top and shooting. Like, bless him. He's just about managed to get to being positive in KD after a pretty slow start to the stage. But I think Liquid, I think it's pretty fair to say to him from that, feel very confident this game is theirs.
Yeah, and it's the attitude they've got to come in with, right? So Fluxo, as we've said, struggled in stage 1. They've had a slight improvement in stage 2, not still where they would want to be, I would expect. You know, but Liquid need to be playing with that confidence now. They need to believe that they've done it, that they've cracked it, that they've got the roster that is performing. You know, so they've got to come in saying, you know, these are teams that, yeah, we are going to take them apart, and they've got to go and do it realistically. You know, Fluxo's a funny one. When you look at the players, there's like Luciid and Raps. I've spoken already about the mibr roster that came that finished 4th place at SR22. Luciid and Raps were on that roster. You've got Astro. Everybody knows Astro because of how great a player he's been over the years. You know, they've got some really big names. It just isn't clicking for them. It's kind of weird. Like, you know, you've got the parts, you're just not getting the whole package when they come in together.
All right, bands have flown on through, and none really all that surprising for this map, I don't think, either, Tim. You know, Kai, maybe you look at and think, you could change that one out for something, but for teams that want to go fast, certainly not a big complaint on that side. I think also with the Maverick being taken away, the Kai often has to pair up with that as well, otherwise it can get a little bit frustrating. And the other two are going to surprise no one. Monty, spoke about shields a lot already. Him or Blitz, very often banned away. And mibr, very potent on seemingly any map. Bottom Clubhouse, played on pretty much every single site, except for arguably Cash and CC, so not too bad to take away either.
Luciid on the Vigil jumps out immediately. I imagine we're going to see him up on the top 2 floors. He's got the Boss G with him. Luciid has got a great ability within gunfights, so that's something Liquid need to be identifying and dealing with. I would expect them to be very organised about the clearance of this map, Liquid. You know, they're a good clubhouse team. I would expect them to be getting into top floor and just sweeping across it, getting the mid floor. I want them opening hatches by the halfway mark, really, to start then, you know, the pressure onto site. They've got the book, so Maya's going to be getting into kitchen corridor, doing all that vertical work that we normally see. But how about this for a top floor setup? Not just a little bit of a setup. We've got reinforcements, we've got Kiba barricades. This is out and out holding the top floor from Fluxo.
Very interesting. Yeah, like essentially the other side of the map. The thing that you secure here is the ability to push around blue stairs or around stock or around garage. None of those spots can really be deliberately contested except for stock. But it's more the fact that you're there and can contest so easily will arguably slow down the attackers here. Unless, of course, they go direct towards site, which looks like it might be the play coming out from Liquid. You've already had Ace just come charging down through dirt here to look to try and do a little bit of damage and maybe catch someone off guard. But I think we saw the immediate response was there from the defenders. They know what's coming. And the two, at least, that are hanging around site are more drawn now towards dirt. Question being, do those that are currently set upstairs hold on here? And if so, for how long?
One of those Vulcan canisters was just on the back of the barricade as well, and it really sort of, I think, turned Resets around in his tracks, really. You know, if the opportunity had maybe been there just to get on in and take a couple of pot shots, pick a couple of people up, he might have taken it, but it was just slowed down.
Yes, right sort of idea, though. At least dancing around here, and they know that this is where they should expect to find somebody, and indeed they would. The mute's still sat inside of here, but here we go. The pain train is on the way through. It's Lagonis heading forward on the blitz. Imagine as soon as he sees that one, he wants to be out of danger. There we go. Knows what's coming his way now. Will he have an assist coming in? Because by the looks of it, coming around behind them, as you can see, there's 1 or 2 players lurking nearby. C4 up over the top. In fact, never mind. It was the outline bug. One that we're still trying to get rectified at the moment. But look at that. A few players all bunched up together here, looking to try and get on towards Astro. He's wasting a lot of time here, Tim.
He just needs a little bit more aggression, I think, from Lagonis here to get in and get in the faces. They're just concerned about the Azami on Catwalk having that side-on angle to the Blitz. Lagonis manages to get himself in, but elsewhere, Lukid manages to pick up Parlu, and Lagonis just needs to get things going here with a couple of kills. Maya in support manages to pick up Mitrix, but Liquid have lost far too much up on this top floor now. You know, and this is the point. Fluxo can now just disappear back to site and just try and hold on as it is. Resets, he's going to try and get something going, but they're going to be well aware of where he is. He's having to go through barricades every single time.
It'll be classic Liquid in one of those games that look like it should be one of the easier ones that you have in the stage, arguably the second easiest alongside Black Dragons. They would find a way to royally mess it up. They've been chewed up and spat out on that attack upstairs. They've now lost the Blitz at the bottom of the main stairs, and Resets has got it all to do by himself. There was some choice words about him during their video. If they don't continue to play well, he was the one expected to be going, but at least here there's not much you can do in a 1 versus 4. Fluxo with a fantastic first round.
They needed some pressure on Catwalk. That was the problem. You saw Lagonis on construction door into Cash, and he didn't want to push forward. And I think it was because the had lines of sight opened up for Catwalk, so he was bothered about crossing that because the Azami was holding it. So they really needed some pressure to take that attention of the Azami so that Lagonis can then push top red stairs and get aggressive with the Blitz. But you saw how long they were just sort of milling around as a 3, and it was a real problem, and they just started getting picked off. And Fluxo have played that beautifully. Not just the setup that's created that problem for Liquid that they haven't identified until it was too late, and they've kind of got caught in this trap, but also the gunfights that they took, winning them. You know, they did really, really well up there, and Luki particularly holding on with the Vigil as well. You know, and Astro kicking things off with a nice opener. Really good stuff from Fluxo.
Massively so. Now, can they make it 2? Can they make it 3? And so on and so forth, and set up a good second half. The attacking side for them will no doubt be the challenge, but at least to start things off on the defense, so far, so good. Cash CC going to be the second site that we head into. We'll see how they position themselves here quite comfortably. The Doc, I think we saw that in the previous map, realized and learned that, okay, no, it can't heal a Scopus. But the big one, of course, the fact that you do have a pretty tasty gun to be contesting with as well. The ability to heal yourself, to heal others, really helps you lock down certain areas of the map. And given Cash CC often comes under a lot of pressure, Doc's certainly an excellent pick for this site.
Straight away heading towards that breach, get things open. Doesn't need to be overly complicated. Last time in round 1 they played into a little bit of Fluxo's trap, a little bit of Fluxo's setup, and this time they don't really need to do that. They can play their own game here, get the breach open. I'm not sure, did that? Yeah, it must have opened. I was going to say there's no denial there to have stopped it. I just didn't hear the explosion at the end of the fizzing sound of the exothermic. But you get the breach open, get control of garage. They've got a Capitao, so that shouldn't be a problem to do. The Blitz can support the push to clear top red as he is doing, and this is Liquid should be able to get good control here, but again it's falling apart and Fluxo are standing up to it. 2 versus 1 as an absolute onslaught of kills comes in inside a site, leaves 7 dead in about 5 seconds, and it's all up to Nesk now to try and close this out in a 1v2.
Nesk on a thermite, something I never thought I'd see.
I know, I was just going to say that.
Yeah, it's a bit crazy, isn't it? Steps in, oh, sees the one close, but just hesitates. And Hashi obviously going to take his life for that in response. Another good round for Fluxo. And I thought Liquid's attack was pretty good, but Fluxo's defense just that little bit better.
Again, Liquid... Are they just trying...
Chat, this is the sound of Tim crumbling before your very eyes.
Are they just trying to not kind of show stuff? I don't know, because they've got a Capitao. They've got a Capitao, and they haven't bothered trying to clear Garage Catwalk. Like, they've got the utility, and they're just not really using it. Like, we're going to open the breach up, and then we're just going to kind of try and charge in, and it's kind of like we're just, you know, take a bite and see how the cookie crumbles, and they're not going to win rounds like that because Fluxo are ready for him. The Fluxo aren't going to qualify for the playoffs, but they'll more than happily spoil Liquid's party, and they'll more than happily come out and take an opportunity to play an official game against the top team and continue that growth. You know, if Liquid want the points out of this, they need to come and play it. I don't know, you know, maybe they just thought that there was an opportunity there to get aggressive and to push. I look at round 1 where they haven't really dealt with that catwalk setup. We come into round 2, they do exactly the same thing. And I'm just kind of like, Liquid, what are you doing? Just like, it's Clubhouse. Everybody knows what everybody's going to do. Just go in and use the utility that you've taken with you.
That was very angry man shouts at cloud, Tim.
I know.
I love it. The last time I heard you have a good old like, waffle moan was when I was we were debating the whole thing about like, oh, I'll be back for broadcast in 2 weeks. And you were like, well, it's 12 days. And I was like, yes, that's 2 weeks. And you were just like, I'm not getting sucked into this. I know you put up an unreasonably strong argument. And I was just like, Tim, but it is 2 weeks. And you went on for about 45 seconds about trying to explain why this wasn't the case before. You turned around and just went, just go away. It was class.
Sometimes it's all I can do with you when I'm right and you won't accept it.
I've missed the Tim rants. That could be another flavour of the podcast. We have Tim's favourites. We have Tim rants. We can keep on building up a whole series here. That season 1 and 2 already sorted.
You're certainly building a structure here, aren't you?
It's all coming together.
You're building a structure. Meanwhile, Team Liquid are ripping one down. They're going to get the breach sorted out. That's going to open Jacuzzi Wall. Blitz coming along again. Not really had any success with it in the first 2 rounds. Yeah, it cleared out top red, kind of. But Lagonis died very shortly after. So I'd like to see them get a bit more value out of that Blitz. And again, I'd just like to see Liquid use the utility they've got. They've got the Capito. They've got the Grim. They've got the Blitz. Use that utility. Let's go through the steps. Let's, clear the areas that we need to clear before pushing onto site. Just basic stuff.
There's a little roof party that could go horribly wrong if they're not careful. He's got the smoke going down there. They've got the Grim ready for it, but that's not really going to stop the man sat there with the C4 ready to challenge. And it's Astro finding Nesk ace off the board. Not quite the emphatic start to this round that I thought Liquid were really going to be setting up for, given all the work they've done.
And again, Astro was pinged out. They knew exactly where Astro was. They had a yellow ping on him. And, granted, somebody comes for the challenge. Astro can win that challenge in reverse. Of course he can. And he has done. But, these are Nesk's going on his own to deal with that. If you've got him pinged out, this is how it should be done. They had one from either side coming in. Make sure that you get in that trade at least. If you know that you're definitely going in to challenge somebody. Better second time around. I think it was maybe Nesk just, the opportunity was there. He was close by. I'll try and take the kill. It's not the end of the world. Liquid come away 4 versus 3. They've still got the utility that they need with the Grim and the Blitz and the Capito, and they're going to start using that. The smokes go in. Lagonis looks to push, but he's going to get taken down. It was a roll of the dice. Ultimately, Palu manages to get a couple of kills elsewhere, but yeah, still not super clean from Liquid.
Yeah, not the cleanest, but they got the round over the line, and that's
they got it done. Don't get me wrong, they got it done. But it was a round that Fluxo could have won if it had, with 1 or 2 going a different way.
Yeah, it is what it is. At least that way, in the first quarter, they've managed to get a round on the ball, which sets them up, if they're carrying as they are, for a 4-2 half. Wouldn't be a bad outcome at all. I did enjoy this little play here, though, onto the Azami. So, think back to our game earlier today on Chalet when Stemp got into 3 separate 1v1s. Won 2 of them, lost the 3rd, but ultimately a lot of damage was done. That there was just nice to show that, teams are, at least at the high level, very good at coordinating these 2v1 pinches, having one player from one side, one for the other. There's no way the Azami manages to win out those 2 gunfights there. She will guarantee get traded. So at least that little micro moments of team play, the competence, whatever you want to call it from Liquid is there, even if we haven't strictly seen the convincing results that we've wanted to so far. Down back to the basement we go, and yes, there is a Scopos on side. Don't think we're quite going to see the same excitement around a Scopos play as we did before.
No, probably not. I think it'll be a while before we, see circumstances like that prevail again. This time it looks like Astro's probably going to be playing mostly for the roam on the top floor. Whether he chooses to switch back to his shell insight or not, we'll see. It's very much positioned towards watching that mortar door push, so it may well be that they just want to leave it there, and if Astro can get himself alive back to site, then he may well do that. But obviously the option is there for him. As we can see, we've got a bandit up on the top floor as well. That's going to be Mitrix just trying to, again, create these problems for Team Liquid, see if they can pick up a couple of kills, which worked for them very well in round 1.
Alrighty. Onwards we march. See how they can go from here then. Got that Nook on side. We already spoke about the changes that came through for Nook recently and what that enables. I think especially when you're relying on utility and information, not really that you can have a chance for the Scopos to be able to do just that. It means you can get quite sneaky around the map. You can leave default cams up. You can continue meandering through the map, given that that gadget never expires as long as you aren't running or vaulting or any other high activity action that would see that bar being depleted. You can see here how Nesk has now got it turned on. I imagine that will stay on for the majority of the round.
Just going to have the knock working across that top floor, like you say. Ness can just keep that locked on now and won't have to really worry about cams too much unless he's doing some shooting or anything else. But he's got a little bit of support from others around him, so he's not going to need to take any action like that. Interestingly, still taking out the cams. It's going to be for the rest of his team because, of course, he does have others that are working with him. So it might just give Fluxo a little bit of an idea. But to be honest, on this site, you're going to expect pressure from every side anyway. But this has been a much better start from Liquid. Praise where it's due. They've forced them back to site. They need to get moving now. 1 minute 10. They need to start opening up some hatches. A little bit of pressure onto Dirt Tunnel or Blue, whichever they choose, or both, if that's how they're going to go for it. But yeah, time to start thinking about site itself.
Well, good work being done. Oh, and catch Astra on the way back down as well. That's the sort of dream start that you want as well. Not so much because it's the scope bust, but getting rid of one of those players that you know will be holding an angle on the downstairs as you try and pull off your execute. That's one less angle that Fluxo will be able to hold here as Liquid look for this surrounding execute. You know, there's quite a few stats around here. There's oil, there's blue starting to build up for them. Dirt being an angle that they haven't got, but they look pretty ready here to pull the trigger and all go at once.
Yeah, and then just need to find kills as they do so. As it is, Fluxo have been hitting a few shots so far. That was a bit unfortunate for Liquid there. If the Grim doesn't have the B canister in hand, Lagonis could maybe find a few shots or even a kill onto the Warden. Damage is going to be taken by Lukid, though. Gets shut down by Ness. This has been better from Liquid. They've been clinical coming into this, winning almost every gunfight. Mitrix is just swinging left and right. He's just absolutely windmilling, trying to find a kill anywhere there, but the pressure was on and it was a matter of time. He gets taken down, and that's going to be the end of the round with Liquid coming away with a win. And they really seem to have woken up a little bit the last two rounds. I was a little bit critical of the win gym and bedroom, but when I saw the highlights of it and I saw the timing of Lagonis pushing, it was very clearly done just to take the focus away from Master Bedroom Door so that Palu could walk in and get the kill. So I think sort of halfway through round 3 onwards, Liquid have definitely improved and woken up a bit, and we found ourselves now at 2-2.
It's exactly what I was going to say. They really have woken up into it. It hasn't taken a big lengthy time out either as well or anything like that. They've got that ability to recover themselves mid-game, which is a really interesting discussion in itself. Like, I can think of a few coaches that we've heard on like podcasts or interviews before speaking about their philosophy to the game, and so much of it is being able to equip your IGL, your team leader, your captain, whatever you want to call them, to be able to figure things out for themselves without a coach having to get involved. When things aren't going quite according to plan, when the plans that you came in with are completely useless because the other side have changed up what they're doing, teams that can adapt mid-game and get themselves back on the right path, that's the stuff that really starts to formulate a good team, because we've seen it so many times at events. When teams look like they are down and out, they manage to turn things back around, sometimes with the help of a coach, some things completely by themselves, and it's always that latter that proves to be mighty impressive. So Liquid now have got that momentum on their side. Do they carry on? Do they lead here going into the end of the first half? Got 2 more rounds to find out, but Fluxo equally going to have their own ideas on how to bounce back here and get some more rounds in the defensive half.
Just going to be straight away again, Liquid, opening up those angles, trying to surround Fluxo here, just make their movement and their rotations as difficult as possible. And that's what we want to see from Liquid. Like I say, last time around it was open the breach, try and rush on in, and just, you know, get yourself a couple of kills and see what happens inside a site. But just maybe a slightly slower approach here might be good. They use the impact EMPs. That's going to allow that wall to get opened. We can see at least one of the Selmas detonates. It may well be that it was shocked off after that point, but it is at least going to provide the line of sight that Liquid need into sight to cut things in half and stop the rotates through into server.
At least not trying to catch them off guard too far out towards this side of the map. You see as the outlines appear on your screen, scattered largely across this top floor all the way out towards the east side. It's not too aggressive. However, look down below. There is a Valkyrie lurking. They've got that black eye camera as well. They know what's going on. We'll be able to get rid of it. The C4's underneath as well. Pulls it out. Expected the man to keep on walking forwards. Didn't quite expect them to come hunting back towards the black eye. And therefore, nothing will come of it. So Liquid at least evading death for now.
Starting to just open up the rotations themselves. Get themselves into a position to push from logistics into construction, start to take that space, and things are going to start to feel real claustrophobic for Fluxo pretty soon. They're trying to still play on this door. Smoke canisters going out, just try and prevent as much presence inside of construction as they can, but I think they know at this point that that's where the entirety of this attack is going to be stacked up against them.
Smokes coming on through as well. He's trying to stall them away. Only one left in pocket. The problem here being, of course, that the clock will continue to run down towards 0, but there's enough time here for Liquid to wait out these smokes and then start their march on forwards. 2 C4s have already been consumed as well, so there's not really a lot on the side of Fluxo here to keep Liquid at bay once they start the march on forward, and certainly not going to happen when your smoke gets dropped down, stood on the doorway. Maya starting fantastic so far this game, now up to 6-2. It's not just the number on the board that looks impressive, though. It's everything that's coming off the back of it. I say that as they both run into the doorway. Him and Nesk just walk into their deaths here. At least 2 more bouncing back on their side. Plant should go down here. Lagonis in back pocket was looking to get up on the table in case there are any more plays from below, but that's not going to be a thing. They've got a player downstairs to the cover. Parlo into a second, and as much as Lukin might try, he's not got a hope in hell. Resets finds his man. Liquid stay composed and move ahead.
Yeah, Liquid just overwhelming them with numbers there, really. And they were a little bit fortunate because pushing that construction door, it got a little bit hairy for a minute. Raps was, you know, equally unfortunate. He just got caught switching weapons. We saw that really well from the third-person perspective that we had of... I'm not sure who the other player was that we were on at the time. I think it might have been Hashi that we were on. But it was just really, really bad timing for him. He goes to switch to the SMG. In all honesty, I think Raps just maybe tries to stay tight on that wall with the shotgun and just wait, you know, stay patient, wait for the approach onto that door, because you're gonna absolutely decimate them with that SAS shotgun. But unfortunately he went for the weapon change and got taken down, and it kind of just, you know, opened up the crack for Team Liquid to then start pouring in through, and it was difficult for Fluxo to hold on. So Liquid now with 3 straight attacks. They've certainly started to gain some momentum. I was a bit concerned about them after the first couple of rounds. It seemed like they were just kind of throwing everything into sight and seeing what stuck. It's not necessarily to say they've done it massively different. The last couple of rounds, they've just got more to stick.
And they just, last one then, see how they can do in round number 6. If they can get this one over the line too, that's one hell of a comeback after starting down 2-0. Still waiting to see Lukin, who was the player that we spoke about a lot in that sort of pre-game interview. They were bigging him up, saying, look, he's actually really starting to come online. He's becoming quite a terrifying gunner. Is he? He's 1-3 so far in the game. Has largely been kept under quiet keel, not really been able to get involved in the game. Maybe that changed with the Boss G. We've seen a lot of attempts at Boss G so far today. Most of them unsuccessful though, Tim.
Yeah, we've not seen, you know, as necessarily as much success as we have done in some other Playdays with the Boss G. It's certainly super powerful. One shot down in a lot of cases at range. So no wonder that it's become a popular gun. But yeah, like you say, maybe just not quite feeling its full effect today. Now then, are they able to keep this wall closed? Lagonis is playing around it. There's going to be a lot of utility poured in, and that's really nicely timed. You don't often see, you see a little bit of it sometimes with the drone hole from CCTV, but using the Zephyr in that way to stop the bandit tricking, getting the concussive shots in there to prevent him being able to go through that animation and get the bandit battery on the wall. It's not something that we really see too much of. We do occasionally, but it's not like, you know, a regular occurrence every time. And it's so effective, as you can see there.
Isn't it just? Well, clock is wearing on down. Halfway into the round, almost seeing the Grim taken out as well. With all 5 Bs in back pocket, would have been a bit of a stinger for them. Resets finding out to Mitrix, a player that we've watched quite a lot throughout this station, hasn't quite put on the performances that you'd like. Finds himself at 1-6 in this game, far from fragging out here. Liquid though, a 3 versus 4, down in numbers. Work to do here in the last 70 seconds.
Just as we say, we haven't seen too much success for the Boss G today. Lukin does manage to find Lagonis with his, but resets, he picks up a headshot onto Astro, and that leaves us now at 3 versus 3. Team Liquid over the last few rounds have been good in these kind of situations, just being able to grind down Fluxo and find those extra kills. Smart move with the Bees going onto Master Door. That might give an opportunity to get into a position to put the diffuser down. That's exactly what's happening. Maya's gone into Jim and will do so as Nesk challenges onto Construction Door. They don't want to give him too much by coming through that utility. He finds a kill easily. It's all up to Lukin. 1v3 with the Boss G. I've already spoken about this, but he hits the reload. That's the important point. He's got 2 kills to find. He's got 2 rounds to find them. Will he be able to do it without needing the secondary? He doesn't know where anybody is. Switches, gets caught out by resets. That's going to be taken down in the bathroom, and Liquid go 4-2.
And another phenomenal crossfire coming in at the end from Secret. What about? That's the spot he pushed through from, what we call it at least anyway. From Liquid, sorry. A great 2v1 at the very end there to close things out. That's one hell of a turnaround. Again, remembering that they started out a little bit rough. For Liquid to then go up 4-2 in that half, again, just shows that prowess they've got. They are one of our top teams, will be after this game, no doubt, if it carries on this way too, given E1's result earlier. And it's just it's hard to see how you stop them. And I know what you said as well, Tim. I'm very much with you. It's hard to get too excited about Liquid. They are in such phenomenal form right now. I mean, looking at the leaderboard for one, but the score at the top of your screen just really goes to show this is probably the best Liquid that we've seen in a good 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, it really is. And, you know, that's why I was a little bit frustrated round 1 and 2. I want to see the best of them because I know how good they're looking at the minute. And they've shown us that round 3 to 6. So at this point, they are looking impressive. As you say, they've been able to overcome Fluxo. And they should be doing in reality with the, you know, the way that Fluxo have played so far, second bottom of the table, not to take anything away from the ability of Fluxo, but it's obviously not clicking for them quite at the minute. And, you know, a team like Liquid who are right on top, they're going to be finishing top 2, I dare say. This is going to put them, I believe, I'll just double check the points, but I'm pretty sure this takes them up into first place coming into the final Playday. So then if they get the win, which, yeah, it will do, it'll put them 3 points clear of E1. So basically, if they get the win tomorrow, they guarantee themselves the top spot. And first, second, it puts you into the same, you know, you've got a slightly better seeding. You arguably might have a slightly easier game, but let's be honest, in Brazil, there are no easy games. So first or second, you're going into that upper bracket semi-final. So, you know, it doesn't make a big difference, but it's about making that statement, isn't it?
That's one piece to it, to really make a statement going into the major. Completely agree.
Yeah.
The other side of it is we've seen some teams who finished first and second get caught cold when it comes down to it. Things start looking a bit shaky for them. They aren't quite as warmed up as the other teams that played the prior day in the previous round. So you have to be really careful as that well. If you are going to be a top 2 team, you've got to consistently be up there. And Liquid, they're looking like they are that team, but you just never know when it comes around to playoffs.
No, it's an interesting defense coming out from Liquid as well. They've given a lot of the hatches to Fluxo, so they've taken Ace out. One of the breaches is gone. There is still Hibana on the cards, but they've had a lot of the hatches open so they could play up there and just drop back down into sight. And it's interesting because it's going to save Fluxo an awful lot of time. They've got Mortal Hatch to open, which Astro's going to do now, but otherwise Kitchen and Stock Hatch are already open, so there's no work for them to do. So I don't know. We'll see as the round progresses whether Liquid have maybe just invited a little bit of pressure on themselves and trying to take out that Yokai drone. Can't quite find it through the floor. We'll continue trying, and there we go. Manages to get it on the second time of asking.
It being gone doesn't feel like a massive deal to them, but it's information taken away from Liquid when this execute comes on through. For now, everyone pretty much guns up. Lagone is flicking through them like a good IGL should be doing in this case, being the info back and forth. I think they're just sat here waiting for like Fluxo to pull the trigger. They're like, okay, where's the attack coming from? What's happening? All this sort of softening up work has been done. They've got themselves the kitchen control. They're inside of dirt. No doubt there'll be someone coming down blue later. They've got 4 or 5 angles all to work with here. Fluxo have got a really good spread, but it does mean they have to win their 1v1s because no trades are going to be guaranteed.
Absolutely not. And I mean, Fluxo have got themselves into some good positions. They've got a presence in blue. They're going to work the hatch as well. They've got a little bit of main stairs or a kitchen, I think it looks like, actually, ready to drop the hatch there. They haven't dealt with the player in dirt, which is going to be a bit of a problem. Liquid could hold on to the kitchen drop from there, potentially. They're going to need somebody to cover that. But with 20 seconds left to go, they just start rushing in. Resets. Nesk managed to find one apiece. Nesk manages to get a third in the round, a second there and then, and that's going to leave us now 1v5. Astro, 23 HP, forget about it. Resets takes him down, and it's a perfect round for Liquid.
What a strange round.
Yeah.
Liquid largely just let Fluxo do their thing. We're like, you want to set up and do your thing?
They had so much time. So much time.
Ness gets bored, and he's just like, all right, screw this. I'll go and do my own thing. And then just suddenly walks away with a 3K, just bursting around through Garage and really taking all bite out of that attack before it could happen. Fluxo really taking their eye off the ball there for a couple of seconds and massively paying the price.
Going to have the tactical timeout brought in by Fluxo. They're deciding that 5-2 is quite enough and they need to do something to stop the rot. But at the minute, I'm not sure that there's much that they can do because Liquid, by contrast to the first couple of rounds, you know, over the last couple of rounds, they just seem to be, you know, going up a gear every single time. Every single round they load back in, they get better and better and better. They still don't seem to have found their final form. They're just winning fight after fight after fight. Like you say there, Fluxo, they just gave them open the map, including hatches. 2 out of 3 hatches open for a minute 40. They gave it them for, and still Fluxo didn't even find 1 kill.
Yeah. It just kind of shows that the game is running away from them quickly. Look, that's just
that flank from Oil Pit, just beautiful stuff.
Did he come through oil, or was he just tucked inside of bottom oil the whole time?
I'm not sure if he was already... He came from oil, but I don't know if he's dropped Oil Pit or whether he was in there already.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That's what I mean. If he managed to get into garage, it would be really strange, because they had 2 players. They had one inside of stock, one on blue, and I was like, surely he doesn't slip the net, but...
One way or another, he can't get away with that. He can't not be droned in Oil Pit.
He's getting away with this.
He can't. You know, if he's just going to be able to stand in Oil Pit for 2 minutes and then wander out and kill everybody in... You can't... You know, that's... If you're looking for where the problems are for Fluxo, things like that are a big problem. You know, your intel's got to be better, your droning's got to be better. You've got to, you know, be aware of... There's somebody unaccounted for here. Where's the Fenrir? We haven't seen them. You know, you need to be aware of that, because they could be on the flank. They could be moving around the map. They could be hiding somewhere, and you need to know where it is.
Well, Liquid full steam ahead towards victory, it feels like. Feels like they're going to be a tough team to stop now for Fluxo. They've had that tack timeout. If there is anything that's going to change, it's going to be here and now. But it needs to be a little bit more bite to their rounds, I think, if nothing else. They've largely sat back, and Liquid have just abused off the back of that and secured that last round. Only 2 more chances here for Fluxo to get it wrong, or Liquid walk away with all 3 points, and as we said, get themselves very far clear of E1 at the top of the table.
We can see the setup that Liquid have got. They're going to be playing inside of Cash. They've got the walls reinforced. They've got the rotations out. That's going to be reasonably easily dealt with by the Ace here. Just send the Selmas in, and that's going to send Nesk running. He's going to have a little bit of... keep a barricade there across the window just to provide himself a little bit of safety, but he gets himself away. However, Fluxo have actually dealt with that really quickly. A minute in, Cash has been cleared, and they can start working. They've also means they've got CCTV, so they can start working on the windows direct into site as well. This is good from Fluxo, a good start.
They were much more keen to force them back rather than try and catch them on the retreat here. It's why no one was on construction window. It's why they had no one swinging from inside of CC itself. You could see that expectation from Resets, I think it was, who was in a spot to be challenged. He was like, okay, I'll pre-fire in case someone does swing me. That swing never came. And nice use here of the keeper barriers as well to make sure they can keep on tricking this wall. It's in place of, say, a castle that you normally see carrying out those responsibilities, but of course, it's much more dynamic for them.
Yeah, just burning through a lot of ammo. Not always the biggest deal. There's, right? You know, plenty of ammo usually in Siege, but you never know. We're looking for a Nitro to go out. There's the throw. Will it have the arm? Yes, he does. Reset sends it right out of the window and cuts him down. Maya, Nesk find 1 apiece, and Liquid look like they're cruising for a match point opportunity.
I really thought we'd see Ness save onto a couple of those keeper barriers here and make use of them to reblock that win. Not another one. It gets shot out this time. God bless Landbuild. But yeah, they've played it so well. Rather than letting the wall get opened up and force the players away from this spot, they're now rotating through those 2 brow gadgets, as you've seen, to keep on wasting time. It will get open, but my God, it has cost them nearly everything just to try and get Jacuzzi wall opened up. Mitrix, shock horror, hits the deck. 1-8 he currently sits at. Raps with it all to do. It's not going to happen. Great defense by Liquid, but Tim, it feels like it's hardly requiring 50% effort at this point.
Yeah, it's very comfortable for Liquid now. Night and day, you know, difference between the first couple of rounds where I think it was just kind of, let's just throw it in and see what we get. And like you say, now it's just very, very comfortable, isn't it? You know, the long Nitro throw from Resets was an absolute beauty. I didn't know if he was going to have the arm to quite get it out of the window. I thought it might be one of them that kind of catches on the frame of the window or something, but no. And again, Fluxo, I've spoken about utility. They've recognised there's somebody behind the weight machine. You know, yeah, they're low on numbers at that point, but they just throw a flash in behind the weights. What's it really going to do for you? There's nobody in a position to challenge it. The wall was reinforced, so you couldn't challenge it from Mastodor. So the only place you could do it was from Jim Win. Like, you're just kind of throwing it for the sake of throwing it at that point. Yeah, it stops them shooting at you for a second, I guess, but somebody else will just shoot at you. Parler will come and kill you. It's, you know, they're just not sort of getting anything for the utility usage, and it's starting to cost them. Team Liquid 6-2, and we head into what could be our last round of this one.
Probably not feeling too bad, I'd imagine, really, in the spot of mibr watching this. They play against Fluxo tomorrow, and mibr still have a chance of fighting their way into playoffs after getting that point from the game earlier on against FaZe. Promising signs when you see a team not quite at the races this weekend so far.
Well, they need Furia and Keed to lose, don't they? Furia play NIP, so that's possible. Keed play Black Dragons.
Really spicy tomorrow.
Yeah, Keed playing Black Dragons could be the downfall for mibr if they can get a win against Fluxo.
That's what I love about how close things start to fall. But you never know. Black Dragons could get surprised tomorrow. You never know. Especially on last play day, things can get a little bit crazy. Still 4 rounds for Fluxo to find if they want to fight their way back into this. I think it's fair to say pretty much all of us aren't expecting that to be the case. Look, you can have this one wrapped up, and as the desk was saying earlier on, why show too much when you simply don't need to? Save it for playoffs, save it for the major. The fewer rounds they can get this done in, the less they have to show to the other sides in the competition, or for those that are watching, of course, internationally.
Lagonis on the Valkyrie. He's going to be hiding in Oil Pit. Surely not again. Surely they're not going to suffer from Oil Pit again. Palu takes down Astro for a big opener there. Liquid just taking one step towards. They need to deal with Lagonis down here, because if they try and push into Garage at any point, he's got a Nitro in hand. As soon as he gets the call that they're on Garage door, he's just going to throw the Nitro over and find kills. So they need to be aware of Lagonis in Oil Pit, and they need to make sure that they get him cleared out.
The thing is, the only option they've got is to come pushing the way they are now, which is actually up from blue. Because above them, he's got the defense of the Azami. Nesk sat above him. They've got to clear him out. Can only manage to try and fight through and lose one. Will they lose a second? Yes, they will. Lagonis might be down there on kills this game, but he has just already won the game for them. Beautiful little bit of play. He was waiting for another, but Palu's like, nah, fam, I want some of that too. Has got himself a double kill in the round. And just like that, at step 1, Liquid have tripped over Fluxo. They have not looked competitive since the second round, and they cruise to the top of the table.
Yep, great response from Team Liquid. They go 2-0 down and then just come back absolutely swinging through the rest of that game. Just, you know, they've run over Fluxo there. It's not even been close the last couple of rounds. Lagonis playing that in Oil Pit absolutely fantastically. His back was to the wall. He had no option. He had nades coming in. He had to relocate twice. Still managed to just switch corner to corner in that little box. Find the kills. Really, really nice stuff from the Liquid RGL.
I'm looking down the stats now, and across those 7 rounds, in 6 of them, there were 3Ks or more from the members of Liquid.
Yeah.
Just out-and-out domination. They got entries across the vast majority of them as well. Like, what more is there to say? That was just a team at the very top of their game right now, and the top of the table, of course, here in Brazil, just showing what they've got.
Maybe this is their time, Des.
Yes, Tim. Maybe it's their time.
Maybe it's their time.
Maybe. That, of course, will remain to be seen once we get in towards the playoffs, which will come quite soon. Of course, we also see them playing tomorrow. Some highlights to show, and it's more of a Liquid highlight reel here, it's going to feel like, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, joking aside, we can't get too excited over it. Fluxo weren't very good for the back half of that game, unfortunately for them. You know, there was mistakes there. Liquid's first defense of Church and Arsenal, for example, they were given the map, they were given 2 of the 3 hatches, they had 1 minute and 40, and they still never really, it ended up a perfect round for Liquid. I can't imagine many times that I would see an attacking team have that sort of time into Church and Arsenal and not manage to even dislodge one player where they could get a kill on them, or, you know, create a situation for them, let alone have Ness just wander from Oil Pit and get a couple of kills onto them. And, you know, so yeah, there was mistakes there for Fluxo throughout, definitely. And at the end of the day, you know, what is a mistake, Des? It's an opportunity to learn, and that's what Fluxo need to do. They need to be going away and studying these things and just making sure that they're not repeating them.
They were one of the only teams as well that did not make a roster change after stage 1, and there were some questions around that. You know, there's definitely low moments from the first stage that they should look at and say, yeah, here's where we've really got to make changes. And I feel quite harsh saying it, but Mitrix has been a player that I've criticised pretty much all stage long after some terrible blitz play in the first couple of days. Sadly, his overall gunplay hasn't been too much higher either. He's been 1-9 in this game, for example. It does not look pretty, and I really think if Fluxo want to try and be competitive here and be pushing for a top 6 finish to get to playoffs and hopefully onwards to events, those are the kind of players they really need to be assessing and asking, are they really part of this squad that wants to make it to events? Are they good enough?
Yeah, you know, is it that, or are they in the right positions? Are they, you know, we've seen this over the years at different teams where, you know, maybe players have very different performance. Oh, it did catch the windowsill, I was right. You know, it's a bit sad, really, isn't it, when you can look at a game and think, I'm pretty sure that throw will actually hit the windowsill, and it does. But yeah, it's like, we've seen players that, you know, have excelled within one team and struggled within another, and sometimes it can just be about you know, your position, you know, the operators you play in, the role that you're having to play within that system. You know, there's many things that can impact on it, and it may be you know, that changes within the team as to what people are covering and where they're doing it and who they're doing it with may have some, you know, successful impact. As you suggest, it may not, and it may be that, you know, bigger changes are needed. But ultimately, Fluxo, they've lost to one of the best teams in the league at the minute tonight, so don't take it too hard. You know, a lot of people are going to get beaten by Liquid at the minute, but you know, for the stage at a whole, yeah, it's definitely, you know, back to the drawing board, I think.
Lots of work for them to do, no doubt, as well. But for Liquid, they can rejoice. They are top of the table and cruising on to stay that way, even going into tomorrow. That's our casting done for today, though. Let's go to the desk, where we're going to have Laxing and JC Wills ending up the day for you. I promise we'll go in a minute.
What a way to end the day, of course. Just got to end it with a little bit of flair there. As always, thank you so much, Des and Ace. Quite a day. 5 best of ones, and finally, in our final match, Liquid prevailed relatively easily, Laxing. As Tim said it on the broadcast, Fluxo just did not have the bite to their attacks that we needed to see.
I wouldn't even say much of a bite. They didn't even show their teeth, for that matter. I think they just kind of just smiled, just not, again, not showing their teeth. It was kind of just a quick breeze for Liquid. The first 2 rounds, it was kind of questionable. It kind of made me think, like, yeah, these guys really just, you know, don't want to show anything. But then it was almost immediately after those 2 rounds, Liquid just was like, all right, guys, like, what are we doing? Like, let's just end this. Let's go home. Let's go celebrate. We secure top 2 with this win, and that's exactly what they did.
Well, let's hear from Liquid themselves. Palu, will welcome him in to the interview now after another victory. Palu, congratulations on another win. That one relatively quick for you guys. Instead of talking about that game, I do want to talk a little bit about the playoffs, about what's coming up. You guys now have taken the top spot, #1 seeded going into the playoffs for now, and it probably will stay that way going into tomorrow. I mean, how does it feel being at the top of this region again?
It's been a good time. I said a couple times, like, the last stage, it was really hard for us. The beginning, like, we went 0-4, and right now we are on first place, completely different from the last time. And it's amazing to be there. Like, we know our work paid. So yeah, we are happy. We are doing whatever we can to prepare ourselves. Those 2 matches means for the Premier Finals. That's a part. Like, so we didn't do so well at the stage 1. We will try to beat FaZe tomorrow to get some points extras, and yeah, of course we are looking for the playoffs to secure a spot at the major. We are really, how can I say,
looking good.
Yeah, good. But I mean, we are on a great mood, you know, together as a team. Like, we are really having fun, you know.
Strong momentum going.
Yes.
Well, I want to ask you, so obviously this ended on Clubhouse. Were you guys not wanting to show anything? Was this kind of just like, you know what, we know the way Fluxo plays, we don't need to do anything crazy. Let's just bring it to a very simple map and we'll just get it done here, so that way we don't have to expose anything leading into playoffs.
Yeah, like, Clubhouse is one of their best maps, but it's also, like, maybe our best map or one of them. So yeah, we just, like, look at it and let's play again. Just, like, do what we do, just play our basics, and I think we're gonna be done.
Amazing. Well, Palu, thanks again so much. It's been great to watch this team continue to perform well, back at the top of the region again. So congrats again on the win, and congrats on taking first place.
Thank you. Hope to have it, to see you guys a few more, and I want to thank you everyone that's cheering for us.
Skins.
Oh yeah, of course. Go buy our mute skin.
There it is. Good. Laxing, I love that you always got the reminders for everybody in case they forget. I like it. Former player, keeping everybody on their toes.
I'm trying to look out for the players and look out for the league here. You know, support system from all across.
Gotta get that that R6 share bag if you can. I mean, while it lasts, take advantage. 7-2 Liquid, the final score here open and shut against Fluxo. We expected that this one would be one-sided, and despite seeing some upsets today, it was not the case, at least in this matchup. Of course, we've talked a lot about Fluxo and what they're capable of. We just did not see them clicking as they have in the past today.
Yeah, I'm just not going to even gloss over that too much. I'm more focused on Liquid here. You know, we've seen this roster and their huge resurgence and how well they've been performing. And look, Nesk is now at the top of the leaderboard. I mean, I think every single game at one point through this stage, we have seen all 5 players at one point sitting at the end of the game as the MVP. And today it is Nesk. I mean, he just kind of ran with it. He was, you know what? I mean, the commentators were talking about him. They were like, Nesk just decided to do what he wanted to do today. And that's exactly what he was doing. He was getting in there. He was getting his frags. He was letting his team come in right after him. I mean, you know, it's no surprise to see any of these players as MVP. You can't just highlight one of them. They are all phenomenal players, and they are all making a statement with this resurgence and now sitting themselves first place for the stage. Obviously, tomorrow they locked themselves in first. I mean, not first. They locked themselves in top 2. But again, that can change tomorrow depending what happens. But so far, they're sitting pretty going into play.
Right. If E1 win by a good margin and Liquid lose, then we would have a swap in the top 2. If they both win, Liquid have guaranteed themselves a first-placed seed because E1 lost today. But the most of the focus tomorrow will be on what's happening in the 6th spot. Furia currently maintain it with 12 points. Keedstars 2 points behind in 7th with 10. And mibr, with playoff chances still alive, sit right behind them at 9 points. It is those 3 teams still alive, 1 playoff spot on the line.
And it's all in Furia's hands going into that first game tomorrow. Or, yeah, it's literally all in Furia's hands if they want to make it. It is literally solely on that first game tomorrow that we are going to see if Furia can clinch this spot or they're going to go into an LCQ.
Starts off with the game of the day. Honestly, kind of bummed we're seeing that one first because the rest of the day may not matter after that one. It's NIP and Furia to kick things off. If Furia win that game, the playoff picture is confirmed. Other than seeding, we will know who our top 6 are. Now, if Furia lose that game, then we're really going to be paying close attention to Vivo, Keedstars, and Black Dragons, and then later, mibr and Fluxo.
Yeah, it's, I mean, honestly, the first 3 games of the day, obviously, it really is riding on this first one. But obviously, if that game doesn't go according to plan for Furia, then it looks really intense for those next 2 games. If you really got to be watching who can snuff up the win and clench that last spot. And then really for the last part, it's just more so for bragging rights and a little more placements. But overall, Liquid E1, for the most part, are going to be sitting in that first, second place, but more so Liquid.
There is a world, looking at the numbers here, where we could end up in a 3-way tie for 6th place in terms of points, and then it would come down to round differential. Furia sit at 12 points. If they lose, they'll still be at 12. Keed could win their game in OT, get 2 points. mibr could win in regulation, and we could have a 3-way tie. Of course, that is a very slim chance that happens, but you never know. Tomorrow, we could see quite a bit of unexpected results, Laxing. I mean, is there any, if you had to pick one team, where obviously Furia, they're currently in the lead, if you had to pick one of the 3 that's making that final playoff spot, final thing before we close things out today, who would it be?
Honestly, it's a little bit of bias here because I am close with the Furia guys and especially Philly Pox. I'm going to have to say I want Furia to make it, especially, you know, to continue their legacy, to see what they can do if they do end up making it to Montreal. But if I wasn't choosing Furia, which I am choosing Furia, I'm just saying if I had to choose another team, I would definitely say mibr. I think they are very deserving. I think they've shown a lot of consistency and a lot of improvement, where Keedstars, it's kind of been a little hit or miss, especially on that defensive path.
Well, they've got an opportunity to do it. They'll be playing against Fluxo, and as we saw today, if you can get a couple of rounds, start to build some momentum, that one could be all theirs. mibr, Keedstars, and Furia all challenging for the final playoff spot, and it all comes down to the final Playday of the group stage, Playday number 9. That is tomorrow. That's all, though, for Playday 8. Thank you all for joining us so much. It's been another insane day in the Brazil League. For Ace and Dez and for everyone in the Brazil crew in Brazil, I want to thank you so much for watching. Alongside Gabriel, Laxing, Miralez, I've been Jonas Willinger, and have a great night.